Hey everyone, it's Kirk McLean here, and you're watching Clay's Canucks commentary.
Hey Canucks fans, we are back. I got to test this audio to make sure that we are synced. Was this a smart reset? It was a smart reset. We are synced. We are good to go. Welcome now. Basically, I just cheated and I skipped an entire hour with those technical issues, but welcome back. This is now hour number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What time is it? It is 4 a.m. So this must be hour number 18. Hour number 18. Does that make sense? No. 10, 11, 12 plus 4, 6. Yeah, this is hour number 18 of this live stream. It is synced. So your guys' feedback really, really worked. Let me do my proper intro. Then I'll explain how we're going to catch up. And then we are going to get going. And I actually found something out on YouTube that I'm going to share with all of you in a second. So once again, this is hour number 18 of my 24-hour live stream. I kind of cheated. Hour 17, we completely deconstructed the stream because the audio and the video was unsynced. But thanks for your great suggestions, everyone. We restarted. I got to send out new links to my 4 final guests. But I think that is a manageable thing because at least now the audio and video are synced. If you've been here for all 18 hours so far, 17 hours, thank you. If you've been in and out, that is fine as well. So this is how you can get involved in this show. You can subscribe so you get active in the chat section. You can like the video. You can leave a donation. You can gift a membership. You can buy your own membership. You can upgrade memberships. You can use your monthly membership message. And yeah, I won't be able to thank everyone because that's on an older stream now. So I'll just have to do a big blanket thank you at the very end of the stream. You guys can support me by buying Canuck Clay merch at canuckclay.threadless.com. Let's do my hourly thank you to our sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts. Thank you to my channel sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts Real Estate. At Van City Experts, their experience, knowledge, and expertise can serve you well in navigating through the real estate market and will help you to choose the best home or condo in the greater Vancouver area that best suits your and your family's needs. Also, I put revised the schedule up. That's at tinyurl.com/CanuckClay24. That is the most up-to-date schedule. Basically, it now has a technical reset at 3 a.m. 4 a.m. is going to be Jersey and Swag Show and Tell, and then have guests straight 5, 6, 7, and 8. So that doesn't change. Same order: Andrew, Mark, Jeff, and then Sara. And then you guys know that I am doing this contest to win a pair of tickets to Canucks versus Flames on November the 12th. You can enter the contest starting at 7 a.m. I will, at this link, tinyurl.com/CanuckClay 24 hours. I will open up the form, and then you have 45 minutes to fill it out. You fill out the form, you get one entry. However, I've been dropping bonus words throughout the stream, and 5 of them. I've already dropped 4 bonus words. So if you know them, you know what I'm talking about. And then there's one more bonus word to come, but it's not coming in this hour. But I will tell you, it will come in the next 2 hours, either in the 5 a.m. hour or the 6 a.m. hour. Now, before I get to what we're going to do this hour, I have to tell you what happened. So it was 3 a.m. I was ready to do my jersey, my jersey and swag show and tell. And then a couple of people mentioned in the chat that the audio and the video were not synced. And then we tried to troubleshoot it live, and I thank everyone for being so patient. And we collectively agreed just best to start a brand new stream. Now, a couple nuances with that. That means I had to cancel. Basically, I have to send new links out to my final 4 guests for the StreamYard because it's a brand new link. And then obviously it's not going to be one complete video all on its own. Then I realized that when I did my 24-hour live stream 3 years ago, I actually did 3 videos, and I couldn't like a 12-hour one, an 11-hour one, and then another 3-hour one. And then I couldn't figure out why I did that. And then I just realized that as I was setting up this new stream, if you go to part 1 of the stream, it only has 12 hours. So I think the limit for YouTube is a 12-hour stream. Thankfully, I recorded the entire stream in StreamYard. So the good thing is that I am doing a local recording of it right now, and I'll be able to upload hours 13, 14, 15, 16. So the next 4 hours on its own. So that will have Patrick Johnson, it'll have Knuckhead, it'll have the open house, and then it'll have the tortilla, the Sean and Jake and the tortilla slap, and then whatever the 2 o'clock hours. Oh, and Doodle Hockey. So video number 2 will be 5 hours, which hopefully I still have on my computer. And then this will serve as video number 3. So I actually forgot. I forgot that. I actually forgot that we were, that YouTube cuts it off at 12 hours. So hopefully everything will be fine, and I'll be able to upload those hours 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. And now this is hour number 18. My math is probably off by 1, but I'll figure that out in a second. Okay, so thanks for being here. We had 65 viewers on the earlier, so hopefully that'll build up over the next hour. So we have a decent crowd here for Andrew Berkshire. I know I see a lot of names in here that were watching the old one. So thank you for finding this stream. Hopefully it was relatively easy to find this. And yeah, I do hope that I can find the last 5 hours, because as Chris said, that's good, because the tortilla was hilarious. Okay. Oh my gosh, I am going live for 6 more hours. So 18, 19, 20. No, this hour number 19, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah, this hour number 19, actually. So 5 more hours. And those will have synced audio. That is a great point. It should, because it records directly to my StreamYard. But Swerve and Irwin, I will check that out a little bit later today. Oh, I learned something about YouTube video time. So a couple of 12-hour live streams is the answer. And that's what I did 3 years ago, and I completely forgot about that for sure. You're joking, right, RSA? I am not adding another 30 minutes. I think I've given enough, or I will have given enough, because I have to, as soon as I'm done, I have to get to Mass, and then I'm going to a soccer match here in the Lower Mainland. So no, I'm not adding another 30 minutes to the end of this stream. YouTube live stream, maximum time, maximum length. Yeah, YouTube can only archive live streams up to 12 hours long. That I wish I remembered that before I set up this week's this stream. So you're not okay? Then I'll answer not sarcastically. No, I'm not adding another 30 minutes. Okay, friends, I am going to do what I was going to do about an hour ago, and that is show you some of my jerseys and swag, and you're welcome to react to it in the chat as we go. So Raymond wasn't a fan of the tortilla fight. Tortilla fight was as stupid as the Tortorella fight against the Flames in the dressing room a decade ago. Oh, no problem. So maybe it wasn't for everyone. I thought it was great. We raised a lot of money, and it was another great way to involve all 3 of my kids. But all good, Raymond. If you didn't enjoy it, to each his own for sure. So we're going to start with jerseys. And I don't have a lot of new jerseys. You guys will see. I don't know if it's because I'm cheap or I'm not a big jersey fanatic, even though I have quite a few. They're all quite old, actually. So here's my first one. I mean, there's no order. Well, I just realized, oh, here's the top of this hanger. It is broken. But it is a standard Besser jersey. It's Adidas. It has the Vancouver word mark, or whatever you call it, the word. And this is a Besser number 6. I'm just trying to think the best way to do it, best way is to do it like this. So Besser number 6. Then here's an old one. It's my favorite one, my favorite player, Roberto Luongo, number 1, with his autograph here. I hope you can see it. This one's really old. This is the whole RBK. I can tell it's old. Like, as I kind of joked in a parody song about this that I've never washed it, and there's a chance that I've actually never washed this jersey, which I guess is kind of gross when you think about it, but it's still favorite jersey of my favorite player. This is my most recent one. This is the one that the Canucks gave me to do that Pepsi ad 2 years ago. So this is my only jersey that doesn't have of this design, that doesn't have the Vancouver word here. It's an Adidas one, but no name or number on this one. So I'll often wear this one to games, a nice blank one. This one was given to me when they remastered the Flying Skate for the 50th anniversary. This is the one that Jaskren always asked me about. And this is Quinn Hughes, obviously number 43 in the Flying Skate. Really, really like this one. This is my favorite one to wear for sure. I love this one. The Canucks also gave me this new Flying Skate for my work. I was part of a focus group, and I told the story before. This one says Canuck Clay number 1. I've told this story before in that I was invited to be a part of a focus group to come up with kind of a cool way to release, to build up hype for these new jerseys, Free the Skate. We had all these ideas, all these campaigns ready to roll. And then I think it was the passing of Gino Ojic, and they decided that it wasn't the right timing to try and launch the Free the Skate at the same day, or they didn't think it was smart to. They basically pivoted, and they said it probably wasn't the best optics to come up with this whole fun guerrilla marketing campaign on the same day that they were going to announce the sudden passing of Gino Ojic. So all that work, it was still good. I was still happy to lend my input. I was happy to receive a free jersey, of course, with my name on it. It's also the same time that I got this emo name bar, right? The Flying Skate. But that's the story behind this jersey of the Canuck Clay Flying Skate. It's okay. Raymond can say whatever he wants. It's fine. I'm a big boy. I can take it. So this one I ordered from SVP Sports or whatever. So this one's cheaper. I like it. It's just it goes with my blue one that doesn't have the Vancouver word mark. This one, the color seems a tiny bit off. I only paid $39 for it, but I know when I wear this, the color of the Orca seems a little bit off, but it's still nice to wear when I go on road trips. So we have some older ones now. Here's Elias Paterson, Adidas, number 40, of course, and with the Vancouver word across the crest. So again, Elias Paterson, number 40. Here's a Ryan Miller signed by Ryan Miller right there on the 0, an old Reebok jersey. I hardly worn this one, actually. I did like Ryan Miller when he was here, but I've hardly had an occasion to wear this one. This one, a lot of stories behind this. I bought this jersey, David Booth, the old RBK Canucks, and then my season ticket partner Mike won a David Booth jersey when it was jersey off the back night. So David Booth, I don't know if a lot of people have this jersey, but I was quite proud. I was excited for David Booth when he first came to the team many years ago. Raymond, to be honest, I don't think he's talking about your comment about the jerseys. I think it was the repeated comments about the tortilla fight that you did not enjoy, which is fine. Daniel Sedin, number 22. This one looks a bit off. This one I didn't buy. It was given to me And I'm not a jersey snob, but I believe this is a knockoff. It just doesn't look right. The bulk of the numbers, the bulk of the letters. I'm pretty sure when I compare, I have a Henrik somewhere. Hey, I just realized my Henrik isn't here because my wife Gail wears it, and I guess she has it in her closet. But yeah, that doesn't right. That doesn't look right. I think it's the way that the letters are bulky or the numbers bulky. So I remember when I was given this one, I think it's a knockoff, but it's okay. It's okay. And yeah, my Henrik is still upstairs in Gail's closet. Then I have some jackets and hoodies I want to show you. This one I wear all the time. I love it. It makes me feel like I'm part of the coaching staff for whatever. So I do love this Vancouver Canucks hoodie. And yes, the sleeves sticking. No wonder it looks so weird. So I wear this one out all the time. It's one of my favorites. There. How come it doesn't sit nicely? There we go. Vancouver Canucks hoodie. One of my favorites. This one I haven't even worn yet. And I probably should because it's really nice. I really like it. It is a nice Vancouver Canucks white hoodie, a white sweater with the small logo right in the middle. And then the bigger, the Gastown and Chinatown, big Vancouver flavor on this one. I should start wearing this. Hey, Leonard, I actually haven't worn a Fanatics jersey yet, but everyone I talked to, including Lucas, who's very active on the show, he says the Fanatics jerseys are tight. So you have to basically buy a size higher than you usually buy when you buy a Fanatics jersey. This one's an older one. It says Sports by Carl Banks, but I used to wear this one a lot. A simple gray Canucks long sleeve jacket or pullover. Probably a better way of putting it. This one I wear quite a bit as well. I used to. Probably doesn't look that good if you can't see the crest. Okay, that was kind of embarrassing. Hold on. Let me zip this up so you can see this a bit better. So another Vancouver Canucks, kind of like the color of this with the blue sleeve and the gray inside. So here's another Canucks jacket. This one isn't Vancouver Canucks, but I do like it. It's when I went to watch Paterson dominate. Oh, he didn't dominate, but when I met Paterson at the All-Star game in San Jose. So just a typical hoodie here. Couple more jackets. This one is the V style. I kind of like this one too. Got the nice big Vancouver V on the back, and then the Vancouver Canucks V logo on the front right there. So I really enjoy this one. I used to wear this one a lot too. This one, I love it. I used to wear it all the time. I used to wear it so much that it wore out all the sleeves. But this is a Vancouver Canucks rain jacket, flying skate inspired, obviously with the orange and yellow trim. See, there's what I mean. It's kind of worn out now because I wore it so much. But I really, really like this one, this hoodie. Love the colors, love the stripes on the sleeves. This one I still wear a lot now, so you can barely see it. It's also flying skate right there, but it says Vancouver Canucks, and this one's very comfy. I love the zip up ones, I think, more with the drawstrings and everything, if that's what you call these. But I really like this one as well, and this one is by Sportique. So that is some of my jerseys, and here's a couple more here. This one makes me feel like Rick Tocchet or something. I like wearing this one. Makes me also feel like part of the coaching staff. So very simple, but with the Canucks flying skate patch on the side. Couple more. This jacket, not the biggest fan of this jacket because this patch rips right off, or it feels like it does. Yeah, not my favorite, but I do like the color of this one actually, with the black and the gray. Adidas. So this is what this one, actually, this one looks pretty good until you go up to it and you see that it's a weird patch, but it looks nice if you don't know that it's a patch. This is the rain jacket that I got from volunteering at the Jake Milford golf tournament that they have every year. It says right there, Jake Milford, and it's just a typical rain jacket. I have it in another color, another style as well. The Jake Milford, another rain jacket. And then here is a golf shirt that I wear when I was go golfing. It says Vancouver Canucks right here. And it's just an Under Armour golf shirt that I wear when I golf. Okay, so that's the jackets and the t-shirts and the golf shirt, the golf shirt as well. I don't know if it's made to rip off for sure. And I'm not, Raymond is really obsessed with the tortilla. I'm good. But maybe I'm the one who's perpetrating it by keep highlighting his comments. The tortilla fight was softer than I thought by a bunch of unprofessional actors who do not know how to use deception in filming the angle of slapping each other with tortilla. Okay, or it was an impromptu thing that we wanted to do to have fun. Thank you, Raymond. Now back to t-shirts and sweaters. Let's start with, okay, I actually have two hats. I have a flying skate hat, but I couldn't find it in time. And I remember showing you guys this 3 years ago. I look horrible in hats. I'm 50 years old. As soon as I put this on my head, you guys, I transform into a 9-year-old. I'm going to show you this only for like 2 seconds. Like, don't I look like, I think it's too small. I think my head's too big. And this just makes it, I don't look right. I don't look right in any hat. Certainly not this one. So maybe I should give this one away, even though I've just put it on my head. I also have a nice flying black skate hat, but I couldn't find it in time for the stream. I have some Vancouver Canucks ugly Christmas sweaters that I've been wearing in a lot of my videos. So there's this one, which is quite popular, the one with the tie baked into it. There's this one, which I wear a lot as well. I really like this one. Again, Vancouver Canucks ugly Christmas sweaters. Well, this one isn't Canucks. It's just a horrible Christmas tree. And then I was given this one. I won't call it ugly. I was given this one as a gift by my friend Josh, who lives in the States, but I barely wear this one. And then finally, we're going to wrap up with some of the t-shirts. It's the Curb Clay. Got to find the right flex. Which one were we talking about? I know. Sorry to disappoint you, Leonard, but we might not do an underwear reveal. And Indigo tuning in from Kyoto, Japan. That is awesome. Happy that you are able to join for a little bit. Okay, now we finish off with some t-shirts. So I have 3 shirts from my own store. This is the one I was wearing for my stream up until the time I had to shower. So CCC. Then here's CCC on the corner or the side patch instead of big. And then I'm also wearing a GLCPC right here. There it is. A GLCPC patch, side crest as well. My t-shirts aren't that exciting. I'm warning you, this part's going to be pretty boring, I think. Then I'm going to mess all this up, take all these out, and then have to put them all away again. So flying skate, Canucks, black. Flying skate, Canucks, gray. Stick and Rink Canucks in black. This one's kind of cool. This is the Brock Besser design, right? I think. Oh no, I'm getting confused with something else. This is just Mitchell and Ness, Vancouver Canucks. Kind of simple. Yellow writing, and then with, I don't know how to explain this crest, this logo. It doesn't look exactly right, but I do like the look of it. You can tell I like a lot of dark colors. Then I bought these two from Fanatics back in the day. So Orca Green and his buddy Orca Blue. You see, I'm just making a big pile of clothes over here. This is the Brock Besser one I was talking about. This is actually the one I wore for my 24-hour live stream 3 years ago. Pretty simple, Canucks, and then with Brock Besser's signature BB6 Brock Besser on the back. I don't wear this one that much, but I like it. Vancouver Canucks t-shirt with the logo in the middle. This one, pretty sure it looks like it's a Gildan M&O. Yeah, it's M&O. Pretty sure this is one that they gave away at one of the games, because I don't think I'd buy this one. Not being snobby, I just don't think I'd buy it. Similarly, I must have got this as a prize too, because this one feels a little bit old and looks a little bit old. I do have one of the Lunar New Year ones. This is the Rabbit. You're the Rabbit. Lunar New Year. And old Stick and Rink. The t-shirt from Daniel and Henrik's retirement night. Thank you to the Sedines. This isn't Canucks, but I got a Sekeres and Price shirt, which is kind of cool. I have a 22 for Daniel, but I don't have a 33 for Henrik. And then I have a couple shirts. I guess I was at the arena and I decided to buy it as a keepsake, but I would never wear these, so I don't know why I got it. Winnipeg Jets, which actually I don't mind, because you guys know that the Jets are my second favorite team. And then this one I definitely won't wear. I think Jason might have bought it for me when we went down to watch Seattle Kraken. I don't dislike the Kraken at all, but I just don't think, I don't know, I'd feel maybe a little bit guilty wearing it. So I'll get to some of your comments. That's it. So a lot of jerseys, a lot of jackets, a lot of hoodies for sure, t-shirts, ugly sweaters, Canuck sweaters, and only one hat, because like I said, I do look like an 8-year-old when I wear a hat for whatever reason. So I'm just going to kind of get some of your reaction, and maybe you want to comment on some of those, or maybe you want to comment on your own favorite piece of Canucks memorabilia, whether it's a jersey, a sweater, a t-shirt, whatever it may be. The Rabbit New Year is cute. I wish I got that one. Yeah, I like it. I'm not sure what this is in reference to, Raymond. Underwears are for females to show off body figure. Any Holy Grail jerseys that you wish you had? What does that mean? What does Holy Grail mean? Like older ones? No, I guess not, because I don't Irvin, tell me, let me know what you mean for sure. When the Flying Skate was the main jersey, I had black, orange, and red. Nice. You know, I'm going to go out to the top and go kind of in order. So Irvin says, can't believe you're not having a 15-hour nap after this. No, I can't, unfortunately. But I'll be okay. How did I beat Mr. Roberto? I've met him a few times. One time when he signed the jersey, and then my friend Marie and I did a couple songs for him when he got traded. He actually reached out to me, DM on Twitter, to thank me for one of the songs. And then we traded DMs since, not like all the time. And then when he got honored by the Vancouver Canucks last year, I just happened to be under the arena waiting for Marie, who was singing the anthem for that game. I was going to be her guest, so I got to take a nice picture with Roberto Luongo and congratulate him on his retirement and remind him that I wrote a Boyz II Men song for him. Micro has a Luongo jersey too. That's awesome. Oh my gosh, I have a Brock Besser jersey with the Vancouver on it. That's nice. Rookie Besser. Oh, is that what it is? I never thought about that. I didn't like the new skate initially. They've grown on me. That's fair. I have the Roberto Luongo Florida Panthers jersey and one of my Canucks jerseys. Nice. I own Henrik and Daniel. Beautiful, beautiful. And like I said, Leonard, I have not bought a Fanatics, but I've told that they are size small. So you have to go a size up with the Fanatics. Sammy Sal's howitzer was more outstanding than Hronik. So I wish, yeah, he had a really, really good shot for sure. Yeah, and Swerve Irvin, that was, unfortunately, I should have saw this 15 minutes ago when you left it. I'm not sure which jersey you're referring to when you said it's clean, for sure. Zest loves the V logo. Oh, is my Paterson jersey his rookie year too? And sorry, Zest, I missed this when you left it a few minutes ago. If you're talking about that patch, I'm not sure if it's supposed to rip off. It just doesn't look great. Leonard, waiting for the Canucks underwear reveal. I wear the EP40 jersey just to bug the haters. Why? Don't you like them? Or you do like them and you're saying the haters don't like them? Oh my gosh, I do not know about the games on Tuesday and Thursday. As far as I know, they are on. As far as I know. Yes, Gerald, don't have many hats. Like I said, I look horrible in them. That's a sweet cat. That's a shirt. What's a shirt cannon shirt? An ancient Naslin shirt. Nice. Oh yeah, EJ, good point. Let's see if I still have the Canuck shoes. Give me a sec. EJ, I think that we either threw them out or gave them away because I remember those were the Reeboks, the Nikes that my son Sean painted in the flying skate colors. It was pretty sick. They were featured, or I wore them when I did an appearance on CBC. But I remember that all the paint was starting to chip and flake off, so we decided to either chuck them or giving it away. Have I been gifted more swag than purchased? No, I definitely think, Leonard, that it's more purchase than given. I've been given some stuff, like two or three of the jerseys have been given, a couple of the jackets, like the Jake Milfords, but and a couple gifts from people. But most of my stuff I've bought, but I almost never buy full price. I always wait for those dressing room, those locker room sales that they have every year because I'm cheap. Or I like to try and find a good deal when I can. I like that first hoodie with the skate. Wish I got one. I have the orc one. The very first hoodie. It's buried under there. Was it the white one I showed, Gerald? Or a different one? Oh, Holy Grail, meaning rare and or coveted item. No, I actually don't have any of those. The closest to that would be my Luongo jersey. Pepsi count. This is still number 4, Leonard. I think I'm going to come in much. Whoever took the under on 7.5, I think you're going to win because it's only number 4. Oh, yes. I have one of these, Bern. I didn't show it. I do have one of these Van City shirts. Very good, Bern. How'd you know? How'd you remember that? How come I can't do this? Oh, there. That's why. I do have one Van City shirt. Very good. Oh, I do like them. The haters don't. I was just responding to Leonard's waiting for the Canucks underwear reveal. This is meant to be a family show, and Kayla might be a better candidate of where to show off. Nah, I'm okay. I don't think I want Kayla on here showing off any underwear. That's for sure. Besser debuted in a Reebok jersey, and his rookie year was Adidas with the word mark. Take care. Oh my gosh. Paterson also had the word mark, and he was debuted late that season. The following year, they dropped the word mark. Oh, very good. See, Swerve, I know you know a lot about jerseys, so that's very helpful. Oh, the white t-shirt was the Cannon shirt that they shoot in the crowds. Very good. That makes sense. Where's your favorite breakfast restaurant? Anything. I'll eat the Dutch. I'll eat Denny's. I'll eat White Spot. I do enjoy breakfast at a restaurant for sure. Thanks. Take care of yourself. The hoodie you like. Oh, yeah, the black one. The most and wear most like the player's hoodie. Yes, I know what you're doing. The one that says Canucks hockey, right? Yes. That is starting to ring a bell right now. Swerve and Ernest says the Dutch for the win. Indeed. Indeed. So hope you guys are doing okay. It is 4:40. I'm going to go for 10 more minutes, and then I'm going to, this is horrible. This is pretty embarrassing. I just made a huge pile of clothes here. I don't think Gil's going to be very happy, but I won't have time to put them all away until later today. But yes, I'm going to answer your questions for the next 10 minutes and then get ready to host my 4 straight hours of guests. It's going to make the last 5 hours of the stream go by pretty quickly. So 5 o'clock is going to be Andrew Berkshire at the Game Over Network. Then it's going to 6 o'clock is going to be Mark Pye from Canucks Digest. Then Jeff Paterson's at 7 a.m. Sara Civian's at 8 a.m. And then we wind up this whole stream at 9 a.m. with the draw and with some wrap-up Q&A. OEB in Yaletown. Okay, I will check that out, Swerve and Irvin. Thank you very much for that advice, for sure. Yeah, it's too bad that I had to restart the stream halfway through because we were at 65 people, and obviously not all of them came back, but hopefully they'll start to come back throughout the early morning. And to all of you that are here, shout out to all of you. Thanks for staying up with me and for sticking with me for sure. You guys are pretty darn awesome. I'm very impressed. I don't know how you're holding up. I can barely keep my eyes open. Yeah, I do have a lot of stamina for an old guy, for sure. That old guy being me. Yeah, but thank you. My favorite breakfast restaurant, Hong Kong Cafe with Hong Kong style milk tea and or coffee with hardcore tea flavor. Raymond, I'll have to take your word for it. I don't like the Hong Kong style milk tea, but I'm glad that you do and that you enjoy it at that restaurant. Gerald's about to fall asleep too. Okay. You guys have done pretty good. The numbers are slowly creeping up, which is good. I want them up a bit higher for when Andrew comes on, but we're doing okay. I'll be happy to chat with them regardless, and then hopefully the stream will make it. We'll stay on. Yeah, I really hope that I can get that part 2 up soon. Basically, download it and then get it into a video editing thing. So it might have to wait a day, but it'll get up eventually. And that would be, yeah, Patrick Johnson, Knuckhead, Open House, Sean and Jake, and then Doodle Hockey. Leonard is just waking up. Thank you, Leonard. Again, spending more time with me than you are with your actual family. Gerald says, I'll leave it on top to keep the numbers up. That is very kind of you. Thank you. That is really funny. That is really funny, Gerald. Thank you. I appreciate you. So what else, you guys? We got, I'll go for another 7 minutes or so, and then we will throw to the 10-minute countdown. I'll clean this place up and get ready for Andrew Berkshire. This stream reminds me of sleepovers as a kid, staying up, chatting, goofing around, slapping each other with food. Yes, we've done all 4 of those things in this show for sure. Very, very good. Shout out to all of you guys who are still up and who are with me at, if you're East, maybe now is a good time to do a roster check. What city, country, where are you guys coming from now? The ones that are still awake and in the chat and are able to share. Where are you watching from right here and right now? Let me know in the chat. No, Game Over is not owned by SDPN. They actually chopped it off, and then Andrew, who's going to talk about it, he's resurrected it. Yeah, so no, Game Over is not owned by SDPN. Stupid Tourist, today he's in Vietnam. Awesome. Thank you for tuning in. Nice to see you. Sleeping and watching from Surrey. Thank you. Thank you, Raymond. Gerald, any plans on making Canucks music? No, I think that ship has sailed, to be honest with you. I had a lot of fun when we were doing it, but no plans to do anything in the future. Vancouver, baby. Awesome, Servant Irvin. Gerald in Vancouver, heading to Toronto tomorrow. Tomorrow as in Monday, or tomorrow as in today, Sunday? I'm guessing you mean Monday, because I think you're, but let me know. And that's pretty cool. Been waking up at 9 a.m. to watch the games. Road game is going to be tougher. That's true. It's going to be a little bit earlier. Or later. No, earlier. Deep in Leafs area here in the GTA. I'm watching the stream at great risk. I'm sure MLSE is monitoring. Well, thank you for your sacrifice for sure, Leonard. EJ's in Northern BC. Love it. Oh, Gerald, it's today. Clay Emo's Evil Twin watching from your house. Bingo, Bango, Bongo is not Thatcher Demko. Chris is in Kamloops. That is awesome. Thank you, Chris, for being here. Now I got to find the other 40 people that were on when it was 3 a.m. And then when it came back at 4 a.m., we only got the 20 of us in here. So hopefully it'll continue to grow as the morning goes on for sure. All right. I got 5 minutes to answer any questions that you may have or anything that's on your mind. You're watching from Delta. Thank you for being here. Gerald, watching the Canucks preseason from Hawaii last week was tough to find a stream, so I feel for those from other parts of the world. Well, I don't feel bad that you're in Hawaii, but I do feel bad that you weren't able to catch a game somewhere, Gerald. What else you guys got? What do Filipinos have for breakfast? I don't know. I'm not Filipino. I do know that when we were in the Philippines, we would have something called longanisa, which is like these little, they look like little sausages. We have tocino, which is pork. We would have eggs. We'd have rice. So maybe that's what some Filipinos eat for breakfast. Maybe they eat standard like bacon and eggs and stuff, but a lot of pork, a lot of rice, a lot of eggs for sure. Oh, your part 1 on YouTube shows 12 hours in the thumbnail, but when you watch, the length is 18 hours. Haven't watched all of it to make sure. Oh, if that's the case, that would be amazing because then I wouldn't have to reload hours 13 on. No, actually, I only see it as 12 hours when I click on it. Because mine ends with Rev Trev, actually, Leonard. Leonard, are you sure? You said when you watch, the length is 18 hours. When I watch, it only shows as 12 hours and it cuts off with after Rev Trev, but maybe I'm wrong, or maybe you're wrong. Swervin' Irvin, leftover dinner with an egg on top. Yes, that is Filipino food for sure. Gerald, I've never missed a game the past decade, even if it's for a period or two. That's impressive. That's impressive, Gerald. That's very impressive. If you've never missed a game. I see no wonder Jollibee does not sell breakfast sandwiches. Yeah, that's not a big thing in the Filipino culture. That's for sure. And Leonard, yeah, check it out. I would love to be proven wrong, but I'm looking at it right now and it's only showing 12 hours for me. I would love it if it had all 18 hours for sure. Okay, guys, we'll go for 2 more minutes. The initial thumbnail when you first logged off showed 17, but now it's 12. Yeah, so maybe it did chop it once it realized that it was only supposed to give me 12 hours and not 17. Great point. Great point. Even when in Hong Kong just before work for a period and listening at work. That's dedication. I am very, very impressed with you, Gerald, for sure. All right, guys, 1 more minute, and then I will send to a 10-hour break, and then I'll get ready, replenish my water, my snacks, and get ready for the home stretch for sure. Ah, dang it. 12 hours cut off. It's okay. I'm going to try and get, so technically, actually, I'm going to relabel this part 3 once I upload part 2, if that makes sense. Okay, friends, now's a good place to take a break. Going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back with Andrew Berkshire of the game. Did I say 10? See, you, Colin, Gerald, you can tell I'm getting tired. Did I say a 10-hour break? Yes, I'm hurting. So who knows what I'm going to say over the next 4 interviews. So I'll see you guys in 10 minutes, coming back with Andrew Berkshire of the newly relaunched Game Over Network. See you in 10.
Hey everyone, it's Kirk McLean here, and you're watching Clay's Canucks commentary.
Hey, Canucks fans, we are 19 hours down, 5 hours to go. We have blown past the 75% mark, and we are looking at the home stretch. I'm so excited. I have 4 amazing guests to help me pass the next 4 hours, and then we have one final hour of wrap up. So I see Andrew backstage. Morning, Andrew. I'll bring you in about 2 minutes if that's cool. So happy that Andrew is here. But let's do my top of show announcements as always. You can get involved today by subscribing to the channel, get active in the chat section. You can like the video, you can leave a donation, gift a membership, buy your own membership, upgrade your own membership, and you can use your monthly membership message. If you want to support me, you can buy some Canuck Clay merch at canuckclay.threadless.com. Let's also do our top of our ad read. This is our channel sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts. Thank you to my channel sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts Real Estate. At Van City Experts, their experience, knowledge, and expertise can serve you well in navigating through the real estate market and will help you to choose the best home or condo in the greater Vancouver area that best suits your and your family's needs. Once again, thanks to Jason and Van City Experts Real Estate. Don't forget, if you want to see the full schedule, check it out at tinyurl.com/CanuckClay24. But I can basically tell you, it's Andrew Berkshire this hour, Mark Pye next hour, it's Jeff Paterson next hour, Sara Civian after that, and then we wrap up with our stream end contest. And that's the last announcement. It's 7:00 a.m. I'll be opening up the form. You have a chance to win a pair of Canucks tickets to Canucks and Flames on November the 12th. And then I'm dropping 5 bonus words throughout the stream that get you potentially 5 additional entries that you enter onto the form. I've done 4 of those entries, and I told you that the 5th bonus word will be one of these next 2 hours, and it is not this hour. So by process of elimination, if you tune in for the next hour, you will get the 5th and final bonus word for that draw. Okay, enough of that. I'm happy to bring on a good friend of mine, someone who gave me a really good opportunity to work with him a couple of years ago for a year and a bit. And I'm still a big supporter of what he is doing. And I want to bring him on. He doubles as a Montreal Canadiens fan and analyst and the lead and the founder of Game Over across this entire country. So I'm going to bring him on now, and we're going to chat for the next half an hour and make sure we leave a bit of time for your questions for him as well. So please welcome all the way from back east, Mr. Andrew Berkshire. Hey, Andrew.
How you doing, Clay? Good morning.
I'm doing great. How are you?
I was going to say tired, but I can't really compare with you, so I'm not going to say that. I'm all right.
Well, I appreciate it. Oh, you can be honest. We're buddies. You can say however you're feeling. So you're in Montreal, correct? It's 8 a.m.?
It is, yeah. I forgot there was a game today because, I hadn't been used to doing the season workflow. So last night I was up a bit later than I expected and punished myself this morning, but that's all right because I'm excited to do this, Clay.
Thank you. And who's Montreal playing today?
Not today. Last night they played against geez, now I'm blanking. The Ottawa Senators. That tells you how much sleep I got. But yeah, they played a really good game. 4-1. Really strong game.
Good. Well, I want to ask you about both Montreal, the Canadiens, and I want to ask you about your love for Lane Hudson, and I want to ask you about Game Over, if that's cool. And then I think the time will go by pretty quickly, if that's cool.
For sure, man. Yeah. Anything.
All right, thank you. Let's start with the Montreal Canadiens. Actually, before that, where can people find your work? And then you can mention Game Over, but I'll ask you a bit about it more. But where can people find your work, Andrew?
The number one place, go to thegameovernetwork.com. You got to put the in there, otherwise it won't work. We had, I guess, the word game over or the words game over are used by a lot of different gaming websites. So we had to find a URL that wasn't taken. And originally I had .ca, but we're built through Shopify, and Shopify doesn't like .ca, even though they're a Canadian company. So we had to go with .com. But there's tons of stuff there. There's links to our Discord where you can find all of our shows on every platform that you can think of. everything is pretty much on that site now. We've got some things still to build there, but we've got our merch shop is open with designs from Brady Chalice, who worked for Game Over Winnipeg last couple of years there. So people don't know, but he used to be like a clothing designer. So he's built some stuff for us that's really cool and like really intentional. It's not just a logo slapped on a shirt, you know, it's something with something to say. There's some like retro designs, there's some more modern designs, there's some cool stuff there.
That's pretty. So thegameovernetwork.com. Gotta have the
Correct, my friend.
Okay, awesome. I will check that out for sure. And yeah, we will bounce back to Game Over in a few minutes. So you born and raised in Montreal or raised in Montreal?
Born in Saskatchewan. I lived in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan until I was 11. Then my parents moved to Fort McMurray, Alberta, where I met my then girlfriend who wanted to go to university in Montreal. And I was like, well, I guess I'm going to Montreal, even though I don't speak French. And you know, it worked out that I was a Montreal Canadiens fan growing up.
Yes.
And that kind of just aligned. We moved out here at 18 and have been here for almost 20 years.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And then you said you're a Montreal Canadiens fan even before you moved to Montreal?
Yeah. My first like hockey memory that I remember was I got in trouble and my parents sent me to their bedroom and they had like those old TVs, Clay, where you had to like pull the lever to get it to turn on. Yes. And then you had like the big thing to turn the channels like boom, 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 like that. They had that TV in their bedroom. Yeah. And I turned it on and it could only get like CBC. And I believe it was the playoffs. And I distinctly remembered the Hartford Whalers and the Montreal Canadiens playing and Patrick Waugh just standing on his head. And then him doing that little thing that he did, the little chicken head after he made a couple saves and talked to his post. And I just remember thinking like, this is my whole personality now. And it was for a very long time. So I wanted to be a goalie. I loved the Montreal Canadiens. I loved Patrick Waugh, you know, and then when he got traded in 95, it smashed my little heart, you know, and I started cheering for the Colorado Avalanche for a while until Patrick Waugh retired. And then that coincidentally kind of happened at the same time as Saku Koivu coming back from cancer. And that brought me back in. I mean, my relationship with fandom has always been more player focused, I think, than team focused. I get attached to the people more than like the organization. But I can't lie and say that the Montreal Canadiens don't mean something to me. I kind of drifted away when they traded PK Subban as well. I just didn't want to expend the emotional energy of being a fan when they were just making me so upset. So I just drifted away. And then when Bergevin was fired, I started to get the itch again. I was already doing Game Over Montreal. Yeah. And, you know, having to watch 82 games a year, being back in it and seeing what was being built, seeing the blueprints that Kent Hughes and Jeff Gorton were laying out and being analytically minded and being able to see the picture and the roadmap that they were laying out was like, okay, I get it. This is worth investing in. I think I'm back. So that's kind of where I am now.
So I love how you tie in both the origin of Game Over and your love for the Canadiens. So let's talk about this team. Where are they at in their cycle? Is there really some good hope and hope on the horizon, optimism? And tell me about the fan base overall. Are they ready to? Have they been ready to embrace this rebuild? And where are they in the rebuild? Do you think, Andrew?
There was a lot of worry about whether or not the fan base would, you know, accept the rebuild because this is a market that expects success. But I think people underestimated how intelligent like hockey fans are. Like they know when a rebuild is necessary. They're willing to be patient if they can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And I think that with Hughes in charge and Jeff Gorton there as well, there's a lot more confidence in the plan this time. And you can see the progress, not necessarily game in and game out, because that's way too intense for hockey, but over the course of like quarter seasons, basically, you can see the building blocks being put in place. So I think most of the fan base is pretty keyed in and ready for this to take off. They're very patient. I think some people actually wanted them to be bad this year as well, but the Canadiens, the core group that's kind of like the leadership group, which is basically Suzuki, Caulfield, and a couple other guys who were on that 2021 Stanley Cup final run, because there's very few guys left.
Yes.
They, after a few years of being rough and having added those pieces at the draft, added some different players in unrestricted free agency, seeing some players develop over time, they're ready to take a step. They made it known to the management group that they would like to take a step this year. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they expect to make the playoffs right away, but the players on the team want to try. They want to push it and see what they can do. They're trying to take that next step. Are they ready? I don't know. The early returns this year are mixed. I think there's a lot of good things in the ingredients there. The overall play has not been that great. They haven't really controlled play so much through the first 3 games, but it's also 3 games. And looking at the wider picture, Sam Montembeau looks incredible again. Lane Hutson, who you mentioned, is something else. I'm sure you experienced it when Quinn Hughes joined the Canucks, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, the entire team is different now. One player changes everything. And that's how Lane Hutson is like, or that's how it feels anyway. And then you've got, Patrick Laine, who got injured in the preseason. When he comes back, it adds a significant amount of depth to the scoring.
Yes.
There's a lot of positives to look at. And Kirby Dach is healthy this year, which he looks rusty, but he missed a whole year.
Wow. Yeah, no, that's true. And I really love what you said, Andrew, about the players saying, no, we want to actually go for it. We're trying to win. Is there a ringleader? Like, have you heard just from people that that it was this player, these 2 players that are really, really kind of leading this charge, or was it a truly collective thing of the group?
Well, from what I've heard, it is like a collective idea. Like the group would like to take a step, but it's Suzuki who's the leader. He's the captain, and Suzuki's a very quiet guy. Like this is kind of a weird reference for hockey, but I would compare him to like if you're a big Lord of the Rings person, like Aragorn, where he will sit back. Like if you think of the first movie where he's sitting in the pub, right, and he's just kind of observing the situation, that's Suzuki. He doesn't jump to conclusions. He just he wants to see the whole situation, and then when he makes a decision, that's it. He's going to lead the way. He's going to find a way to make it happen. He does that on the ice. I think he does that in his leadership, the way that he approaches the game, the seriousness with which he approaches his own game, how hard he works to improve himself. I think that kind of attitude can bleed through a roster. You see it in areas like Pittsburgh, right? Where we always made fun of Pittsburgh for the longest time, saying like they always had their Mark Donk and Buzz Flibbit, right, from that famous tweet. And the big reason for that, I think, is Sidney Crosby. Sidney Crosby's work habits and talent and practice habits bring the best out of everybody else. And I'm not saying Suzuki is Sidney Crosby, but he has that same drive and determination, that silent push to be better. And that ripples through a lineup. That's what excites me about Nick Suzuki as a leader. And I really respect him as a player as well. But I think as a person and as a leader, he's smarter than people think and more determined, I think, than even people think.
Awesome. What was he named captain, Andrew?
Beginning of last year. So that's also a big thing for me that brings my respect for Nick Suzuki to a whole new level, because being named captain of Montreal is a different thing. There's a lot of pressure to publicly speak French as well. So there's that pressure on top of the hockey side. And he's named captain on a rebuilding team that really has no chance to make any noise. And then he goes and has a career year, and not just offensively, probably his best year defensively as well. The way that Suzuki takes steps and puts pressure on himself and then continues to elevate is really, really impressive.
That's cool. No, that sounds like a good leader, a good young leader already. And I was joked about it off the top, but I was going through your tweets, and just looking at what you've been up to and what you've been tweeting about. And then I just see this highlight of Lane Hutson faking out the Senators and the cameraman. Someone said, I don't know, that was your narrative or someone else. But this guy, tell me about this player. He looks very intriguing for sure.
Yeah, Lane Hutson was always an interesting project because I remember going into that draft, and I'm not a prospect guy, but I like to, around the draft, talk to a bunch of scouts that I like and just get kind of an idea of who could slide, who could be available in certain spots that might be really interesting. And uniformly in that draft, there was, a lot of back and forth about who was going to be the number one pick between Slavkovsky and Shane Wright and Logan Cooley and Simon Nemec, I believe, was even up there.
Yeah.
But almost every scout that I talked to mentioned Lane Hutson.
Huh.
And they mentioned him has the biggest, like, possible, like, not bust, like the opposite of bust, like the biggest diamond in the rough, basically, that you could find in that draft. And he could go anywhere between like mid first round to like the fourth round, just based on the size.
Yes.
So this kid is so dynamic, so smart on the ice, and so quick with his ability to shift his body in so many different directions that he just takes over games with his ability to control the puck, see the ice, and basically control where people are on the ice. Like, he's very, very good at creating the situation that he wants to get the puck where he wants. And the size stuff was a concern. You know, there was a lot of scouts that said, like, oh, he's got the receipts, but the size is never going to work in the NHL. And I've always been very against the whole size narrative, because I think it's one of those things that it's like self-perpetuating in the NHL. And they're like, well, he can't make it because he's small, and therefore you can't make it. And
right.
they don't actually give those players a chance to adjust and find ways to compensate for their lack of size in the NHL. It's only the guys like Gallagher or, you know, back in the day, Theo Fleury, Marty St. Louis, who have that incredible grit to push through. And I'd like to see more small players given the chance. And then Lane Hutson breaks into the NHL and immediately does exactly what he was doing in college. Makes NHLers look just as foolish as he was making college players look. His control of the ice is astonishing. And you could make a 5-minute highlight pack that would look like it was from half a season from almost every game with this kid. He is so electrifying. The fan base is already completely enamored with him. Like, he touches the puck and you can tell everybody in the Bell Center leans forward. And he's the kind of player that changes the structure of a team and what a team is capable of doing. And the fact that he's been able to be really strong defensively as well is both incredibly encouraging and mildly surprising. So he's a player that I think we're going to hear a lot of over the next several years. And I fully expect him to, if not win the Calder this year, be right there in the top 2.
Wow. That's impressive. I want to ask you about one other Montreal Canadiens defenseman, then we'll move on from the Canadiens. And I'm in a bunch of hockey pools, Andrew, and in researching defensemen, this name would always come up as a potential top 15, even top 12. So I remember this guy from the guy who, it wasn't a dirty play, but he basically injured Paterson in Paterson's rookie year way back in the day. And then now I see this guy in like top 15 list for defensemen. When did Mike Matheson become a scorer? What did I miss?
Yeah, Mike Matheson is a really interesting player because he's kind of the opposite of Lane Hutson in a lot of ways. I don't think that he's the greatest like mental operator with the puck. Like, he's good. I'm not going to say that he's bad. He's a high-end NHLer still. But how Mike Matheson dominates the game is he is possibly the most fit person I've ever seen in hockey. Wow. He is, number one, so fast. His skating is so incredible, not just in terms of top speed, but his acceleration is nuts. And he's able to just maintain top speed and not get tired for incredible amounts of time in games. Like, he plays almost 30 minutes a night in Montreal, playing against top pairs, and he gets exposed defensively quite a bit. He's not a great defensive player, but he's put in a situation that he's really a number 3 defenseman on a good team, and he's being pushed into being a number 1 on a team that is not very good. So it's not exactly a great combination for his like defensive stats or his like underlying numbers. But in terms of offense, he got lots of power play time. He has a wicked shot. His foot speed gets him a lot of open ice. And he plays with some pretty good players. So there's a lot of opportunity to rack up points. I think Mike Matheson is also one of those players where if he has, if the puck is not on his stick, he will be in the right position to create something for either himself or bump the puck somewhere else. When he has the puck on his stick, I find he struggles in the offensive zone to make the best decision. And
Mm.
sometimes he gets frustrated and just rips a shot on net. Now, his shot's good enough and his feet are quick enough
Right.
that those turn into goals a surprising amount of time.
Right.
But there's limitations to his game outside that. But the thing that I like about Mike Matheson more than anything is just he's clearly a nuts dude in the gym. The players have talked about it a bunch, especially the young players. They're like, oh, well, okay, Mike Matheson's in the gym. I guess we're all going to the gym because he's always working out. And I just find him inspiring on that side. I don't know what his cardio is like or his VO2 max score. It's got to be insane. He's very impressive as a physical specimen.
What's his contract like now?
It's actually pretty cheap. I think Pittsburgh. No, it was the Florida Panthers one. It was a really long contract when he first signed it. I think it was like one of those super long contracts before the cap structure changed.
Okay.
But he is making less than $4.5 million a year, I think. And he's got a year or two left.
Yeah.
And he's a good player. People get frustrated with him because they want Lane Hudson. So he's making 4.875 for this year and next year, which is pretty good for a number one defenseman, even on a rebuilding team. It's very cheap.
Yeah, no, that's not bad at all. They're very, very good. Okay, so let's move on to Game Over, and then I will we'll open it up for some questions from the viewers. Now, when you talked about establishing Game Over Montreal, what year was that again?
I came up with the idea during the 2021 finals run from the Canadiens. I think I pitched it to Adam Wild during the Vegas series, thinking like, oh, it's during COVID. There was only a maximum in the conference final of like 3,000 people allowed in the Bell Center. And there was this feeling in the city of like this electricity, right? Because people were thinking, hey, this could actually happen. And it's not happened in so long, and people are so hungry for it, which I'm sure you get the same way in Vancouver.
Sure.
Last year when things started to turn well, like that beginning of the year, and the fact that it just sustained the whole time, I'm sure the level of excitement in Vancouver, there's just an electricity in the air when you can feel the magic, right? And I thought there's nothing for people to get together. There's radio post-game shows, but I don't think most people really like radio post-game shows. They don't feel personal. There's a lot of call-ins. They're more on the side of like angry. So I thought, what if we could create a post-game show where people can vent their frustrations, yes, but they'll also get high-quality analysis of what happened on the ice. And at the end of the show, whether it's a loss, you can have a little bit of catharsis where you come together and had a good time with people who think similar to you or who love the same things as you. Or after a win, you can be hyped up, and then at the end, we'll try to calm you down a little bit so you can go to bed at a reasonable hour. But the whole idea was trying to bring together the community that kind of got taken away by COVID. And that idea has now expanded as we've launched independently and become a little bit more ambitious. So we're not just trying to build communities among each of these teams, which I think we did last time, Clay, almost by accident. You know, it was just the group that we had together. We weren't set out to create the most amazing, inclusive community. It just happened that way, that people found us and the way that we operated made them feel welcome. So now the goal is above and beyond that to be that community for people who don't have one in hockey. And eventually, as things continue, through partnerships with local sponsors, we want to work with people in each market who are like small business owners who actually have products or services that appeal to our audiences, which are more young, more female, more people from diverse backgrounds, more people on the LGBTQIA spectrum, more of those folks that are interested in supporting non-major corporate entities that are wanting to get involved in their local communities. And through coming together in these online communities, we're hoping that we also get involved in our physical communities and kind of boost that small business community in each market to create like a self-perpetuating cycle where everyone improves their lives. And in the meantime, we're also hoping to, create a platform that can pay young sports journalists to find their voice, to make a name for themselves, because frankly, there just isn't anything right now. Our industry is heavily controlled by 3 companies in Canada. between almost every single newspaper being owned by the same company, which is a hedge fund out of the United States. And then we have the two major telecoms in Canada that own basically everything broadcast and radio. So those companies care about shareholder dividends and profits, and they lay people off constantly. And there's no real entry-level jobs outside of unpaid internships, which cuts off 95% of Canadians from ever entering this field, because you have to be able to work for no money for a long stretch in order to break into hockey or hockey media. Sorry. So we want to change the game a little bit and see if we can move the entire media space forward in Canada to actually paying people. And part of it is also we're going to make it company ownership or company equity for every employee. So the goal of the company is to be entirely employee owned within a couple of years. So that everyone has some control and some skin in the game. It's not just building something for me. It's not just building something for the audience. It's everyone is building together as a team. And the group that we have is honestly astonishing. Again, as we had last time, Clay, our group is just incredible. The level of talent that we've been able to bring in and the way that everybody is just lined up immediately and been determined to get this going the right way. It's honestly been kind of emotional to watch, Clay. Like I remember when we first started Game Over and launched nationally, and I didn't know how things were going to work out, but I knew that we had good people. And right away, when you see the people that you bring in start to self-organize, and you give people the chance to have some freedom in what they create, have some control over what they create, and immediately that switch goes off in their brain, because we're creative people. We want to create cool stuff. And the collaboration that just naturally happens every time, it's better than I think it's going to be. And it's so rewarding to see people elevate. That's been my favorite thing in hockey that I've done. I love writing about hockey. I love talking about hockey. I love the analysis part and digging deep, but more than anything, I've loved being a manager. I love being able to put people in positions to succeed and watch them fly. It's so gratifying. And so far, even though it's been small and busy and extremely messy at times, it's just been overwhelming to see how people elevate themselves when given a chance.
Oh, so good. And then, wow. And a perfect example of that is someone that I met through the Game Over Network was Liz Hood out of Winnipeg. And then she was one of my guests yesterday when I first started. She was awesome. And
she's the best.
Yeah. And she credited, we both did together. We were kind of like waxing poetic about our time with Game Over. And so I do want to talk about that very quickly without relitigating the past too much. But you started in the playoffs of 2021. Then for the 2021-2022 season, was it only Montreal that had the show full time? Or was that Calgary too?
We had Montreal in the first year. It was kind of a beta test. And then we did the World Juniors. Which was pretty successful that first year. And then I also did the Olympics, which was way too big of a task for me to chew off, which I learned very quickly because they were, I think those were in Beijing. And so I had to stay up all night watching the Olympics. And then broadcast at 6 a.m. And then, you think you enjoy watching the Olympics and you can kind of absorb what's happening as you're watching, but it's a totally different story to then talk about that sport live. When you don't actually know what you're talking about. So the level of research that you have to do was just really overwhelming. And it was a wake-up call for me. And then things were successful enough that first year that the guys at SDPN were convinced that we should expand. So coming into the playoffs, we tried to expand into the Canadian teams that were going into the playoffs. We found people for Calgary.
We didn't start yet here. Okay,
Calgary and Toronto. Vancouver wasn't making the playoffs that year. And we were going to launch Edmonton as well. But one of the people who came with us this time, Graham Moseman, from Edmonton, he was going to join us, but then he was blocked by his employer. So that employer has since made a mistake, and now Graham has joined us. And, sucks for Graham at the beginning, but very beneficial for us. I had to tell him I apologized when he told me that he got laid off because I did like a yes totally selfishly. But Graham's amazing, and I was
Good.
really excited about it. And then the following year in September, we launched across Canada, brought in
Right.
yourself, Sam, Kaya in Vancouver.
Yeah.
And that was, the first year was fun
Yeah.
for me. That second year was when I realized how special what we were doing is, because I could see how much it meant to people and how quickly things worked out for the people that we brought in.
You're right. Galvanizing in the summer of 2023, after that first year, every market, all 7 shows getting together, trying to figure out how they can be better. And then, of course, it corresponds with a meteoric rise in Vancouver expectations and numbers. And then we know what happened as soon as the calendar year turned, or very close to that. So without getting into that too much, I just want to know, truly, Andrew, because I'm inspired and I'm encouraged by the way that you landed on your feet and you're moving Game Over forward. Even though I couldn't commit to it, I'm still a big supporter. I've watched the first 2 shows with Kaya and Mark last night, and then Kaya and the crew Wednesday night. So how long, man to man, how long did it take you, Andrew, after learning the bad news from SDPN that they were going to cut off Game Over, to where you are now and the plan that you have and the ambition? How long do you think were you reeling? How long did it take you to get on your feet? How long did it take you to sort of, no, I'm still going to commit to this and we're going to do it this way going forward?
It's a great question, because it definitely wasn't immediate. I think every time something like happens like that, you go through like the stages of grief in a way, the same way you would with a loss of a life, not the same severity, obviously, but we're living in tough economic times as well. I think everybody across Canada knows the grocery bill is completely unreasonable right now. Interest rates are out of control for anybody who has any kind of debt or home ownership mortgage. It's really, really tough for the average person. So being unemployed for a long stretch has been extremely tough for us. We've had to deal with some serious issues, and there are moments when you're dropping out of a socioeconomic class that you're used to, as a lot of Canadians have experienced over the last couple of years, that can mess you up mentally on top of the job loss. So it has been a constant process. I'll be completely honest. But in knowing that I had time off incoming, and there was like a small severance, and I got onto EI for a stretch as well. So there was a bit of grace period for me to work on myself in a way and try to like figure out what to do next. What's my next move? Because it was devastating. Anytime you care about something as much as we all care about Game Over and cared about it at SDPN, it was crushing, and we didn't expect it either. It really caught us all off guard. It was something that had nothing to do with us. It was something that really had nothing to do with SDPN either. It wasn't their fault. It had to do with sometimes betting companies don't necessarily do the right thing. And that's what happened at SDPN. I don't know if I'm really supposed to say that, but it wasn't their fault. In the calls, like, Steve was destroyed. You could tell he'd been crying all day. It was not a fun day for anyone. So there's the initial anger,
of course.
Then there's the confusion about like what to do next. I went through the process with several different companies of trying to just restart what we had going and see if we could do it for a different company. And I talked to them about salary demands for both our hosts and myself of how to do this properly. And every time it was like, yeah, totally reasonable. And then you get down the line and you say, like, okay, let's put pen to paper here. And every single one of them, one after the other, would say, well, actually, how about we don't pay you anything? You guys work for ad revenue, but you guys acquire the ads and we just take a cut. And I was like, what's your purpose here? What is your thing that you're adding to justify taking a cut of the ad revenue? And like, well, exposure. And I was like, man, I'm 37 years old. I'm not working for exposure, and I'm not asking any of my hosts to do the same. So then I thought, what can I actually do with this product that could make it not only a functional business, but also something that could help the people that we have and more young people break into the industry. And so I sat down with a friend of mine, a business owner here in Montreal named Astrid Episcomian, and my wife as well at different intervals. And we kind of just came up with an idea of what it would look like if I went all in on this. What would it actually look like? So it took, I would say, 6 months to build that. And then before that, there's another stretch of time where I was more focused on keeping it going in a different way and working on myself. So I ended up getting diagnosed with ADHD in March. I knew that was something that I was working with for several months before that, but I'd kind of been in denial for a long time before that as well. Sure. Unfortunately, that also costs a lot of money because I don't know if you know this, Clay, but mental health stuff in Canada is not covered under Medicare.
Yes.
So all that stuff you have to pay out of pocket, and there's really nothing to help you unless you qualify for Canada's disability tax credit, which is very difficult to qualify for most people with disabilities. They're not good at giving away the money to the people who need it. But anyway, along with that, I got really into getting myself in shape because I'd gotten it to a point 2 years ago where just playing with the kids just didn't feel good. My body was feeling really rough all the time. So I made a commitment to do that, but it wasn't really like I was getting physically stronger and feeling better, but I wasn't dropping weight. And then this year, been able to spend more time, it's just been like all of a sudden gone. So between that, I was volunteering for a political campaign. I've been learning French. So I've just been stacking myself with things to do while also working on myself and building this business. So it's been burning the candle at both ends and maybe just throwing it in the fire pit as well. But what we've built, I think, is going to be so worth it that I'm willing to make the personal sacrifices now, because down the road, I think it's going to be really special. So we're launching as a full-fledged media company across Canada in hockey focused for now. But we've got Monday through Friday daily news shorts for every single market, including hockey wide, that you can subscribe to as a podcast or you can watch on YouTube. We're also going to start posting them to socials on Reels and TikTok shortly. We've got a whole social media strategy. A lot of the folks who carried over from Game Over last time are now in leadership roles. Like Maud is the head of the design team. Kaya and Maud are both the co-heads of social media. Charlie is our lead on like video editing and like design of video stuff. So like our intro was made by Charlie. Our outro was made by Charlie. A lot of the social designs are made by Maud and Kaya. Most of the social posting is done by Maud and Kaya as well. Peter Klein as well on Facebook. So one of the coolest things has just been to delegate. And I met with every single person in the company, took notes. And one of the questions that I asked them was, what do you want to do? And what do you not want to do? I don't want people having to do responsibilities that they don't want to do, so then they won't get done. And the way that a company like this is going to have to function is very efficiently. So we got to get people in the right slots. And that's what I've been trying to tell everybody is like, if something is tough, don't worry, ask for help. Nobody's going to judge you for it. And it's the same thing that I've told to people on the last iteration of Game Over. If we bring somebody aboard and they don't work out in the position that we brought them aboard for, we're a company with a lot of needs, and I'm more people focused than like task focused. So if I bring somebody in and I genuinely like them, they're not fitting where they were initially brought in for, there's going to be a different spot. Like I'm not here to fire people. I'm here to find a spot for somebody to excel. And if I believe in someone, I'm going to find that spot. I'm very determined.
Well, your commitment to improvement, to Game Over, to your mental and your physical well-being, very impressive. Like it's not just about the number of pounds that you lose. It's all about how comprehensively, how you feel, how you react, how you think. But man, you turn sideways. I can't see you anymore. Like, I'm very impressed. You look good, man.
Thanks, man. And the goal, like I said earlier, it wasn't necessarily to lose the weight. It was to feel better, right? And it's been a nice benefit. Yeah. But it's been nuts. Between like the mental side of it, when you can see the results, and from rehabbing your torn Achilles, right? When you can see the progress and you feel it, it's a different thing. And also struggling through injuries this summer. As you know, Clay, when you get older, one injury can turn into 2 to 3 very quickly in those like compensating industry or injuries.
Yes.
So dealing with that, I think, has also given me more respect for athletes.
What happened to you? What happened to you this summer?
Oh, I'm just really clumsy. So I find ways. I've always found ways to hurt myself. So I have persistent ankle issues from when I was younger and dumber and was pre-drinking with a friend and stepped in a gopher hole and rolled my ankle.
Oh, shucks.
Back in, it was bad. And that had, because of compensating for that one, I started rolling the other one.
Oh,
so both my ankles have torn ligaments in them, very easily prone to roll. So that increases the odds of injury. But the big one this summer was I was just being really dumb. I was riding my bike too fast through some trails, paved trails, but like there's a bit of dirt on them. And I saw somebody ahead and I was like, I got to slow down. I'm going too fast. And as soon as I hit the brakes, I hit a patch of dirt.
Oh no.
And the back tire just flipped out from under me completely. And I like caught myself with my trailing left leg on like the inside of my shoe to like slow down. But in doing so, hurt my ACL pretty good. So that was kind of the start of it. And then I fell backwards and hit my tailbone and luckily was wearing a helmet and hit my head on the ground. But I got up, thought I was fine. And then the next day, or actually a couple hours later, my leg started collapsing when I was walking around. So it was a bit of a recovery for that, but that's how it goes.
Well, no, thank you for sharing. That's wow. Well, no, this is awesome catch up. So people in the chat, we've grown this, we've doubled it in the size in the last 30 minutes, which is awesome. We 5 more minutes with Andrew. Just anything you want to ask him, either about the Montreal Canadiens or about the resurgence of the Game Over Network across the country. We would love to hear about it. There was one question actually from earlier from Raymond. Matheson can chase down McDavid. What do you think about the departure of Danault to LA?
Yeah, that was a tough one. When that happened, that's one of those Marc Bergevin things that always frustrated me. With Marc Bergevin, there was always, he liked a player until they did something that minorly annoyed him, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm done with this guy." He was so quick to just cut the cord on players. Like Max Pacioretty, he absolutely loved Max Pacioretty, and in the end, the Max Pacioretty trade is fantastic because it brought us Nick Suzuki.
Yes,
but he named Max Pacioretty captain. It was an organizational decision to name Max Pacioretty captain back in the day because they loved him. They thought he was the leader for the team. And then 1 year in, not even a year, they were like, yeah, this guy, he's not cut out. And he had a struggle season his first year as captain. It was not great, but they moved on so fast. And the same thing happened with PK Subban. Same thing happened with Andrei Markov in contract negotiations when he wanted to stay another couple of years. And they wanted 1 year and they just refused to negotiate. They were very hard line with a lot of players. And they offered Danault basically the same deal he got in LA. A little bit less money and I believe less trade protection. And Danault was concerned before that Suzuki and Kotkaniemi were going to take over his job.
Okay.
And he had a phenomenal playoff run, which was odd because it didn't include much offense, but it was one of the best defensive runs I've ever seen any player have. And Danault is a phenomenal shutdown center. The Canadiens are in a situation now where having Danault the last couple of seasons might have been a bad thing because they wouldn't have got as good at draft picks, but it was a tough one because he was a guy who not only the Habs fan base really loved, he was also a Quebecer, which is important. Everybody likes to have their hometown guy on the team.
Sure.
But through that playoff run, he had endeared himself to the fan base so strongly through his, every time they would eliminate a team, he would show up to the press conference with a big slice of pizza, and it just became like a meme for the fan base. And it was a tough one, but I'm glad he has a chance in LA to make some moves and do some damage there with Anze Kopitar, and they have a great team. So he seems happy in LA. His family seems happy in LA. So that's good. And the Canadiens are now on to a different era, I guess. They've moved on from that, but that was arguably Marc Bergevin's best trade to acquire Danault. And then he messes it up at the end, which was kind of the hallmark of the Bergevin era. I always called him a 50-50 GM because he made some really, really good moves, good moves. and then he would just find a way to undo his progress every single year. And there's a lot of GMs like that in the NHL. That's just the way it is.
I think the Canucks have averaged out to 50-50. Benning was 10 and Alvin's 90. So that averages out to about 50-50 as well. Okay, I got one more for you. Gerald, a longtime viewer, says, how well do you think Caulfield will do this year?
Yeah, I was not worried about him last year. I know a lot of people were. The shoulder surgery the year before was putting people in a little bit of concern. And then last year, he didn't finish the way that we expect him to. Like, he was getting the chances, he was getting the shots. It was actually his best year ever on multiple counts. Best defensive year by far. Like, he made so much progress last year. The effort was incredible. Best playmaking year. Just took it to another level in terms of finding players, being creative, great setups, especially on the power play. He really took it to the next level as a playmaker. And best in terms of scoring chances, most shots, shooting from closer in, more varied kinds of shots, but it wasn't working. He only scored 28 when, based on like the percentages that he was doing the couple years before, you should have been more like 40-ish. And this year I expected it's not going to be an issue. Probably the shoulder held him back a little bit last year, adjusting, surgically repaired limbs don't heal overnight. It takes time. Especially when you have such a weapon like Caulfield has, and so much of it is about like quickness and accuracy with that shot. It took time, and I think he figured it out at the end of last season anyway. I think somebody said that his last 15 games he scored 15. Okay, which is pretty darn good, and kind of what you expect Caulfield to do in stretches. I think he's going to score 40 this year. He's just a natural goal scorer, and it's been really nice to see the other areas of his game push up when he didn't struggle, or when he struggled to score, because I find a lot of those the players who are, their bread and butter is just putting the puck in the net, and that's what they're there for. When things don't go their way, it leads to more frustration and bad play. Whereas Caulfield elevated himself in other areas on top of continuing to push to score. So he's got his head on straight, and at least on the ice. I don't know about everything else. You never know with young players, especially in Montreal. But on the ice, he's pushing in the right direction. And already with 4 goals in 3 games here, he looks ready to go. I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the top 10 in goals this year in the NHL.
Yeah, that good. Wow. No, Andrew, this has been awesome. Thank you for giving up some of your Thanksgiving Sunday for me and for my viewers. And excited to see what happens with Game Over Vancouver. I will be sharing, promoting, and trying to watch as much as I can. But keep up the great work, man. I had a blast working with you for a year and a half, and I know you're going to continue to do some really good things.
Thanks so much, Clay. And honestly, it's nice to see you out here and doing stuff. I know that we couldn't, get together to do everything this season where you'd be involved with Game Over Vancouver, but of course, always welcome on any of our shows. We love you. And, one of the cool things about this whole Game Over process has just been to get to know so many incredible people. And it's not just working with them. You mentioned Alyssa, she's not able to be with us this year. She's moving on to different things. She's coaching in Quebec City right now, a young girls team, which is so cool. Audie couldn't come back, but I still have relationships with all of these folks, friendships. And that part is like really special to me, because I'm just astonished every single time that we open this up, the quality of people, not just in terms of talent and like hockey knowledge, but just the quality of people out there. And, politically, this is also motivating me. I've gotten into community organizing, and one of the things that I want to do with Game Over is start to break some barriers a little bit and have people in general understand that people are just people. Most of us want the same things, which is just to have a secure, normal life where we can love our family, work on our passions, contribute to our community. And if we focus on that, there's going to be a lot less hate out there. So that's the number one for what I'm doing in Game Over. In everything, I'm very laser focused on building that community locally, in my block, and nationally with Game Over, and hopefully, pie in the sky. It would be great if we could have an international impact if we get that big. But I really want to focus on, that leading with kindness and understanding people and getting to know people. And, most people are very good. They're very good, Clay. They're good people. That's what we got to focus on.
I'm with you. I'm with your brother. Well, best of luck to you. Enjoy the rest of the weekend with your family, and I'll certainly connect with you soon. So keep up the great work, Andrew.
My pleasure. You as well, man.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Take care. Thanks again.
My pleasure. Bye.
Bye. All right, friends. That was Andrew Berkshire, head of the Game Over Network, putting a lot of heart and soul into it. And let's all support him and the wonderful hosts that are doing some good work across the country. Okay, it's time for a 10-minute break, and then we are ending the home stretch, the final 4 hours. Next up is Mark Pye of Canucks Digest, and we'll get into that in about 10 minutes or so. I can go for a quick walk, get some fresh air, and I'll see you in 10.
it's Kirk McLean here, and you're watching Clay's Canucks commentary.
Hello, Canucks fans. We are now entering our 21st hour of this 24-hour live stream. So 20 hours down, 4 hours to go. My next guest, so excited to talk to Mark. He's backstage just waiting, champing at the, no, he's not, but he is waiting. Mark, I'll bring you in about, perfect, 2 thumbs up, 2 or 3 minutes, Mark. Just let me do my top of hour things. So welcome. If you've been here all 20 hours, you're amazing. If you've been in and out, that's fine too. And if you're just joining us right now for the last 4 hour stretch, that is fine as well. This is how you get involved in today's stream. You can subscribe to the channel so you get active in the chat section. You can like the video. You can leave a donation. You can gift a membership, buy your own channel membership, upgrade your own membership, and you can use your monthly membership message, your triple M, as I like to call it. If you want to support me as well, you can buy some Canuck Clay merch at canuckclay.threadless.com. Let's hear from our quick ad read from our channel sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts Real Estate. Thank you to my channel sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts Real Estate. At Van City Experts, their experience, knowledge, and expertise can serve you well in navigating through the real estate market and will help you to choose the best home or condo in the greater Vancouver area that best suits your and your family's needs. 2 more announcements. Number 1, if you want to see the full schedule, but I can tell you, it's Mark, it's Jeff Paterson, it's Sara Civian, and then we wrap up. Those are the final 4 hours. But if you want to see the schedule in print, tinyurl.com/CanuckClay24. And finally, we know that the next hour at 7 a.m., I'm opening up the entry form, a chance for you to win a pair of tickets to the Canucks versus Flames on November 12th at Rogers Arena. But you have to enter the contest to do so. And you can do that during the 7 o'clock hour after we are done here. So you get 1 entry for entering, and you get up to 5 bonus entries for the 5 bonus words, names that I've dropped throughout the stream. I've already given you 4. And here is the 5th and final bonus word. And you got to spell it right. It is indeed Paterson. Petterson. So once again, double T, double S, but only 1 R. Petterson. I don't need Elias. I don't need EP40. I don't need alien, whatever they call them, alien. Just go Paterson. 10 letters, and that's all we need in the box when you fill out your entry form. And there you go. You now have all 5 bonus words. If you have all 5, consider yourself at an advantage over someone who may only have 1. Okay, I'm going to bring on my next guest. Him and his content creating partner doing some really, really good work, and I want him to be able to share it with all of you, tell you a bit behind the inspiration and just what plans they have for their rapidly growing channel. So please welcome my friend Mark from Canucks Digest. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on.
My pleasure. And is your last name, because you can imagine kind of the combinations of permutations I get with mine. It's actually Emo, not Imu or Emu. Is it Pie or is it Pie?
Yeah, it's like pie, like an apple pie almost.
Apple pie. All right. That sounds good. And I'll take everyone behind the curtain, Mark, when I asked you, admittedly late, but I did want to get you guys on or get you on. And I was like, oh shoot, but I only have like 6 a.m. left. And you said to me, actually, that's pretty good because I'm back east in the Maritimes, right?
Yeah, I'm in Newfoundland, so the farthest east you can go.
Now, so do you ever say that on this? Like, I do watch your things, but and not like you pronounce you're from, from there all the time. But is that something that most of your viewers know, that you are from back east?
I kind of hint at it, especially doing some late videos. Sometimes I stumble words because sometimes it's 4 a.m. when I am recording a couple after the game shows and stuff like that. So it does get difficult, but I think most of the viewers know, especially if they watch towards comment of the day and stuff like that. So,
right, because you're right. Imagine a game like last night that doesn't start till about 7:15 or 7:10, and then it ends here 9:30, or shootout overtime 9:45, 10. That is what, 2:30 your time.
Yeah, so we're 4.5 hours ahead of you guys. So it does get a little tough watching most of the games, but I've been powering through it. I'm going to get through all 82 games this year.
I'm very impressed. That's amazing. Okay, so Mark, tell everyone a little bit about your channel and who you create with, where people can find you, and then I want to ask you a couple questions about the channel, ask you a couple questions about the Canucks, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, so I'm one of the co-hosts on Canucks Digest. We just do short, kind of 8-minute videos, just keeping you up to date on the Canucks itself. Digest is almost a big company. One of my friends started actually. Have you ever seen
Oh,
Raptors Digest? Ben Rogers,
yep.
he did start this. So there's a network of a bunch of us. There's Raptors Digest, Leafs, Habs, Canucks. There's baseball teams. There's soon to be more teams. So it's a growing company, but it's fun to just see all these networks kind of come together, collab, and it's awesome to hop on live shows like this as well.
Oh, that's great. No, that's awesome. And then who's your collab partner on the show?
So Griffin, I didn't know him going into. We started Canucks Digest. I think it was January. We got Griffin in a few months. Me and him clicked real well. He's from Ontario,
Yeah.
so he is pretty far east as well. But both of us love the Canucks, so it was cool to find someone with the same wavelength as me.
Oh, that's cool, Mark. And are you originally from Vancouver? You've always lived out east?
No, so I'm from Newfoundland. The biggest thing is
Yeah.
with my family, some stayed in Newfoundland and the rest moved to BC. So that's where I kind of got the passion for the Canucks, seeing my first game there and everything.
Oh, cool. So, we're learning all the secrets. You are in Newfoundland, Griffin's in Ontario, and yet you have a show that's doing very well called Canucks Digest. I love it. I love it. Now I'm looking at the channel, and you guys are growing. Like, you're basically going to hit 5,000 today or over the weekend. And I look at, it's such a consistency to your thumbnails. Like, I'm sure your content. I know your content's good because I watch it, and you guys both know your stuff. You're both articulate. Your thumbnails remarkably consistent. Like one guy in a circle and one guy outside of the circle, basically. Who does they're quite good.
So with the thumbnails, we have like almost a generator. So a lot of it is kind of, we put the pictures in, you kind of make your design, and it keeps everything relatively the same for like a consistent thing. So viewers might look and say, hey, we know what channel this is just by the thumbnail. So it's not going to be kind of all over the place, which is not a bad thing. I think changing things up, we have tried to change things. We'll throw a couple bigger pictures and it changed it up, but we kind of like the style of the consistency on it, just so viewers might look and be like, hey, we know that's Canucks Digest.
Yeah, and you have the most varying pictures of Rutherford Alvin and Talking on here. It's quite impressive. No, it's very good. Hey, so I was looking at this. Why do you think you guys are growing as quickly as you are?
That's a good question, honestly. Sometimes I ask myself the same. I think the biggest thing is, I know we try to do daily videos, which does help with reaching out to people seeing that, maybe getting the consistent, hey, we know there's going to be an 8 to 10 minute video with the Canucks. But honestly, I'm surprised. I'm sure a lot of people are surprised, but I don't take it for granted. It's awesome to see. Just growing a community is the biggest thing. Seeing people like kind of watch the Canucks, be able to reach out to people that watch the Canucks. I know the big reason behind me wanting to do the Canucks Digest was being in Newfoundland. There's no real coverage of the Canucks. I mean, everything we get pushed down to our throats is pretty much the Habs. You get a lot of the Leafs, stuff like that. So having something where I can talk about the Canucks, keep up to date, show other people that are maybe on the East Coast like I am as well, was a big inspiration on it.
No, that's awesome. And then, do you and Griffin, do you text back and forth, DM back and forth, saying this is what we're going to talk about? Or do you kind of just, before you press record, just chat for 5 or 10 minutes about how you're going to do it?
Oh, no, we talk constantly. I mean, that first game with the Flames, I think we've sent a lot of messages that I will not say, but we do talk a lot. We talk about more than just hockey. It's like a growing friendship. I'm actually going to go up and meet him sometime within this year. So it's awesome to kind of get a friendship from it as well.
Yes. So I love your titles of your first two videos corresponding with the first two games. No way this just happened. And the title and the thumbnail is "This is brutal." And then your second one is "It somehow got worse." And your thumbnail is "Oh no."
Yeah.
So I want to see Canucks throttle or whatever. And then a big happy face on it. So one more question about the channel. And then let's talk about the actual Canucks. Is there a type of video that you see that does better? Do you notice that? Did you grow a lot during the playoffs, or has it been more of the offseason moves when the Canucks sign a free agent? Or generally, is there a rhyme or reason or formula to the videos that do better for you, or is it really just kind of fluky how it goes up and down?
Our biggest videos came right after the Canucks got knocked out of the playoffs with all the media scrums, with players looking to leave, exit, stuff like this. That was a
Yeah.
big part. The offseason free agency was quite big. Going into the season, I know you know the same thing. There's a big dry spell between
Yes.
free agency into preseason. It's so hard to talk about Thatcher Demko for 15 straight videos. But I think the biggest thing is it's kind of not fluky in a way, but also fluky. There could be a video that I look at and be like, hey, this is going to do awesome. And next thing I know, we get no views on it. And then
Yeah.
there could be a video that I do and I think it's going to do awful. And then next thing you know, it has 15,000 views on it. So it's a little hard to track, but I think the consistency is the biggest part of it.
Yes, consistency, and then you're coming up regularly on recommended videos or whatever it may be. I think that's the biggest thing, right? With you, the YouTube algorithm is so tricky. You just never know.
Yeah. No, it's
You
hard
just
to kind of pinpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's talk about this team for a bit, Mark. You've watched both games, I'm sure, painstakingly into the. That must be hard, right? You're like, I stayed up till 2 o'clock to watch this ending, but or maybe you're not like that. I know I would be.
No, sometimes it gets difficult. I mean, the first game, it wasn't as bad as it was quite exciting, but the last one, it wasn't the 4 or 5 goal game. So it did get tricky. I'm going to be honest, I did fall asleep during the third for a bit of it. But staying up, if they get blown out, if it's a 4-0, 5-0, it does get kind of hard to do.
Yeah, for sure. And then you guys then nailed the video after the game.
So Griffin did take that one over. I had to be up early that morning. I did watch the
Yeah.
game, but I wasn't able to get into the video. But yeah, no, Griffin, as soon as the game finished, prepped the video, got into it, and put it out right away.
Wow. So you guys put it out before you go to bed that night, technically.
Yeah.
Wow. That's impressive. And then it gets viewership and traction overnight.
Yeah, so when you look at it, the biggest thing is you'll get a bit of traction overnight, and then once it gets to around noon in BC. But the nice thing is just having it out there, so anyone that's an early morning rise or anything like
Right.
that will have the video kind of there before work.
Right. And then otherwise, if you hold it to the next day, every hour you wait, I guess it becomes less and less timely, right?
Yeah, and the big thing is too with the Canucks, there's so many rumors, there's so much popping out. We don't want to kind of not put that video out, wait till the morning, and then something bigger come out, and then we're kind of stuck in the sense of, hey, what do we want to record at this point?
Yeah, great point. That's a really, really good point. Okay, so you, despite falling asleep for a little bit in the third, you've watched both games, correct?
Yep.
So early impressions, and as you can imagine, Mark, people on my stream, whether it's media, content creators like us, or fans, there's the wide spectrum. There's sky is falling, we can't even win, we can't even da da da, or hey, it's only 2 games and this team has 1/3 of its roster completely brand new. They need a bit of time. Where do you sit with that?
So the biggest thing is I don't like how slow-footed they've came out. I mean, we've seen this Tocchet system. He wants them to play a certain way. We've seen him play this way, but I don't think it's a big panic mode. I mean, we're without our starting goaltender. Like you said, there's so many new faces. I mean, PD has a brand new line. It's one of these things. There's going to be a bit of growing pain. I think PD is a big one that a lot of people kind of bash on for his play. And in a sense, I understand he has this new contract. He has a lot of expectations from this just fan base, but he's a guy that what was it last year? Mikheyev, he got mixed with Hoglander. There's so
Yeah.
many line mates. I think finally having the consistent line mates of Jake DeBrusk and whoever they decide to put on, because it seems like that other wing spot is kind of getting rotated now. But I think once he figures things out, once he gels with these new line mates, that's going to elevate his game. We'll see more consistency. I mean, Shilov's had a bit of a stinker of a game. Lankinen looked good for his game. But the biggest thing is without Demko, a new defense, I wouldn't panic yet. I don't want to talk about the Oilers, but we've seen the Oilers play quite bad hockey to start the year last year, and they made it to Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. The first couple of games doesn't mean anything. If it's December and we're playing like this, panic at that point. But right now,
Right.
I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, Oilers having a great start to this season too. Maybe that's their plan, man. They're like, why waste our energy before Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got you're not worried about yeah, and I'm kind of with you too. And it's obviously you're not going to make the playoffs going 0-82, so they're going to have to start getting over 500. But yeah, 2 games in, And I think you're right. It's a brand new roster and a weird exhibition schedule that had them basically playing before they were even practicing. It was just a bunch of weird stuff. So I'm kind of with you. So when you observe these 4 new forwards, let's start with them. DeBrusk, Heinen, Sherwood, and Sprong. Sprong's kind of been the one who's kind of all over the place, and you kind of hinted at that. He was on PD. He's a PD's line to start the game, but he's never on PD's line to finish the game. So what do you think of these 4 forwards and kind of what you've seen already and what your expectations are for them?
The first thing I want to say, Sherwood looked incredible in my opinion. I mean, watching the Nashville series, he was the pain in our butts. Watching this guy go out, lay hits, be physical, score goals. He's everything you want out of a bottom 6 guy. And I think it was game 1 that Tocchet had him play on 3 different lines in 3 straight shifts. It felt like Tocchet trusts this guy. I love his game. I think he's an excellent fit, especially when we get Dakota Joshua back. You kind of have a 1A, 1B wrecking ball crew coming out on different lines. Denton Hyman has looked good. I think his speed looks nice, defensive game. He adds an aspect to maybe the top 6 if he does stay there all year. Sprong's an interesting one. I mean, we've seen him open up with a power play goal to start the year. It looked incredible. And then, like you said, it felt like we watched him bump down to the 4th line, not play a period. I think there's growing pains. I think once Tocchet does convince him to hop into the system, to buy into it, we'll see a different side of Sprong. And Jake DeBrusk, it might be a little far-fetched, but I think he's going to score 35 this year once he does figure things out with PD.
Yeah, seeing him live, I like DeBrusk's speed. I like he's got decent size, and he's smart. We saw that on the pass to Besser for Besser's goal on Wednesday night. So I agree with you. I share your optimism, and ultimately, are you fine? I don't know if you saw the lines from today, Mark. They changed them up during the practice. Are you fine with the way that they have the lines right now, or do you think it's time for it to change already, just 2 games in?
Is that where they put Höglander up on PD's line again?
They actually put Höglander with Miller and Besser, and they put Heinen with PD and DeBrusk.
Okay, I don't mind it as long as PD has the fast swingers. I mean, we've seen Mikheyev be fast, but there was a whole different story on why he couldn't really contribute on that line. But I don't mind the switch up, especially early season. We're going into game 3. If we end up losing in overtime again, it's not going to be ideal, but we at least know the team's still trying to compete. I'd like them to play harder against maybe a team that finished as a bottom 10 team last year. But I don't mind the switch ups. I do wish Tocchet would maybe go into the game and say, hey, here's our 4. We're going to try running these 4 lines for a majority of the game. But I mean, he's getting paid the big money. I'm not. So I can't really say anything about him switching lines during the games.
Yes, for sure. And then you have on the blue line, you have Derek Forbort, nice pass to Bluger, and you have Vincent Desharnais, was a healthy scratch in game 2 already. Maybe not a big deal. He seemed to have a good attitude about it, and with Noah Juleson kind of rotating in for him. So, and it's pretty scary, right, Mark, when you see Tyler Myers go down within the first couple minutes, and then you're like, if he doesn't come back, our depth chart is basically Hronek, Desharnais, Juleson, Friedman. I'm not sure if that's the strongest I've ever seen.
No, the biggest thing with Forbort, I do like his play. I do love his pass. That pass was incredible. But I feel like all these giants on the back end, they really need to bring in a puck mover. We've seen them go get Brandstrom. I thought he had a legitimate chance to maybe hop in as an extra defenseman. But seeing Myers go down, seeing the struggles of Desharnais, I do think he'll pick it up. He really did talk about how it's going to be growing pains. I mean, you've seen Myers from game 1 last year into game 82. He looked like a brand new player in the system. So I don't think we can panic yet. I do want to see another move from maybe someone that can move the puck a little better. But as of right now, I'm not too worried on the defense.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And then what do you think of both Shilovs and Lankin in their respective season debuts?
I thought Shilovs looked a little shaky. I think he looked well until the Canucks kind of fell into this, we don't really want to play anymore, that we're up this much. I think he can bounce back. We've seen him in the playoffs last year. We've seen him throughout his entire career in just playing in any level. He can really figure things out. So I do think he can come back and kind of bounce back from that. I thought Lankinen looked awesome. I'm surprised the Canucks actually got him for that cheap that far into the offseason. I think the goalies are good. I do like to see Demko get back in maybe the next month or 2. Not in the sense of I'm worried about the goaltenders, but more of, hey, we want to get him into more reps. We can decrease his workload, but it would still be nice to see Demko get onto the ice, really.
No, I agree with you. And that's a great point, Mark, you made about Lankinen. It's almost you need guys, right, to outplay their contracts or at least play up to them. But if he's making 900 grand, and they kind of misplayed their hand, him and his agent, but what a steal if he ends up being our number one until Demko comes back and he ends up being the backup to Demko. You can put Shelov's down in Abbotsford without waivers. What a steal for 900,000.
Oh, no, I know. It's crazy. I honestly could have expected him getting $2 million going into free agency, but I guess, like you said, his agent kind of fumbled it, and the Canucks got a good hand out of it.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, I like Lankinen a lot. Okay. The other polarizing thing or person, I should say, and same reasoning, it's only 2 games. Let's not panic versus, well, this guy, you're making $11.6 million is where do you stand on Paterson? And I've seen the whole range today of opinions on him from everyone that's been in the stream.
I mean, you look at Paterson, every fan, even if they say they love him, which everyone does love Petey, but everyone wants to see him hit that next level. I mean, we've seen him in his first ever playoffs. I think it was nearly a point per game. We've seen him really dominate, and his line mates since then. This season looks good, but leading up to the season, it was kind of just a mismatch of different bottom 6 guys getting thrown on his wing. I think Petey bounces back. I'm hoping it happens sooner rather than later, so fans really don't turn on him. But I do expect a good season from him. Yeah,
for sure. And who's your favorite Canucks player, Mark?
On the current roster right now, that's a tough one. Petey is up there. JT Miller's really stole my heart. Carson Soucy is a bit of an underrated one as well, as I just like his shutdown play. Yeah, I don't know if I can put my finger on one. How about you?
Yeah, I used to like Horvat when he was here, and I know of the players now, I really like Brock Besser. I like his attitude. He seems just like an all-around good guy, and battled through so much adversity. And of course, I'm drawn to Hughes and Petey just because of their skill. I think DeBrus is going to be pretty interesting player too. But right now, if I had to pick one, it is indeed Brock for sure.
Yeah, no, Brock's been stellar. They just got to lock him up. That's the problem here now.
I know, it's pretty crazy. By the way, completely unrelated, but I just curious. I have a sense. How tall are you? Because I just have a sense. I've never seen you stand up in one of your videos. Not like why would you have to, but or at least a full body shot. You look like you're really tall.
I'm like 6'1", 6'2" barefoot.
Okay. Barefoot. Okay. Yeah, I'm 5'6". Unless I need a haircut, then I'm 5'6.5". Okay. So where do you think the Canucks wind up when all is said and done at the end of the season?
I think they can finish top of their division again. I think once they kind of get back into the mojo of things, getting their footing and buying into the system, I do think they can finish it. I do think they might push for the Stanley Cup Finals. I know it's super optimistic for a lot of people looking at this as not a Canucks fan, but the way they played last year, the hunger they kind of built losing to the Oilers in that Game 7 without Brock, without Demko, I do think a fully Canucks healthy team could push for the Stanley Cup Finals. It's going to be tough. I mean, there's so many good teams in the West, let alone going to the finals against the East team. But I think there is a legitimate chance they can do this.
And so I asked this of a couple of my other guests. Obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously for you because maybe you anticipated it, but the Canucks exceeded expectations. They take the eventual Stanley Cup runner-up to 7 games. Didn't have their starting goalie or their number 1 right winger. But when the smoke cleared at the end of that playoff series, Mark, how did you reflect back on last year's season? We're like, oh, this is pretty good, unexpected, or was your thinking, well, we got this far, why? This is kind of disappointing, actually.
It was a bit of a bummer losing in Game 7, especially to the Oilers. I mean, that was just kind of the pushing point of it. But the biggest thing is it was disappointing, but it was almost a breath of fresh air of, hey, we are a team that can compete. This is a team of people that want to compete and that can go into this and compete to win a Stanley Cup. With the newest additions, I do want to give Alvin his flowers. I think he has been outstanding as the Canucks GM. I mean, he didn't have a high ceiling after going through the Benning era, but having Alvin there, having this team, talk it, everything like that, a bit disappointing on losing in Game 7, but it kind of made me motivated going into the season on what they can kind of just achieve.
That makes a lot of sense for sure. So then, when they lost to Edmonton, I'm not sure if you respect Edmonton because they're a good team, they got good players, or if it annoyed you, or you like or don't like McDavid and Draisaitl. So the fact that it was the Oilers and the fact that it's likely, you never know, Vegas might creep back up or whatever, but a lot of pundits are picking it's going to be Vancouver and Edmonton fighting again. Do you like that matchup, or is this going to be a Toronto-Boston thing where like, great, we have to play them again in the playoffs?
I'm kind of excited because the biggest thing was, I'm not sure if you noticed this through social media, there was a lot of tension between the fan base. There was a lot of bad tension, but for the most part, it was a lot of diehard fans cheering for their team. Two West Coast teams fighting for the team, being Canada's team, which is the Canucks, I know. But the biggest thing with this is I don't love the Oilers as a whole, but you need to respect their team. I mean, McDavid's one of the best players we've ever seen. You have so many top-end talent on that team. Watching the games are exciting, especially when the Canucks are winning. So I do respect them. I do like a lot of the roster. And I think a game, like just a 7-game series between the two teams, again, would be awesome to watch. What's your thoughts really on that?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And I think it sounds so cliche, Mark, but if you're going to have to beat every team eventually. And so I don't worry so much that, we're going to have to match up with them unless one of us sucks and we're wild card. Yeah, we're not going to have to match up with them until the second round every year. And what a great litmus test. What a great, to play against a team that has the best player in the world and another top 5 player. So, and I do think the Canucks match up. And that's not me, Mark, being a homer or the president of the Good Looking Canucks Positivity Club. I just think the Canucks do match up quite well, especially, and it's we can't say for sure that the Canucks would have won it with Demko and Besser, but come on, I think they make more than a 1 goals difference. I really do.
Yeah, no, because I mean, Besser alone, we've seen him explode in the playoffs. And even though the goaltending was elite, having a guy like Demko would probably make the team a little more easier going into it, looking at who they had. So I think if they replayed it again with both players healthy, I think the Canucks do have a huge shot of winning that. I mean, we've seen the Oilers make it to Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals, and that could have been the Canucks. Maybe the Canucks match up better against the Panthers, even though that team still looks scary going into this year. But the West is strong. Dallas is another team that scares me. Vegas is going to have $10 million in extra cap around deadline somehow again. But I think it's going to be a fun playoffs, and I do really, truly think, not even being a homer, just the Canucks could make some noise again.
No, I agree with you that way for sure. Mark, do you have any other teams that you like to follow? You might not create content about them, but a second or third favorite team behind the Canucks?
So growing up in Newfoundland, my family was kind of split down the middle of people living in BC and people living here. All my family from Newfoundland are Leafs fans, and all my family from British Columbia are Vancouver fans. So I do kind of cheer for both teams. The first ever game I seen was the Canucks, Roberto Luongo shutting out the St. Louis Blues. I was so young. I thought they were booing them when they were saying Lou, but it was Blue. So the Canucks has always been my team, but growing up in Newfoundland when I was young, it was hard to let my parents, convince my parents to let me watch a Canucks game, especially how late it was on. So I did watch a lot of Leafs games, kind of watching games with my family and stuff. The Canucks are my number 1. The Leafs are number 2. I do like having the East and West team. I mean, you can watch a Leafs game going straight into a Canucks game. So it's like a doubleheader for me. If it goes to the Stanley Cup Finals, Leafs versus Canucks, I'm Canucks all day, though.
Okay, just checking, just making sure. Oh, that's pretty crazy. And then when did you start to realize, like, I'm not sure if you did stuff before Canucks Digest, Mark, but when did you realize that you're comfortable in front of a camera, you're comfortable in front of a microphone, and maybe it's a passion project of yours, like talking about your favorite hockey team. But when did you start to develop this knack for, at least, hey, I don't mind being in front of the camera and doing these things?
I don't even say I'm fully comfortable still. I'm more of a reserved person in public. If you looked at me a year and a half ago and said, hey, you're going to be making YouTube videos and 10,000 people might watch a video, I would have laughed. I think the biggest thing is kind of getting into it. I wanted to kind of get out of my shell of, not that I'm awkward around people, but I kind of keep to myself in a lot of public settings. I will go out with friends. I'll chat with people that I might not know, but I'm not great at public speaking, so that was always one of those things that kind of held me back from it. But once I did get onto Canucks Digest, it kind of grew on me right away. And just the passion for this team, passion for seeing how much people enjoyed the videos, keeping up to date on the team was kind of the motivation for me to continue doing it and just kind of get over that fear going into it.
Oh, that's awesome, man. No, good for you. That's really good. And what's Griffin's background when it comes to content creation, broadcasting? What's he studying? What's he doing for work? Like, what's he up to?
So with Griffin, this is the first YouTube channel that he's been on, I believe. He's an inspiring filmmaker. He does work on some solo films, stuff like that in Ontario. So I think the biggest thing was just kind of being wanting to be a director and just kind of going into just the film industry and stuff like that, taking the next step into an industry of live streams or just putting out content was something on his box that he wanted to tick off. So we kind of meshed on that, got together, and so far it's been working out good. And it's awesome to see Griffin kind of growing into the role of just being online and stuff like that, going into being a filmmaker. And it's just fun.
And how'd you guys meet each other?
So with that, with the Digest Media, they kind of connected us together, and just right off the bat, we kind of connected. I was kind of worried I'd maybe get a co-host that wasn't really on the same wavelength, but since he joined the channel, we've been talking constantly. I think it's an everyday thing, just about the games, about news, about anything in general, really.
That's wonderful. That's really, really good. Well, let's do this, Mark. For the last 5 minutes, I'm going to invite all the viewers. If you have any questions for Mark, either in terms of his content creation, his ideas on the Canucks this season, what's it like living in Newfoundland as a Canucks fan, whatever it may be, I'm going to invite anyone from the chat to ask you a question, and then for the last few minutes together, and then we'll kind of go from there. And while we're waiting, what's your plans for Thanksgiving weekend?
I'm just going to spend it with family. And I have a few family members coming over today and tomorrow. So eating as much food as I can and trying to stay awake for most of it.
Yeah, no, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Hey, is it true that in Newfoundland too, that there's a lot of there's Montreal, Toronto, and Boston? Is there the Boston fans as well?
Yeah, so it's a real big mix of Habs and Leafs fans. You do have a lot of Boston fans. My family always used to say they just wanted to be different from everyone else. But it is a big split. I have a few friends that are Detroit fans. I have a friend that's an Anaheim Ducks fan. So it's kind of over the place, but the majority is Leafs and Habs and Boston as well.
Yeah, no, I like that. That's a good answer. Rink asks, who's Canada's goalie for the Four Nations Cup? Sam Montembeau. Who's Hofer?
St. Louis is backup, I believe.
Oh, okay. Oh, is he good? I don't even know anything about him.
I don't know a lot about him either.
Because when I hear Canada's, like, you hear Aiden Hill, you hear Jordan Bennington, you hear Skinner, Montembeau. I know he had a good start to the season. I don't know, like this. I think goes out saying that this is probably the weakest part of the Team Canada's team. But do you have any favorite Canadian goalies?
Looking at the goalies this year first, it seems like Canada was always so strong between the pipes, and now it seems like that's one of their weakest things. I mean, on the picture behind me, we have Roberto Luongo on this team. We have Carey Price was another goaltender that played through it. Fleury. Having these guys either not in the league or kind of at the age limit now for it, it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of bounce back on between the pipes. I mean, you look at other teams. I mean, Russia alone has Sorokin, Shesterkin, and I don't even know who else, but two of those are better than anyone Canada has at the moment.
I know, and the U.S. has an embarrassment of riches with Hellebuck, Demko, Ottinger, and Swayman, right? So, gosh, now that makes me sad. That makes me a little bit scared, but that's okay. Yeah, and also Andre Vasilevsky and who's Kochi? Trying to think of which Russian goalie that is. It's okay. Point being, Canada's probably the weakest of the four countries. Are you looking forward to that Four Nations face-off, or do you think it's too gimmicky?
I think it's going to be fun. Just as much hockey as I can kind of digest is going to be fun to watch. I mean, if you throw
Yeah.
on a game from 4 years ago, I'll still watch that anyways. So I think it's going to be fun, but I do want to see the Olympics more than anything.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. Raymond asked, what type of teams would be optimal for Desharnais to play against? Well, I can say not teams that aren't fast. The Canucks seem to miss the Stanley Cup winning experience and calming presence of Ian Cole. So yeah, maybe a quick word on Desharnais and a quick word on is Ian Cole, is that departure a big loss or not?
So with Desharnais, I did like watching him on the Oilers last year. The biggest thing is he kind of said this going into this team. He wants to grow in this Tocchet system, and I kind of said it
Yeah.
earlier. Where watching Tyler Myers from Game 1 into Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs felt like a completely different person, minus the full 6'7" of him. That was the same going into it. But watching the way he grew in the system makes me feel like Desharnais can do the exact same thing, especially with the young Absford team coming up. I do like having this physicality. I do want a puck moving defenseman. Losing Ian Cole was a little rough, but I think the Canucks went out, got those hard-nosed guys. I mean, we're going to see Alvin make another probably dozen moves going into the deadline. So losing Cole wasn't great, but I think bringing in Desharnais, give it a couple of games, and we're going to see him kind of move into this role of a light version of Tyler Myers, really.
Right. Yeah, the Canucks defense is so big still, even with, and because Ian Cole's not the biggest, but he was sturdy. Obviously, Zadorov, big, but then you replace Zadorov with Forbert, Cole and Zadorov with Forbert and Desharnais, so you're just as big. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. No,
No wonder-
talking about.
no- yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was going
No,
to
go
say
ahead.
talking about Zadorov. I mean, did you see Lindholm, how well he's been playing on Boston
Yeah.
so far?
Yeah. It's pretty crazy. And, Lindholm was good. Like a couple of people that have asked me who aren't Vancouver fans, just what was the reaction from Vancouver fans? And I don't know if you'd agree with me. They had nothing against the players, but I think many fans would justify not resigning them, saying that they're both Lindholm and Zadorov might be a little bit overpaid in Boston.
I think Zadorov was one of my favorites last year. I mean,
Yeah,
we've seen him turn the tides in games throwing hits. He scored a goal in the playoffs, but I think the length of the contract with him being 29, I think it's a 6-year deal. I think it's going to age quite badly. And I'm not saying I hope it does, but for Boston team's sake, I do hope they kind of struggle a bit. Lindholm didn't fit the team too well, so I'm not too upset about the move.
Okay, no, that's fair. So yeah, I can tell Lindholm's not one of your favorite players then.
No, I do love Lindholm. I thought he played great on the team, but paying that much for someone to play maybe a third line center role wasn't probably in Alvin's books.
Yeah, no, I got you. By the way, the picture behind you, is that 2010 Olympic gold?
Yeah. That's in Vancouver 2010. It's hard to see with the ring light shining, but
yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool. No, you can tell you're a pro with the ring light. No, that's awesome. So once again, Mark, thank you for your time. Where can people find all your good work? Canucks Digest?
You can find me on Canucks Digest. I do a NHL channel where we talk about the entirety of the league. That would be on Hattrick HQ as well. I got to get active on social media. I don't really post anything on Twitter, so you can follow me on Twitter if you want. It's Mark_, I think, Pi as well.
Awesome. No, Mark, I really appreciate you taking some time, especially on this Thanksgiving weekend. And thank you for not even just filling in, for stepping up a little bit late and helping me fill this time. And I'm excited. I got 2.5 hours to go, 3.5 hours to go. I think I can make it. But
for sure.
Yeah, I know. We're home stretch for sure. But you've been great. And when's the next time you're gonna be out in Vancouver?
So I've actually been looking at it. I almost booked a flight to come up and watch the Canucks play against the Flyers. I'm kind of glad I never, because that would have been a bad game to watch. But I think I'm going to try to make it up in either December or just in the new year. I'm definitely coming up. I'd love to meet a bunch of people, meet everyone that's content creating to fans of the team. So I'm going to be up for sure. It's just a matter of trying to figure out how to get up there and not pay an arm and a leg to fly from the East Coast.
No, exactly. Yeah, start tracking those flights now. Well, make sure you let me know when you're in town. Would love to catch up and meet you in person for sure.
And thank you for having me on. This has been an awesome experience.
No, that's great, Mark. So good luck with you and Griffin, and we'll all follow Canucks Digest from here. And then, I expect to hopefully when you visit over the Christmas break, that maybe we can catch up a little bit. But keep up the great work, man, and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Take care.
See you.
Pye. So that is Mark Pye of Canucks Digest. I didn't ask him how to pronounce Griffin's last name because I probably going to butcher it. Speaking of desire to have proper pronunciations of last names, but yeah, they are doing some good work, and I see their videos pop up on my stream on my feed all the time, and it's just two guys, kind of like Parker and me, just two guys who love the team, just kind of talking and breaking down games and talking about the team, and it's kind of cool to learn that. Well, in setting up for this, to learn that Marcus in Newfoundland and his partner, content creating partner Griffin, is in Ontario. So you got two guys on Canucks Digest, and neither of them live in Vancouver, and that's fine. They're obviously doing very well with it, and their channel is growing very, very quickly, which is awesome. Okay, friends, we have 10 minutes to go for this hour, and then just before I bring Jeff on at 7, Jeff Paterson, I will open up the entry form for the contest. So once again, I'll take a couple minutes to explain it right now. At 7 o'clock, you can go to tinyurl.com/CanuckClay 24 hours. You can go there now and see what's going on, but the form itself isn't open yet. And it's a draw that we're going to do in the last hour of the stream. There's a pair of tickets to Canucks versus Calgary on November 12th. Then you can also win a $50 van base card, a $25 van base card. And then we're going to do a bonus draw called the Canuck Clay Experience. And I will explain that. In when we do the actual draw just after 9 o'clock. So once again, just before 7 o'clock, I will open up the form at this website, tinyurl.com/CanuckClay 24 hours. Yes, Mr. Fuji, I have given the bonus word, the 5th bonus word for sure. Let's ask Jeff Paterson why he wants to trade Petey. Why did he say that he wants to trade Petey? Yeah, no, I'll really excited to have J Pat on. Really excited with the quality of the Canadian media that came on, the Canucks media. Dan Murphy, Rob Williams, Patrick Johnson, Rick Dollywall, Ian McIntyre, and then Jeff Paterson in about 20 minutes or so. So that should be really, really good. Okay, friends, I got 7 minutes now where I can answer some of your questions as we head into the final 3 hours of today's live stream, today's 24-hour live stream. So what else is on your mind? What do you want to ask me? And as we prepare for JPAT. Well, I'm going to try not to give it away, but that's a decent guess. I'm not going to say how decent is it, if it's right or not, but if you follow the other hints so far, the other bonus words, I think that's a decent guess, following the themes and trying to just predict what the final word would be. Oh, I guess I don't need these. You fell asleep at 4, but you're here. I can't remember. I have a very short-term memory right now. Mr. Fuji, what did I ask for you to answer? I have, but I'm glad that you are back. I hope you had a good rest. I'm looking forward. I hope I don't fall asleep in church, but that's a very real possibility. And then I'm going to have Gail drive us out to the soccer match on Sunday afternoon out in Langley for sure. Oh, you followed the other 4. Okay, gotcha. I see what you're saying. What are your thoughts on Kuchi? Kuchi is Konkadov. I don't know who that is. Unless it's that guy. Hold on. Carolina Hurricanes goalies. You're not saying Kochetkov, right? Carolina Hurricanes line combo. Okay, let's see what we got here. Yeah, Kochetkov. Okay, I just read it wrong. What did you say? Okay, not bad. Pretty close. Premature to talk about trading Paterson, even if his first year of extension does not include no trade or no move. Hope he does not turn into another Mitch Marner. I don't think so. I'm excited for it for sure. So for the link, we need to go back to the first stream that was on before you had to stop and then restart. So for the link, we need to go back to the first stream. Shannon, I'm not sure what you're asking. To enter the contest, no, you don't have to go back to the first one at all. If you're talking about how to access the entry form, no, you just go to tinyurl.com/CanuckClay24. Yeah, I think he's okay. I remember picking him up in my fantasy pool, but then I dropped him because I didn't like how I can't remember if I didn't like his play or if he just didn't play well for the weeks that I had him. But I do like Kochetkov. I really do. Okay, gonna put coffee on. I hope this URL site isn't complicated. No, it's probably the easiest form you're ever going to fill out. What? Kochetkov dropped the gloves against Brady Tkachuk? That's pretty impressive. Go on browser and leave this open. Got it. Thanks. Yeah, you can do that too. Why do people hate on Mitch? He plays on penalty kill, power play, and first or second line. It's more than some players in the league. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's just a heightened expectation for the core four in Toronto. Good question, though. Good question. Okay, friends, do you have any more questions for me? The last 2 or 3 minutes before I take a 10-minute break, get ready to open the contest form and get ready to welcome Jeff Paterson. Very excited to interview him. Yeah, I got 2 more minutes to answer questions if you have any. What do we got, you guys? I think Bluger has a breakout year paired up, right? That's fair. He is good. He is good. RSA, can you rate my fantasy team? Sure. Type it in the chat real quick, but it's got to be in the next 2 minutes. Is my ear okay? Yeah. You know, I was wearing the AirPods for a couple of the interviews, but there's no ringing. It doesn't hurt. And even Adrian clipped the video for me already. And I saw it. It actually doesn't look that hard, but I know when Kayla hit me, it felt really hard for sure. What do you think the main reason for Shelov's having a hard time tracking long shots? Great question, Raymond. I asked Kevin Woodley that, and Woodley did point out that Shelov's, as opposed to Demko and Lankinen, plays a bit lower. He explained to me the way he hunches his shoulders forward makes him naturally go into a lower crouching position. And it's experience too, I think. Kevin Woodley did say that can be taught how to fight through those things. But yeah, I think it's a combination of his stature and his inexperience for sure. I can't wait for what the rest of the season is going to look like. Yeah, it's early, but me too. Yeah, she caught me. I think if it wasn't a public live stream, maybe I would have gotten more mad at her. No more slap. Yeah, Helen, just because 24-hour live stream, I didn't do 24 dad jokes, but there will be one at the very end of the stream. Oh, you emailed it. Okay. I won't pull it up now because we got, I'm going to go to my break in about a minute. Karoya, good morning, Clay. How was the stream? Went to bed just before the Nuckhead interview. Okay, let's go. No, it was good, except the Nuckhead interview, the open house, Sean and Jake, Doodle Hockey, all great. But the YouTube recording, the stream cuts off after 12 hours, and that was hour 13, 14, 15, 16. However, I did do a local recording of it, thank goodness. So I will post that up by the end of Thanksgiving weekend. Okay, friends, Jeff Paterson is next. He's coming on in 10 minutes. In the meantime, I'm going to put up the countdown. I'm going to get a quick breath of fresh air and get ready for the final 3 hours of this stream. I will see you all in 10 minutes.
Hey everyone, it's Kirk McLean here, and you're watching Clay's Canucks commentary.
Hey, Canucks fans, we are truly in the home stretch. We have done 21 hours. We have 3 more hours to go. I can't wait for my next guest. I can't wait for these next 3 hours. And yes, to everyone who's been here for all 21 hours, you're amazing. If you've been in and out, that's fine too. And if you're coming just now for this hour, you are more than welcome to be here. So I see Jeff backstage. Good morning, Jeff. I'll bring you on in 2 to 3 minutes, if that's okay. Jeff's looking good, as he always does. But let me do my top of hour announcements real quick. You can subscribe to the channels. You get active in the chat section. You can like the video. You can leave a donation. You can gift a membership, buy your own membership, upgrade your membership, or use your monthly membership message. You can also support me by buying some Canuck Clay merch at canuckclay.threadless.com. Let's hear from our channel sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts Real Estate. Thank you to my channel sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts Real Estate. At Van City Experts, their experience, knowledge, and expertise can serve you well in navigating through the real estate market and will help you to choose the best home or condo in the greater Vancouver area that best suits your and your family's needs. 2 more announcements. The first one, if you want to see the full schedule for this weekend, you can go to tinyurl.com/CanuckClay24. But it's pretty simple. It's Jeff Paterson this hour. It's Sara Civian next hour. And then it's the wrap-up hour. So you can do that, though, if you want to see the full list or remind yourself of who you've watched, who you've listened to, or what you may have missed. And finally, the giveaway is now open. You have 45 minutes. You can enter while you're listening to Jeff and me speak together. And you can go to tinyurl.com/CanuckClay24 hours. So if you go there and you can enter into the contest, remember, 1 entry is automatic as long as you put all your details in properly. And if you were privy to any of the 5 bonus entries that I've dropped throughout the 24-hour live stream, make sure you get those in there as well. And then obviously you increase your chances to win. And what we are drawing for in the 9 o'clock hour is a pair of tickets to the Vancouver Canucks versus the Calgary Flames on Tuesday night, November the 12th. So I'm just typing it in the chat right now. And then you can go and fill this out, and it'll be open for the next 45 minutes. And then my son Sean will help me tabulate everything. And then we will do the draw at 9 o'clock. So I hope that all makes sense. Jeff, thank you for your patience. I'm going to bring you in right now. So without further ado, from Rink Wide, Vancouver, Canucks Army, and many other things. He's going to tell us all about them, and I want to ask him about them. Please welcome on the Sunday morning, Mr. Jeff Paterson. Good morning, Jeff.
Hey, Clay. How are you? How are you holding up?
What's that?
How are you holding up?
I'm fine. I've had a couple moments in the past 2 or 3 hours where I haven't yawned once, and which is great. That I shouldn't have said that because now I'm going to yawn. No. But I feel fine. Every last 10 minutes of every hour, a quick walk outside, quick bathroom break, rehydrate. As you know, I drink too much of this stuff, but my friends set the over under at 7.5 cans for the 24 hours. This is only can number 5. I don't know if that's good or bad. Now,
you got to fuel yourself somehow, some way, right? Whatever it takes. As you said, you're in the home stretch now, so the finish line's in sight. You're going to make it. I can feel it. Good energy here this morning.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Are you an early riser, or did you do this for your friend Canuck Clay? What's the deal?
I am not a very good sleeper. I wish. I don't know how you get better. I've read books. I have talked to professionals. No, I'm an early riser, always have been. Came from a family of early risers, so this is right in my wheelhouse. When you offered me a couple time slots and I saw 7 o'clock on Sunday morning, I thought, no, that's it. I'll be up. So yes, have been up for a little while now and ready to go.
Well, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for that. Just in case there's someone on here that might not recognize you or might not recognize your wonderful voice, where can people find your content? Who do you write for? Who do you broadcast for right now?
Well, a little shameless self-promotion over my shoulder here. Rink-wide Vancouver, which is a post-game podcast, 82 regular season post-game pods. And of course, I think we're all hoping that there'll be a lot more in the playoffs. We got 13 last year in the postseason, and that was a ton of fun. And it's just great to see the city so engaged last year in the playoffs. And, it's great for us, but it's great for anybody that writes or talks about the Vancouver Canucks, because the hardcores are always going to be there, right? The hardcores get more invested in the playoffs, but then the casuals, a lot of people came back to the Vancouver Canucks last spring, and so we saw a spike in our numbers. So rink-wide, we're there after every game, live streaming, and we're having some fun. Haven't had a win to talk about yet in the regular season, but that'll come in short order. And writing at Canucks Army post almost daily basis, it seems, something to write about with this hockey club. So I've got a piece that'll be up later today on Brock Boeser telling me that making that American Four Nations face-off team is absolutely on his mind and something that is motivating him early in this season. I think 40-goal scorer last year. He put himself on Team USA's radar, but we're talking best on best here. And there are going to be some good players that are left off all of those rosters. And I think Brock recognizes that he's on the fringe, but boy, if he has another start like he did last year and he got 2 on opening night, USA Hockey's not going to be able to ignore him. That doesn't mean that he's going to make that roster, but I've got a piece that, yes, it's absolutely something that he's thinking about and something that he wants to happen. So that'll be up later today at Canucks Army.
Oh, wonderful. I look forward to reading that. And if Boeser makes the team, we could say that could be up to 4 Canucks, right, on that American team with Demko, Hughes, and Miller as well.
Yeah, Demko, obviously, we just don't know what's happening there, whether it's for the Canucks or for Team USA, but if he was healthy, I don't think there'd be much doubt. And yes, Quinn Hughes and JT Miller will definitely be wearing the Stars and Stripes when that tournament rolls around in February. So Brock talked about the fact that, he plays with JT. Maybe that's something that the USA Hockey would take into consideration. Again, there are so many good players. When I think about the guys that are sort of on the fringes of the projected rosters that I've seen, whether it's Kyle Connor in Winnipeg or Vincent Trocheck, Chris Kreider and the Rangers, like those are the types of players. Is Brock a better player than those guys? Hard to say, but again, if he, like at Christmas time last year, only Austin Matthews had more goals in the National Hockey League than Brock Boeser.
Yep.
The rosters have to be finalized in late November, early December. So it's a short runway here. But boy, if Brock could come out of the starting gate the way that he did last season, now he's a couple of goals behind because he had, in terms of his pace, because he had 4 on opening night against the Oilers last season. But a nice start with 2 the other night against Calgary. Was sort of hoping for the sake of my story that he was going to score the shootout winner the other night on Friday because Torts is on the coaching staff for Team USA. It would all kind of blended together if Boeser could have won the game for the Canucks in the shootout. Alas, that didn't happen. And so this winless Vancouver Canucks Hockey Club still trying to find its way here in the early going.
Yeah, and just before we delve into that, with Rink-wide, so I listened to it. Well, 2 things I want to say. There's a reason why I do my show at 11 o'clock at night. There's no way I'm going to try and compete with you and Irv. So I'm glad that's going well. And I do listen to it every morning the next day as I'm getting ready for work. Honestly, it's amazing. You guys have great chemistry. It's amazing how quickly the time goes on that show. And I know you have like your set pieces, 3 stars, whatever it may be, but pretty natural for you guys. So I was curious, Jeff, do you, are you doing that as the post games are happening? Or are you waiting for the post game interview and then you rush over to the Sheraton to record? Or how does that work for you guys usually? Or are you basically getting there as soon as the game ends?
Yeah, we've got it down to a system now. When it was an audio-only pod, I would go to the entire game. I could go into the room afterwards, collect some interviews, bring them back. There wasn't the time sensitivity we have found, and the beauty of the digital age is, the data is all there for you. And so we trust the numbers, and we now go basically as close to the final buzzer as we can. Obviously, the game ends, and we've got to collect some final statistics and do a couple of technical things behind the scenes, but we try to get up and running certainly within 5 minutes of the final buzzer. So generally I go to the first 2 periods of a game.
Okay.
I want to be at the rink. I want to get the feel for the rink, and it's just obviously easier to analyze games in person than on television, but we do all the road games from the studio on TV, so it can be done. But yeah, my rule of thumb is I go for the first couple of games, second intermission, grab an Uber, and get back to the studio as quickly as possible, and knock on wood, been able to get my ride and get back. It's a 5 or 6 minute drive, and generally there isn't a whole lot. You're not battling traffic after the game, right? So you're getting out second intermission. So the woman that runs the elevator from the press box down to the ground floor, she always laughs because she knows that I'm coming after 2 periods and have to get out of there in a hurry. So she's always got to try and get the elevator there waiting for me and sort of expedite the process. Anyways, we get back in plenty of time, and the guys are in studio, and Irf is generally there, and the technical guys, and so we watch the third period in studio, and then we hit the ground running. So yes, we are live and streaming while Rick Tocchet's at the podium. So we don't take the coaches' comments, but in this day and age, all the good stuff is tweeted out anyhow. So we know if he gives an injury update or if he carves a player after a game, somebody's quoted out the tweet, and we can just feed off that and work off that. So that's kind of, it's more about the immediacy of capturing the audience and the emotion after a good win or a tough loss. And, that's, we found in the playoffs that it was great. Like it was, a terrific outlet. I know the other people are working in the post-game space, but we seem to have found our lane and looking forward to another season of it.
That is wonderful. So whether you've seen all the game or the first 2 periods of the first 2 games, but obviously covering the team at practice, it's amazing, Jeff, between media members, content creators, and fans that I've had on here over the past 24 hours. It's been really two sides of the spectrum, as you can imagine. One is sky is falling. We're never going to win a game. We're going to finish 0-82 and miss the playoffs a little bit facetiously, versus hey, relax, it's only 2 games. This team is brand new. 1/3 of the roster is turned over, and they need a bit of time to gel. Where do you fall on basically, how do you feel about what you've seen and what you're hearing around the team right now?
Well, they certainly haven't played a complete 60-minute effort. That much is for sure. And when you have a lead going to the third period in both games on home ice, like they were lights out good at home last season. They were lights out good when they took a lead to the third period. And so, color me a little surprised that in the early going here, they've let a pair of third period leads get away. They get something in both games. So that kind of mitigates some of the disaster that the sky isn't falling, and it is early. But in saying all of that, and Rick Tocchet talked about it after practice yesterday, he's seeing things that he doesn't recognize from the group that had so much success and won 50 games and 109 points last year, and then got to game 7 in the second round. So he's big on his staples. He used that word again after practice, talked about having to play through guys rather than around them. There have been some positional issues. Obviously on Wednesday, they didn't get a lot of goaltending. Got a ton of goaltending on Friday against the Flyers, so that was encouraging. And Kevin Lincoln's first start of the regular season, but he's still looking for his first win as a Canuck. Didn't get one in the preseason, and then gave them enough goaltending to get a victory the other night, but that didn't happen. I think I'm in the camp that it is early, and you look around the National Hockey League and look at the Oilers, and we won't go too deep there, but getting shut out on home ice on opening night, and then their bounce back game was against the Blackhawks team that had played the night before in Winnipeg. And I thought, oh man, the Blackhawks setting themselves up here for a disaster. Credit to Chicago, and something's not right there in Edmonton either. So again, we're focusing on the Canucks, but Colorado, you look at the issues they're having in goal right now. These are good teams, and they will find their way eventually. But for the Vancouver Canucks, there is a carryover from last year too. I got into this with Dave Tomlinson when we were working in radio a few years ago, and he's like, Jeff, you can't summer. You turn the page and every year starts anew. And that's fine, except that the Elias Paterson that we have seen in the first 2 games looks exactly like the guy that we saw in the playoffs and before that, those final 25 games of the regular season. So I don't like where we are in this market, Clay, with you can't seem to have an adult conversation about Elias Paterson without people just dragging him into the gutter, and the knives are out already. And look, I get the contract extension. He is now one of the highest paid players in the National Hockey League. He does have to perform like that. That comes with the bargain of collecting those paychecks each month. And what does he have? 1 assist and 2 shots on goal through 2 games. That's not enough. It's not anywhere close to enough. Hasn't been a difference maker. Doesn't look highly invested in these games yet. And I don't know what it's going to take to get old Petey back with the Magic that, absolutely can turn a game on its ears. So, yes, it's a new season. And with all due respect to Dave, that looks an awful lot like last season, Elias Paterson. And I have trouble turning the page there because they went out, they got him wingers. It already seems like the Daniel Sprong experiment may be over, at least based on practice at UBC yesterday. So much of it's on him, right? Like you can move all the pieces around, but this guy is supremely talented. He's been gifted and blessed with an opportunity to be one of the best players in this sport. We've seen it before. It's there. They got to find a way to get that back. Yeah,
it's funny. You mentioned the two guys I was going to ask you about are the two guys that Rick Tocchet name checked after the game. Is Paterson maybe diving deep when Garland was already there, killing that penalty on the first goal by Philly, and then Sprong kind of no man's land in the middle and leaving his guy wide open. Yes, it's early in the game, early in the season. A lot of these guys got to learn the new systems, but the pity one's really interesting, Jeff, because I think along with the whole question of how do you feel about the Canucks' chances 2 games in. The Paterson discussion on my stream today has been kind of exactly what you just hinted at. 11.6 got to earn versus, Jake DeBrusk finally got him a winger, needs a bit of time. So, and the suggestion is that PD knows PD is the one who puts pressure on himself. He doesn't need any extra pressure from us, but this is obviously a hockey mad market. Do you, sympathy is the wrong word, but do you, what are your thoughts on just how he should step up, how he needs to step up? Or should Canucks fans kind of take a collective breath and say, he'll figure it out. He's good. He'll be fine.
Well, I revert back to the All-Star break last year. And from that point on, look, this is the guy. He was the first player in the NHL to get to 25 points last season. He shot out of the gate like he was coming out of a cannon. And obviously Quinn was right there and JT Miller. Remember, there was that night in November where the 3 of them left the building and they were tied for the NHL scoring lead. And then PD pushed ahead and was the first guy in the league to get to 25 points. That night in Pittsburgh in January, when they went on that run through New York City and on to Pittsburgh, and he had 4 points and the overtime winner, where's that guy in on all 4 Canuck goals, including the overtime winner? Absolute difference maker, best player on the ice, hands down. Yeah. And really, from that point on, I'm not sure that we have said that about him, seen that from him. And that's why I go back. It's there. So where has it gone? And ultimately, he's the guy that's going to have to unlock that mystery. And I hear you when you say, hey, there's a bunch of new players and it takes time to gel. But guess what? There are new players on all 32 teams, right? The Canucks aren't in a vacuum here. And new players seem to step up and perform for Calgary on opening night. New players come through for the Flyers. Flyers had 2 teenagers in their lineup the other night. And look, that's part of the equation too here. If you're in the sky is falling camp, there are better, newsflash, there are better teams out there than Calgary and Philadelphia. And so to start at home and then go on a 4-game road trip, it just kind of felt like they needed a little bit more out of either one of those games. But as Quinn Hughes said yesterday after practice, if they win in the shootout, they've got 3 of 4 points from the start. Maybe they haven't played their best, but they've got 3 of 4 points. The margins are so fine in the National Hockey League. And that's why I do think, keep it in perspective here. It's 2 games, 2 games where, and it wasn't just PD. Look, JT Miller had the huge night on opening night, his 800th game. I thought he was really quiet on Friday against the Flyers, and Brock Besser was struggling to control the puck. The power play in the early going had some looks, but late in the game, no shots on goal with the game on the line. So lots of little things here, but I have trouble sort of giving the team a collective pass on all these new faces because, look, Elias Lindholm's in a new place in Boston. He's off to a great start. There are guys that have adjusted quickly. It's the NHL you had all summer. Is chemistry going to be right at its peak early on? Probably not, but the Canucks have assembled a cast here of difference makers. And one of the areas that really sort of fascinates me, because I don't think it's a concern, but I just think there are so many game breakers in this Vancouver lineup, the guys that we've just talked about, whether it's Miller, whether it's Petey, whether it's Brock Besser, they bring in DeBrusk. Connor Garland can be a game breaker when he gets an opportunity, but obviously Quinn Hughes is one of the great difference makers in the game. The Canucks have played 6.5 minutes of overtime now. The game against Calgary obviously ended in overtime, full 5 minutes the other night against the Flyers. Clay, they have 1 overtime shot on goal. 1 overtime shot on goal. And I get that overtime's become this possession game, but at some point, you can't possess the puck into the net and win the hockey game. You gotta shoot it. And so it's so much of overtime's become holding onto the puck and trying to set up that one grade A. And when you get it, you better finish. But just one shot like that to me, and I even put that question to Rick Talkie yesterday, and he agreed that they've got some ideas, some not so much set plays, but just things they want to do when they've got the puck in the offensive zone. And he said, we in overtime, we haven't done that yet. So I'm always surprised when the Canucks have more losses than wins in games beyond regulation time, because I just think the collection of talent that they can throw out over the boards against Calgary or against Philadelphia, like it's not even a fair fight. And yet those best players haven't left their stamp on hockey games yet. It'll happen, but they've had 2 opportunities on home ice, and just hasn't happened for them yet.
There's almost a carbon copy, Jeff, of the Calgary, the Condorcet goal yesterday or 2 days ago now with the Philly is the same thing in overtime. So it boggles the mind that there's so much space. The Canucks have some really good skaters and some really, more importantly, some good, smart hockey players. And I didn't know that one shot in 6.5 minutes. That's not great. That's horrible.
It was by Phil Hronik. So none of these forwards, the game-breaking forwards, and Quinn Hughes, none of those guys has even put a puck on the net in overtime. Just my good buddy Phil has the only overtime shot for the Canucks in OT so far. So something to watch and monitor, and just to see if they tweak and ultimately get it right here the next time they get beyond regulation time.
Good buddy, Phil. I love that poll. That was awesome, Jeff. You mentioned Daniel Sprong. It's funny. We heard this narrative that he didn't like to be characterized or pigeonholed as a can't play defense. Yet he starts the games on PD's line, and then he never ends the game on PD's line. So is it truly what he is? That's why he makes $900,000. That's why he's bounced around to multiple teams, and that's why he plays 13 minutes a night, if that.
It's starting to look that way. At some point, if he wants to change this narrative, well, guess who has to do it? It's at his feet here. And clearly there is a reason that this reputation precedes him wherever he goes. And he's gone a lot of places now in the National Hockey League. So I had a really good chat with him in training camp up in Penticton. And he's an interesting guy and not afraid to sort of call it the way he sees it. Doesn't speak in hockey cliches, and I appreciate that about him. And he took some offense. It was funny because I kind of buttered him up. I was talking about his shot and asked him how he worked on his shot and all that. And then I was like, all right, let's get to the real issue here. And that is this reputation you've got. And, he said, look, he thinks he was saddled with it early, broke into the NHL as a teenager, and admitted that early on, maybe the game wasn't where he wanted it to be. But he thinks that it's not as bad as others are making it out to be. And yet, here we are wondering if he's ever going to get a third period shift under Rick Tocchet, because as you said, he starts up higher in the lineup, and then the third period rolls around, and Tocchet's looking at other options and pulling different levers, and Sprong isn't one of them. And I thought it was interesting in the third period against Calgary as that game was starting to sift away and they were down a goal, and all of a sudden you need offense, and it's not so much worrying about defense, although you have to continue to keep the puck out of your net. But even in that situation, when they were down a goal, I thought, okay, maybe Sprong will get some looks here. It took a while, and I think he got a couple of late shifts, wasn't able to make his mark there, but he did score the first goal of the season. So it's an ongoing process, but 2 games in, and then you get to practice on Saturday, and he's one of 4 guys wearing a white jersey, fourth line guys with Baines and Ratu and Niels Oman. So I think he'll stay in the lineup. I don't think he's going from starting with PD 2 games to coming right out. But boy, if you're one of 4 options on the fourth line, guess what? The next step is probably taking a seat altogether. So obviously he does possess, like, they can all shoot the puck at this level, but even through camp and the preseason, like, his shot comes off his stick a little differently. It sounds differently when it hits the boards. He's got a heavy shot. He can score goals, but if he somehow thought that magically he had transformed into this 200-foot player that coaches are all seeking, I would say that's very much a work in progress still, based on what we've seen through 2 very incomplete games from Daniel Sprong.
Sure. How about the other 3 forwards, Jeff, that we got in DeBrusk, Heinen, and Sherwood? I thought Sherwood had a really good game Friday night, but what are your impressions of the other 3?
Yeah, DeBrusk's had some moments. Loved the little setup to Besser on the power play, and then the little dance that he did afterwards. Let's see some more dancing, because it probably means good things are happening. Heinen, I think what we've seen through 2 games is what we'll see on a lot of nights. Pretty quiet. He's not a guy, you're not going to leave the building thinking, hey, Dan and Heinen was the best player on the ice. Like, I just don't think that, and I don't mean that as a knock to him. I just think that's his game, that it's not terribly flashy, but he's the kind of guy that coaches like, 200-foot guy that good in both the offensive defensive zones. I do think, I think a lot of people have wondered, is there enough there for him to hold down a top 6 spot with JT Miller and Brock Besser? But we said the same things about Pia Suter, and the numbers showed that Suter certainly helped that line, even if he wasn't a flashy component part of it. And I think Danton Heinen can do some of that. And then, he'll bring penalty killing utility to the mix. So I think he's been fine. I think what you see out of Danton Heinen is kind of what you get. Obviously, there'll be a point where you want a little bit of offensive production. Of the 3, though, I would say Kiefer Sherwood has probably been the best. Ultimately, Jake DeBrusk has to be the best, just the role that he plays and the contract that he's got. I'll give him a fair bit more leash here because I thought he had a decent preseason. He had the 2 goals, including the winner out in Abbotsford, and then scored, I think, the empty netter in the final one against the Oilers. So he's a goal scorer. He's got to put the puck in the net, but Sherwood has been as advertised as well. Just, good speed, tenacious on the forecheck, has moved up and down the lineup. They've used him as a penalty killer a little bit already. So, I think Kiefer Sherwood has caught my eye in the games that I've watched. And, can he keep it up over 82 games? I guess that's a question for anybody that play. Like, that's a tough role to play if you're an energy guy that's supposed to get in on the forecheck constantly. But I think it's been a decent start for Kiefer Sherwood. Least of the Vancouver Canucks concerns has been his performance, and I do think that we've seen some versatility in his ability to shuttle up and down the lineup. But generally, when players like that are moving up and down the lineup, it means that other guys aren't carrying their weight, and we've also seen that in the early going here.
Yes. No, well said. And then on the blue line, you have Derek Forbert, nice pass to Bluger on the back door there. And then you had Desharnais sitting already in game 2. He said the right things after practice yesterday. Maybe he's getting Noah Juleson some time, whatever it may be. Man, if Myers doesn't come back, even if it's better than what expected, that's a very thin right side with only Desharnais, Juleson, and maybe a called up Friedman behind Hronek. So, from everything you heard, it sounds like Myers is indeed day-to-day and he's traveling with the team. Is that true?
Yeah, that's what Rick Tocchet told us. And I was stunned because, boy, Tyler was in some real distress there. And just the way that he needed help off the ice with JT and Derek Forbert. And, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. They don't come a whole lot bigger than Tyler Myers, obviously. And so, early in the season, 2 games in a row with Kevin Rooney on opening night, and then Tyler Myers, first period, there's energy in the rink, and then all of a sudden guys are down and needing medical assistance, and you hate to see that, and it sort of sucks the life out of the building and on a Friday night. And so, yes, when I saw Tyler Myers being guided down the tunnel, I thought we may not see him for a while. Wasn't at practice on Saturday. He wasn't, but just to make that part clear. But yes, Rick Tocchet said afterwards, day-to-day, and in the words of the coach, thinks that Myers may have dodged a bullet. So that's really encouraging. The fact that he's going on the trip, it's only a 4-game trip. If they knew that there was no way, if he needed 10 days, 2 weeks, they'd leave him home and let him rehab with the medical staff here. So the fact that he's going on the trip, to me, is the real tell that, he may not play on Tuesday in Tampa. Like, he may need a game or 2, but just the fact that he is part of the traveling party, really good news. And keep in mind that this guy is now 3 games away from 1,000 for his National Hockey League career.
Wow.
And I think it's important to remember too, like game 82 last season in Winnipeg was supposed to be 1,000, but he missed 5 games in March. So, I think that would have been cool for him to play his 1,000th game back in a place where he played a bulk of his games in Winnipeg. Whatever the case, 1,000 games is a great milestone for anybody, wherever it happens. But it's my understanding that because it's supposed to happen early in the season here, he's got family and friends that are making their way. It's supposed to happen in Philadelphia next Saturday. But if he doesn't play in Tampa or he doesn't play in Florida, then 1,000 is going to get bumped back. So the Myers celebration and the watch will have to continue. He'll get there, though. But that was one of the first things I thought of was after his immediate health and well-being was, oh, man, last year 1,000 got away from him. And here early in the season, he was hoping to get to 1,000. So he'll get there, but it's still a question of when exactly. And if he doesn't play, then absolutely. You're right. Already questions about the right side. And boy, if Noah Juleson is bumped up and is your second best right side guy, or Vincent Desharnais, And Desharnais slotted in, just took Meyer's spot along with Kirsten Susi at practice. So
Right.
we'll see if that's how they go in Tampa on Tuesday. It's a travel day for the Canucks here on Sunday, and then they'll get a practice in down in Florida and get back at it to start the road trip on Tuesday. So we'll probably get a better sense of, where Tyler Myers is and what the lineup looks like at practice on Monday. But yeah, I mean, you're asking an awful lot of Noah Juleson, who gives you what he can, but we saw last year he's a depth guy. And the book is very much still out on Vincent Desharnais, who is an absolute quote machine, was in Penticton, was again yesterday when we were asking him about, how tough is it to come out of the lineup after one game? And, this is a guy that's made it abundantly clear that he absolutely appreciates everything about life in the National Hockey League. And so, his philosophy is there are no bad days. He got into it in Penticton, where he regaled us with this big story about how his dad drove trucks for a living. And he watched his dad, and his dad didn't love his job necessarily, but it did what he did to provide for the family, to give him and his brother an opportunity to pursue hockey. And so he said, I watched my dad, and I don't want a job like that. I want to play hockey, and I know how blessed I am to get this chance here. And so every day in the NHL is a good day. Every day is a learning opportunity, the chance to, the fact that the coaches want to work with him and believe in him and trust him to get better. And then he dropped this idea that Adam Foote wants him to be a cat, which kind of cracked us all up. We were like, what do you mean? And he's like, Adam Foote keeps telling me he wants me to be a cat. So I think he's talking about sort of being nimble on his feet and having reflexes. Yeah, I know. We all kind of like, what exactly does that mean in hockey terms? But yes, he went into some detail about that and still believes that there's a lot to give there. But it's also the best league in the world. It's hard to learn on the job that way. And you get out on the road where you can't shelter these guys. You don't think that Tampa and the defending Stanley Cup champs down in Florida won't pounce and try to dictate line matchups against whether it's the second or the third pair. Sort of take your pick. There are some holes in that Canuck defense. So I do wonder if we'll get to a point here in short order where Hronek and Hughes have to get split up just for the best interests of the hockey club and try and spread the wealth that they've got, whatever wealth they've got. We know that Quinn Hughes, and we know what Quinn and Phil do together, but they're both now paid like guys that probably should be able to carry a defensive pairing. And so, if you get to situations in game where you're down and need to generate some offense, you can always put them back together. But I do wonder if at some point here, sooner rather than later, we'll see those two split up and guiding their own pair on defense.
Didn't was it Rick Tocchet early in his coaching tenure here? Didn't he use the term about eating an elephant or eating
Yeah. One bite at a time. That was the very first, the introductory press conference was, he wasn't going to solve all the Canucks problems. It was like eating an elephant. And I think there were a couple other animal analogies. So I don't know. They've got a zoo going there at Rogers Arena. This time it's cats. Basic house cat, I think, is all they're asking. I don't think they're asking Vinny Desharnais to be any like one of those big jungle cats, at least not yet. Baby steps here. But yes, Adam Foote wants him to be a cat.
A cat. All right. Well, I want to honor Jeff the 35 minutes I asked you for. So we'll just do one more question from me. Take a couple from the crowd, and then I'll let you get on your way. So a quick word. You mentioned it. I thought Lankinen looked really good. He looked solid. That Mitchkov tried to do that fancy toe drag on him in the second period, but I thought Lankinen was great. Shootout notwithstanding. Is it pretty? Maybe it's way too early to say, but obviously Shilov's nothing's going to be given to him. This is going to be a true competition, especially if Demko's out a bit longer than they anticipate.
Yeah, I don't know that it's as simple as win and you're in, but I think right now it's probably based on current form, and Silovs didn't have it. Rick Tocchet mentioned that he doesn't want either of his guys to sit for too long, so I think that was his way of saying that even if Lankinen, and I expect Lankinen will start the road trip on Tuesday from there, who knows? And yeah, I mean, Tampa, Kucherov had a hat trick in his first game, so he seems like he's in midseason form. And then the Panthers lose Sasha Barkov. That's a blow to them, but still they're the champs, and that'll be a tough game. So do we see them split the goaltending to start the road trip? Maybe Lankinen stands on his head and earns another start. But just in listening to the coach and sort of reading between the lines here, I don't think you're going to see Silov sitting for 10 days, 2 weeks. Lankinen was terrific the other night, gave them the kind of goaltending they needed to win the hockey game. But he's never been a legit number one in the National Hockey League. And so I think you're asking a little too much, thinking that he's going to just pick up the ball and run with it here. So I thought from the outset that without Demko, it probably would be a job share. I would say through 2 games that Lankinen has emerged a little bit ahead of Silovs. Clearly, Silovs has some work to do on lengthy shots and puck handling as well. But, you can't deny what he did in the playoffs as well. And, Rick Tocchet was the coach then. Rick Tocchet is still the coach. So he knows that Silovs can perform for him. But, shots from distance through traffic seem to be a bit of an issue for him. We'll see if he can tidy that up. But, look, the Lankinen signing looks pretty shrewd right now. When you look around the National Hockey League, and the fact that Anaheim had to go and grab a James Reimer off the waiver wire. Colorado is running into some goaltending issues. Boston poaching Patera off waivers. There are teams out there that probably could have used Kevin Lankinen under $1 million as well, but the Canucks were able to finally ride that one out, and a little bit of a game of chicken. And ultimately, Lankinen wanted a job in the National Hockey League, and so opted for the one here. And I think the Canucks are pretty happy that he made that decision.
No, well said. Well said. Okay, chat. We will keep Jeff for just 3 or 4 more minutes. So if you want to have a quick question for him about his thoughts on the team, his work with Rink Wide or Canucks Army, or anything else in between, please type in the chat pretty quickly right now. And in the meantime, Jeff, are you doing any away stuff, or is it just the home games? Like, do you travel? Or you said you kind of watch the games, and it's actually better for you guys from a podcasting standpoint or whatever, or the post-game show standpoint?
Yeah, the plan is for some travel later in the season. Full credit to the big bosses, the Nation Network. We did it in the playoffs, and was able to get to Nashville, which was incredible to see the comeback, the goaltending saga as it played out in real time. There were so many storylines, and to be there on the ground for that, and then went to Edmonton for all the games that were played in that series. So games 3, 4, and 6. And the Nation Network saw the value of having us on the ground there and doing the post-game pod live right after the games and all that type of stuff. So, we'll save some of the budget for the playoffs that we anticipate the Canucks will be in, and we'll do that again. But I think in the second half of the season, we'll pick and choose our spots based on the opponents, the significance, playoff significance, perhaps the stakes of some of the games down the stretch. But I think it's been talked about. We certainly haven't targeted. I don't have any flights booked at this point. But I think, we'll sort of see how the season plays out and what the storylines that are presented, and then kind of work off that in the second half of the year. But that'll be fun. I love the 3 years that I had late in my time at TSN when I was out on the road. I mean, honestly, it was a dream job to be able to travel North America and cover the Canucks home and away and go to every game and just be around the group. So, didn't love waiting in airport, at airport, not in lounges. I didn't have the lounge access, just at the gates, but that came with the territory. That was part of the job. But otherwise, it was a ton of fun. And so it was fun to get back out on the road in the playoffs, and look forward to, hopefully it allows us to up our coverage. And again, the Nation Network sees the value in that. And as other operators are peeling off and scaling back some of the travel that they're doing, there is a void. There's an information demand. People want to know what's going on at morning skates. They want to know what's going on in warm up, who's there, who's missing, what are the line combinations, whether it's their fantasy league, whether they're dropping a couple of dollars and wagering. It is the information age, and you just can't do it from afar. And look, there were some games last year in the regular season where there was no local media on the road outside of the broadcasters themselves. But and I don't think that's great for the fan base. Again, this is a crazy hockey market that wants every morsel of information it can get. And so even little things at the morning skate, they matter. And so in turn, it matters to have people on the ground that are able to report that sort of information.
Awesome. So, Jeff, we'll end with this, a double one from Maxwell, a serious one and a fun one, or maybe they're both fun ones. What's your favorite flavor of ice cream? And do you actually like Sekeres and Price, or do you just put up with them?
Ice cream, and I get a lot of grief here at home, and I have nobody else in the family that is willing to go down this road. So we never get it at the grocery store. I have to get it when I'm out at an ice cream place. But pretty simple. I'm a mint chocolate chip guy. Have always been. Just that's my jam. And so Yeah, I don't eat a ton of ice cream these days, but when I do, it's generally I go for mint chocolate chip. Do I like Sekeres and Price? Sure. Yeah. I mean, I've worked with those guys forever. Go back a long way. Is Matt a handful on some days? Absolutely. Blake's a pretty easygoing guy, and we've always just kind of had a very solid and easy to work with relationship. Matt is high maintenance. He is. He'd be the first to tell you that. But through it all, we've been around the block a handful of times from radio and now into the digital space. And no, it's fun. Love filling in for either one of those guys and getting a chance to work with the other or contributing to their program. So, I mean, the way that my schedule is set up now, I do a couple of hits a week, generally on Monday to recap whatever weekend action. And then later in the week, either Thursday or Friday, based on the Canucks schedule. So a couple of hits a week with them, and then rink-wide and Canucks Army, and it all adds up to a pretty busy schedule during the hockey season. But it's what I love to do. What I've done, I can't believe I was just going back through my notes that the other night, opening night, 25th season now, covering the Vancouver Canucks. My first year was Mark Messier's final year in Vancouver. So I've seen some things. Let's just leave it at that. I have seen some things through the years with the Vancouver Canucks.
Well, Jeff, it's awesome to see you on Rink Wide, Canucks Army, Sekeres and Price. Because I remember, I don't know how many years ago it was, but when everything was happening at TSN 1040 and you among others were just figuring out where you're going to land next. So it's so good to see you doing what you're the best at. So thank you. Early morning, helping me fill this spot. I hope you have a great Thanksgiving weekend with your family. I got 2 more hours to go, and then I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do for the rest of the weekend. But I really appreciate you taking the time to join me this morning.
I'm guessing it'll probably include a nap at some point, but hey, good for you grinding it out. Know how much you love this hockey club, and your passion shines through all the time. So you're a better man than I am to do a marathon like this. I had my moment back in 2011 when I went through the night after Game 7, but that was only 6 or 7 hours. So good on you. Grind on. The finish line is there in sight. Hopefully I was able to bridge a little bit of the gap for you, and it was fun. Always love talking hockey with you, Clay. So back at you. Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you and all your viewers here on the pod.
I appreciate that. We'll see you soon. Thanks, Jeff.
You bet.
Take care. Jeff Paterson from Rink Wide, Canucks Army, Sekeres and Price. So good. He's always been so good to me throughout the past basically decade and a half, where I've been going to Canucks games and trying to talk about them on my YouTube channel and to anyone who would listen. So wonderful to have Jeff with us, especially nice and early. Local. The other 3 people today, they're all from back east, 3 hours ahead, 4.5 hours ahead. But for Jeff to do this on his local time certainly meant a lot. So you have about, I'm going to say about 7 minutes to enter that 24-hour live stream contest. I'll put up the link one more time. I see 22 responses, which isn't bad. There are more than 22 people in here. So I'm not sure what you guys are waiting for, but if you want to go or maybe everyone is like, shut up, Clay. I don't want more competition in there. Go to tinyurl.com/CanuckClay 24 hours. You have 7 minutes to get your entry in. And you remember, even if you didn't get any of the bonus words, get at least one entry in. All you need is one chance to win a chip and a chair, right? That's all you need. And we are drawing for a pair of tickets to Canucks Flames. We are drawing for 2 van-based gift cards. And we are drawing for the very mysterious Canuck Clay special. All right. Oh, Raymond said, was that for Jeff? What would be the maximum AAV allowed for one player to fit? I know you asked this earlier, and I thought we were trying to look it up for you, and maybe Jeff would have known the answer. I'm not sure. BCBC says, win for Jeff. Yes. What is the Pepsi count? This is number 5. This is number 5 of the 24 hours. No problem. Glad you're here, Lena. Thanks for jumping back in. Clay, important to ask. I put in Mr. Fuji as my name, but had I draw me proof I can sign? Huh? That was a little bit hard to read, Mr. Fuji. I will. Whoever wins, as long as there's a legitimate email address in there, we will figure this out. I hope the clay special is a tortilla slab. You know what's really sad about this, and I kind of mentioned this. I forgot that YouTube only allows you to upload 12 hours at a time. So the first 12 hours are on YouTube. Then the second, independent of the 12-hour limit, I was having some technical difficulties. So at 3 a.m., I reset the stream. That's why this is a different link right now that you guys have all found. But I need to basically hope that StreamYard recorded hours 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, which was Patrick Johnson, Nuckhead, Open House, Sean and Jacob, and Doodle Hockey. So I have to leave pretty quick when I'm done the stream today, but I will try and get it online later today or overnight for first thing tomorrow morning. We will make it work no matter what. Morning, Clay. Good morning, Michael. Nice to see you. I've been here for the past 10 hours, but had to catch up the hours I missed while sleeping. Love listening at 2 times speed. Oh, good. No, I love listening to people at 2 times speed as well, as long as you can make sense of what's going on. No, don't worry about it, Mr. Fuji. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. As long as there's an email address there, we will figure everything out. So 23 responses, but that doesn't include all the extra bonus responses. No problem. No problem. We will figure that out. See, I'm going to look at this real quick, just in the back end. I want to see how many of you actually filled out bonus. Here we go. Okay, we got some in here. I think some people were just outright guessing. But I'll let my son Sean deal with that in a few minutes. I missed the 3 to 4 Pepsi. What's the 3 to 4 Pepsi? I started at 10 a.m. yesterday. 10 a.m. yesterday. Yeah, actually, I did say 7:45, didn't it? So one just snuck in. No, I'll give it 3 more minutes when I throw to my 10-minute warning for the last 10 minutes, and that'll be in 2 minutes. Oh, you missed code word 4. I just put a guess in. Okay. You'll be in Vancouver January 19 to February 7. What game should I go to? There's a 3-game road trip in between, but you should be the Canucks. Oh, you are here when they break, or maybe when they almost break for the 4 Nations. Let's see. This is my 5th Pepsi. So I only had 5. I actually thought I had more. January 19 to February 7. So there is a Buffalo Sabres home game. There's a Washington Capitals home game. Oh, actually, there's the good choice. And then you got Detroit and Colorado. So you got 4 home games. That Colorado one would be good. Send me an email. I have tickets that I could provide to you pretty cheap. So send me an email, canuckclay@gmail.com. Again, that's canuckclay@gmail.com. Now I'll wrote back to you. Hey, no problem, Mackie. You did what you could. You did what you could. All right, friends, I'm closing off the responses now. I gave you a couple extra bonus minutes, and my son Sean is going to help me tabulate everything. I don't know if I'm going to do another 12-hour live stream. I think this might be it for a while. This is pretty tiring. So I'm going to give a 10-minute warning, and then we'll get ready for my final guest, Sara Civian. So I'll see you in 10. And thanks for everyone for just powering through with me. We are almost there.
Hey everyone, it's Kirk McLean here, and you're watching Clay's Canucks Commentary.
Hey Canucks fans, we have almost made it. We are in the penultimate hour. Penultimate, one of my favorite words. We are in the second to last hour. We have done 22 hours and we only have 2 more hours to go. I don't want to compare guests, but I think I maybe save my best guest for last. I can see her backstage, making sure that she can see me. Sara, I'll bring you on in about 2 minutes or so. Yes, 22 hours down, 2 hours to go. And can't wait to end this thing off. And it's gonna be a lot of fun these last 2 hours. So let me do my top of hour announcements. You can still get involved by subscribing to the channel and get active in the chat section. You can like the video if you haven't done so already. You can leave a donation. You can gift a membership, buy your own membership, upgrade your own membership, and use your monthly membership message. And if you want to support me, you can buy some Canuck Clay merch at canuckclay.threadless.com. Let's hear from our sponsor, our channel sponsor, who's always so generous to us. This is Jason Lim of Van City Experts Real Estate. Thank you to my channel sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts Real Estate. At Van City Experts, their experience, knowledge, and expertise can serve you well in navigating through the real estate market and will help you to choose the best home or condo in the greater Vancouver area that best suits your and your family's needs. So once again, thank you, Jason. And 2 last announcements before I bring Sara on. Number 1, if you want to see the full schedule, you can go to tinyurl.com/CanuckClay24. But all it's going to say there now is Sara Civian now and wrap up of stream next hours. But you can still go and see who you missed, who you want to remember, and all that good stuff. And I was going to show you the link for the contest, but that's closed now. So all we have to do is draw the winner. Mackie, I see that you wanted me to check. I can't check. It's already gone to the auditing firm of my son, and he is putting together the spreadsheet for me. So hopefully you are on there. Okay. For my final guest of these 24-hour live stream, it's someone that I've been following, listening to, watching for many, many years. And she's done some hits on local radio. And when I heard her recently talking about the guys that the Vancouver Canucks got this year, and also the couple of the guys that went over there, I thought there's no better person to bring on so we can learn a bit more about our newcomers from the Boston area. So please welcome everyone to the stream, Miss Sara Civian. Hi, Sara.
Hi, how are you? Oh my God, how are you holding up? What, hour 20 of 24?
This is second to last hour. So I think I've done 22. So this is hour 23. And then I wrap up with hour 24. So I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking.
You look great. This is a great setup too. I got to get on your level with the camera, the mic, everything.
Oh, you're fine. It's all show. It's all show. But within 10 minutes, you'll be like, who is this guy? It's fine. Yeah.
No, it's an honor. I'm a fan of yours too.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, thank you for joining me, Sara. First, for people who may not know what you're up to, please tell us what you're up to, what content you create, where people can find you, and a bit about the Civ Report as well.
Yes, I'm so glad you brought that up. It's oh, there's my cat in the background, Rangoon. It's been 6 days of the Civ Report, and I'm blown away by the support. Thank you, everybody. I started, you know how it is with independent media, like the support you get from people can be like really humbling, shocking, and makes you want to do the best work you've ever done. So I started that at The Athletic, and I have this connection to Vancouver because of Jason Botchford. He was kind of like a mentor to me. We're both like, I don't know, he saw some creativity in me that I was just, I don't know, he helped me hone a lot. So I owe a lot to him, and I've always appreciated the humor of Vancouver Canucks fans. Like, I'm from Boston, but there's no humor around here. I like the self-deprecating nature of some Canucks fans. Like, you know you're bad when you're bad, and you care a lot when you're good. So I love that. That's the connection a little to Vancouver. But also, yes, I started the civreport.substack.com last week to just kind of, I call it a place for people who love hockey and don't suck. It's just like a community where I've been doing a group chat for the games every night, and people are being nice and funny. Like, I've just been fed up with Twitter lately. It's been really hard to communicate on there. And like, I don't like when people that follow me have to be subjected to kind of general harassment, right? I want to be able to have a conversation without stuff. So there's that. There's a weekly newsletter where I'm kind of I'll talk to a few people around the league, compile the vibe of the league for the week, maybe like sip some haterade, maybe give some props, like just kind of the hot takes of the week from me and the mild takes. Like we'll have a lot to say about the Canucks this week, that's for sure.
Well, I can't wait. And it's a couple of things that you touch on, Sarah. Yes, you're not the first person who's mentioned their distaste or they're falling out of love with Twitter/X. So that's a common theme. And Jason Botcher's name has come up a few times just because throughout the 24 hours I've had media personalities and content creators and fans, and yeah, his name has come up a few times just because he's, even to this day, a few years after his passing, he still left his legacy and left his mark on many people here for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just a special person who really cared about journalism in a way that was so not, it's so hard to explain and put your finger on it, but I think everybody knows. It's like his spirit was very much letting people play to their strengths instead of saying you have to be a certain way. And he was not putting himself in a box. So he kind of lived fearlessly and said the things nobody else was saying. So that's something that left his mark on me.
Yeah, no, that's well said. And I was going through your Twitter, your X bio, and I know that you have a love for at least hockey and basketball. Are those your two mains, or are you like a multi-sport fan and content creator?
Well, it was really cool with the growing popularity of the WNBA. Bleacher Report, who I also write for a few times a week, allowed me to try a little WNBA content. So I did some style rankings, I did some interviews, I did some general like musings on the WNBA. And it's been, I mean, the game's on today, game 2 of the final, and it's been an absolute awesome playoff. So I'd encourage everybody to watch that. But yeah, I love basketball. My dad grew up a gigantic Celtics fan, and he played basketball in college. So that was kind of like hockey was always 1A, basketball was 1B. Everything else, like I'm a lacrosse fan, right? But you don't really have a big market for that, but definitely the big two.
Did you play both growing up?
I was very short, so not like a great basketball career, but we did have a basketball hoop in the backyard, and I did play on my little recreational teams. But I played hockey and lacrosse growing up, and then really got into lacrosse from high school, and like was going to play club in college, but decided to focus on college.
Right. No, that's pretty cool. So before we, Sarah, we get into, the Bruins players that are here, our players that went there. And I admit it might be a bit of repeat, but when I heard how good you are, I'm pretty sure it was with Halford and Bruff. I said, no, this is perfect for my audience. I remember back in the summer, because I followed this quietly, back in May when Demko got hurt in game 1 of the playoffs against Nashville, and everyone was trying to figure out what was wrong with him. And you quietly and humbly put it out there that this is kind of a rare injury and he's going to be out for a while. And later, like not just days, weeks, months later, people were reporting the same thing. And you didn't take a victory lap or you didn't do anything, but some people were smart and they kind of unearthed it and said, no, Sarah said that. So I'm not asking you to tell me who your source is or whatever, but is that fair to say that's kind of how it went?
Yeah, well, I'll say I probably took a little bit of a victory lap. So I'll correct you on that one. I'll take the, it was not tasteful. Looking back, I'm like, you know what? I love this team and I didn't want him to be hurt. But I was more annoyed at some of the insiders that were like refuting my reports. Here's the deal. Like not with the Canucks, because I think I have a lot of respect for Canucks insiders, but here's the deal. I don't have the same sources as people that go to the Canucks front office or something like that. Think about the connections where Demko played at Boston College. I live in Boston. I didn't think it would be that hard for people to maybe make some of those more connect those dots. But we have different connections. And I got into it in the DMs with one insider who's not with the Canucks, but he said your report's wrong. And I'm like, actually, I do not break news because I don't feel confident unless I have at least 3 people telling me, here's the tea. This is what's definitely happening. And that was the case in this instance. So I went with it, and I would never say something if I wasn't 100% sure my sources were legit. You know what I mean? And there are instances where somebody's wrong and they own up to it and they apologize if they're your source, right? That didn't happen. They told me this is a really complex situation, but if he wants to keep his career going, he's not going to play. And that's what I'm told. And I know even now people are saying, no, he would have played in the third. You know what? He didn't, and he wouldn't have. So I don't know what to say about that. But it's not like it got into this weird spot, right? Where it like seems like you're rooting for it because you want to be right. But no, that's not the case. Like, I just wish the best for him. And it stinks watching, like, so clearly there are goaltender issues that the Canucks are having right now. And he's one of the best. He is absolutely elite and was such an important part of last season. I hope he can come back. I hope there's just more clarity around the situation.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you sharing that as transparently as you just did. Yeah, it was just one of those weird things where whether it's through Twitter or whatever, there's such, and it's all types of industries, all types of work where there's such a race to be first, and if you're not first, you have to discredit, and then that's just silly. You're just trying to do your job and trying to be helpful, and then to get chastised for it, or it doesn't make sense to me.
What would I have gained from that?
Yeah.
And what I'd have to lose from being wrong as a freelance reporter is so much higher than like what I'd gain, the free retweets that I don't even want because people are mean.
Exactly. There you go. That was kind of funny, but so true. So I guess you've seen and you know that She-Loves had a rough game on Wednesday. Lankinen was a bit better on Friday, but the Canucks are still looking for their first win. But I do want to kind of break it down in terms of are you living in Boston right now?
I am. Yes, I finally got to move out of my parents' basement, and the Civ report's really helping with that. So we made it out of the suburbs into the city, and life is good.
That is amazing. So, okay, so you are a perfect source to talk about, and I'm not relitigating 2011, which I'm over truly, but
Sure.
but I would love to hear a bit more. We've seen 2 games of Jake DeBrusk, of Danton Heinen, and Derek Forbort. And again, Sara, I love your hit so much on Halford and Bruff that I would love for, even if it's a complete repeat of what you said about each of those 3 players. I basically want you to help the Canucks fans here know what to expect. Like, we've seen 2 games of them, but DeBrusk is still trying to figure out how to play with PD. We're still trying to figure out if Heinen is worthy of playing with Miller and Besser on the top line. And Derek Forbort, we didn't know he had, I know you saw the highlight, he had an amazing backdoor pass to Teddy Bluger that we didn't know he had it in him. So maybe a bit of on each of the 3 guys would be most helpful for my viewers.
I do think Forbort has a bit of a chip on his shoulder right now, and I'm excited to see where his game could go, because he was like, I'm sure it's really a frustrating spot for a player to be in and out of the lineup constantly and being that 7th guy. You know what I mean? He hadn't really been able to get his legs under him with the Bruins a lot before he'd be ripped out of the lineup, but he was ripped out of the lineup for a reason. Like, I enjoy his game when he's on, but he has some off nights where it's like that backdoor pass could turn ugly in the opposite direction. I hate to say it because I love his personality. I think he's such a chill, like calm, cool, and collected, fun guy, but he's like kind of like refreshingly normal for somebody in the NHL is the only way I can describe it. Like, he had an Instagram for his lovely dog, Darla, RIP. She was like an absolute like sweetheart. But I'm excited to see what he could do in a bigger role. Like, I know Myers might be injured now, so there might be like a bigger role for him. But I do.
Is he vocal, Sara? Is he a vocal guy?
No, unless like I think he has like really funny one-liners and he can riff off people. So maybe like DeBrusk is pretty vocal. So I think they could have like maybe a funny dynamic. But I don't, especially going somewhere new, trying to make a different career than he had maybe with the Bruins, because he was there from like the Cassidy days and there was a lot with the changing of the coaches. I think this could be, maybe it's like recency bias with that awesome play that he did have, but I think it could be a nice, like fresh spot for him. And I do think he's a hard worker, so that goes somewhere, but I'm not expecting him to be the best defenseman you've ever had. That's what I'm
right. So it sounds like though he's not miscast then as a 3rd pairing guy. Like he shouldn't be any higher, but you're not also saying that he shouldn't be in the lineup either.
Yes, I think 3rd pairing would be great. I think that's just enough for him to keep kind of that chip on his shoulder. And like when he starts playing more minutes, that's when you're like, all right, there's going to be more room for error, of course. But I think knowing that he has a secure spot in the lineup would be good for his morale. But let's not push it, you know?
Yeah, no, that's well said.
Heinen, it was shocking that he was on a PTO a few years ago. I think he's one of the, we're going to say hardworking again, one of the most hardworking players in the league, but he is an honest, like his 5-on-5 game is great. I think he has he doesn't make a mistake. That's what I'll say about that, which like you need he's not going to be your best player. You need your best players to be your best players around him, but he's going to be the guy that's going to make that fourth goal. Like he's going to, if people are in a slump, I think he can kind of be the backbreaker, but he's not going to be the like source in the beginning of the momentum. He can ride on the momentum really well. If that makes sense at all.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And when I was watching him play Sara Friday night, one thing that stood out to me is he's kind of lanky. Like he's not built like this, or he doesn't look like, well, who knows, he's wearing pads, but he did take up a lot of space just from he just looks tall and he looks lanky.
Yeah. He's fast and he is definitely tall and lanky, but I think it's impressive that he takes up the space that he does and doesn't get knocked over. Like you won't see him really taking hits much.
Yeah. And I know you know enough about Miller and Besser, even if you're not expert on the Canucks, but you know enough about them. Do you think Heinen can hang with them for an entire season, or would he be more suited to play with a Garland or a Bluger or a Suter on a third line, or even a Petey on a second line? Like, can he hang with Miller and Besser? I guess is my question.
I think he can. I think I liked him playing with Pasternak a little bit. Like I think if there's enough talent, and you're seeing that with Besser, like I love that he comes out and immediately scores 2 goals. Like I just want him to succeed more than maybe anybody in the league. And I think Heinen won't drag him down. No. And I think that could work for sure. But he's really malleable. So you could, if it doesn't work, all right, put him in the second line and see what happens. Like it's not going to be the end of the world if that needs to be rearranged a little bit.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. And Danton Heinen is also from here, from the Lower Mainland in BC. So there's people rooting for him for sure. Okay, how about the big shiny new toy for us, Jake DeBrusk?
Yeah, I'm a little biased. I wrote like my first ever article on him when he scored that overtime goal against the Leafs, and I just remember he made me love hockey so much again, and being like, I am doing the exact thing working at this radio station in Boston. He said, I would have never left the ice if I could help it. And I was just like, I saw the passion in his eyes. You all know Louis DeBrusk, right? Like they're just such great people, the DeBrusks, and they're really hockey guys to me. But other than that, on the ice, I mean, he emulates that with his forecheck. He gets in cold streaks, but then the hot streaks come at the right time. He's a playoff player. He is going to put his heart and soul into every game, which sometimes I think comes to his detriment in these, like, he's still finding his way these first 2 games for absolute sure. And I think you can tell the frustration because he just wanted to come in and be that guy. And he has to sometimes slow down a little bit, and it's okay. It's okay to not be that guy right now. Your time's going to come. Like, don't get too frustrated, but he has that heart and spirit in the forecheck. And when the goals come, bet on them coming for the next 3 and 4 and 5 games, because he really goes on those tears. But it's gonna, I mean, he's only ever played for the Bruins in the Bruins system, and then he had Bruce Cassidy was very much holding him back and punishing him a little bit for the last few years of that tenure. So that's why he requested that trade, and it was like he could finally breathe with Montgomery. But now he's with Rick, who's like everybody says is the best coach they've ever played for. So I'm really excited to see how he does with him, and how, I don't know, I keep calling him Rick by his first name as if I know him, but
that's all right. He's not watching. It's fine.
Old friend, no period. But I'm excited to see how he handles DeBrusk's kind of frustration right now, and see if that can make him more of a consistent player. But I just, when he's on, I know that I'm saying that about everybody, but Jake DeBrusk's game is one of my favorites in the world. Like somebody broke down like one of the most important per 60s, and it's him, like with the clutch goals in the playoffs. So, I mean, the Canucks need that if they need anything.
Yes, for sure. And what's it about his game, Sara, that you like so much? Is it his IQ, his work ethic, his actual skill? Like what is it that stands out for? And what are Canucks fans going to appreciate about him?
It's so lame because I sound like a hockey guy when I talk about it, but his forecheck stands out. He's the only one that's not cliche when it comes to, oh my God, like him and Mark Stone, they're the forecheck, and that they create goals based off their own defense. That's what I love. Like they will take the puck and move it from the defensive to the offensive. They're 2 forwards that can do that. And there's just one, I should find the clip because you guys would go crazy. There was this one penalty kill where he didn't have his stick. It was in the playoffs, I think, against the Leafs. I don't even remember. It was like before I went to cover the Hurricanes a few years ago. Yeah. And he just was taking like 3 pucks off the leg. He's like shaking, he's running around, but he didn't allow a goal. And like that saved the Bruins season in the playoffs. It was like he will do that. He will do anything to keep your team in the game in the playoffs.
Yeah. And the way you explain his game, Sara, he sounds like, at least on paper, be a perfect match for Elias Paterson, because Paterson's not the fastest. He's not going to be the biggest, most sturdiest to dig out those pucks or to forecheck or back check. He's good. Like it's not like he's averse to doing those things, but I'd say he's more quick, quick dekes, quick passes, quick release. But so he's not going to be the one that's going to go grab the puck. He's going to wait for someone to go grab it, set him up, and then make a really good decision from there. So it sounds like that they could be two complementary players to each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really excited to see how Paterson can have all these options and what he's going to do with them, right? Like this top 6 has never been so
right.
There's an opportunity here to see what we're cooking with. And there are a lot of different go-tos if something gets stale. So that's kind of what I'm looking forward to most. And it looks like I know it's only 2 games, but it looks like we're going to see some rearrangements soon because you need more production out of this talent right now.
Yes, no, that's very fair. They had one good game, and when it comes to them, they had one good game and one bad game.
Yeah.
So I know you like Jake DeBrusk as a player, as a person. So he gets a 7-year contract at 5.5.
Yeah.
Happy for him as a player. Do you think that contract will age well?
I think so, especially with the rising cap, right? You're seeing all these, every position in the league is setting a new market. You see that with the goalies, you see that with the Draisaitl contract, and you're seeing everybody become the richest player at their position in league history. And hopefully the cap only keeps rising because that's a good sign for the league and players get paid more. I think the 5.5 is going to end up really good for him. It's just the length, but I think he's a player that could be a good trade chip too. Like I think I'm really excited to see what he does on a new team right now, and that will really set the standard for this contract. But I think with the money everybody else is demanding and getting, 5.5, I think the term and the AAV is there for him right now. But if I'm going to be biased for one player in the league, it's him. I really enjoy talking to him. I really enjoy his spirit, and he's just loves the game, and he's happy-go-lucky. He keeps everybody laughing in the locker room. I don't know. He's such a good-hearted person, I think. So I'm really a little biased towards him, but I think it's going to work out.
Yeah, he did his first media availability when he first signed with the Canucks, and then he did one out of training camp. And both times, he had a bit of a twinge of self-deprecating humor that was kind of refreshing, but it wasn't kind of over the top. He wasn't trying too hard. He just seemed very comfortable in front of the camera, honestly, and on the microphone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to be when you're in Boston. I mean, even the reporters get nervous. You can barely get a word in. It's like... I'd always be able to find him though. And I knew I could count on that. There's always the one guy in a locker room. You're like, all right, I know you're sick of seeing me. Let's talk. But he was always down in such a good sport, no matter what. And people were really hard on him because he had requested trades, and people get salty about that in Boston as if it's about the city. No, he loved Boston, whatever. But I'm sure he loves being closer to home and closer to his dad too. I was talking to his dad when all the drama was going down, and it's just such a good family, and I'm so happy that they get to be closer. I know that Louis with the Canuck or the Oilers, Jesus, but still, I feel like I'm the one that's been on this stream for 22 hours. You're perfect.
No, not at all. I'm not close. Okay, and one last thing about DeBrusk. You mentioned Derek Forbort with a chip on his shoulder. You've hinted, and we've heard hints of, as you said, Cassidy, then to Montgomery. Was it simply that DeBrusk did not feel he got enough of an opportunity to show what he was good at, or was he saddled with a bad player or a good player? Just kind of break that open for me just a little bit, Sara.
It's one of those things where he'd be put in jail when he did something wrong, and you have to let him play through it. I was talking to Matthew Tkachuk last year about Paul Maurice, and I'm loving the influx of coaches that everybody says is the best coach they've ever had. It means we're doing something right with, if we're recycling the right guys finally in this league to some degree. But Matthew Tkachuk was telling me that Paul Maurice is the best coach he's ever had because he knows Tkachuk is the player that has to shoot 8 pucks per game, and they're not always going in. There's going to be multiple games in a row where he has to figure it out. But Maurice doesn't bench him and lets him figure it out. And I saw that a lot with an Andrei Svechnikov in Carolina. And Rod Brind'Amour is one of the hardest. You guys know him, a local as well. And he's one of my favorite people alive, not just in hockey, but he's such a hard-nosed person, but he's also really he has 3 or 4 kids that are like the ages of the players that he coaches, and he understands how to get through to these kids. And it's like, you have to let them make some mistakes if they're going to give you high talent. Like, that's just the name of the game. It's not all penalty killing, even though he has his best players in the penalty kill. The point is, Jake DeBrusk needs a longer leash, even if he's not exactly doing his thing. And it's like, that's not fun to hear, but it's just kind of like a Matthew Tkachuk, kind of like an Andrei Svechnikov. It's just, they get the ball rolling and they get the confidence from their coach, and then they'll be able to fly. So I'm really excited to see what he does here with a coach that everybody loves.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. All right, let's spend a couple minutes talking about the guys that went from here over to you, or to Boston. And it's kind of interesting. I think when they traded for Elias Lindholm, the Canucks fans kind of knew that this was a rental, because we already heard that he might want this much, and we weren't sure if we already had Miller and Petey, so there's that. And then whereas Zadorov was kind of the opposite. He was kind of a revelation, especially in the playoffs, playing probably the best hockey of his career. We know the money, we know the term, we know the challenges of that. And we don't want to just say, oh, that's good, they signed for too much, we didn't want those contracts anyways. Because I think the Canucks fans really wanted Zadorov back, not so much Lindholm. So I think I know the answer to this. I've seen the box scores. How have Lindholm and Zadorov fit in with the Bruins? And I presume that they've won over the fans already. I'm guessing.
I think Lindholm's going to be fine. And I've always been really excited to see, I mean, oh my God, how many times can I mention Rod Brind'Amour on any show ever? But I'm sure you guys especially like him here. But he was so good under Brind'Amour, and had this opportunity. And then he just kept being inconsistent, right? And then he comes from the Flames to the Canucks, and he's back. So, I mean, I know he wasn't exclusively playing for Bill Peters, but there was just a lot of players played poorly for him for a reason. You know what I mean? Like, nobody liked playing for him. So I think the fresh starts have really made a good impact for Lindholm. And I think I'm excited to see him with more of an opportunity again, because, I mean, the Bruins have like nobody for center except him. And I mean, Coyle and Zacha, they're good, right? But they are not Bergeron and Krejci. And that has been a struggle that the Bruins have had to deal with for the past few years. So there's that. But Zadorov is a classic, absolute icon somewhere like Boston. Like, he went on the What Chaos show and he's chirping Pete Blackburn, and he chirped me with my style rankings. He was like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. He's hilarious. He's the personality that that makes a superstar league. You know what I mean? Like the NBA, I think about, he reminds me of like an NBA player where, you know what, he's not afraid to say, I did read your article and I hated it. That's what I want a player to do. But anyway, you know how we love the big bad Bruins over here, and now they have like the meatiest blue line in the world, so they could lose every single game and people would be thrilled. But you know what? I love Zadorov as a player. I think because everybody knows his role, right? And I think it would have been an overpay for the Canucks, but it's something that the Bruins did need and they can get away with because it's the Bruins and they want that big guy. You know what I mean? But I think everybody was focused on Swayman. So it's like, all right, we're just going to sneak in this contract and see what happens. But also they got Swayman down. So I don't think anybody's complaining here in Boston.
Yeah. Where did you rank Zadorov on your rankings?
I think I had him at like 4. I was beefing with him the entire season last season because I hated his mock turtlenecks. If he just like removed the turtleneck of it all, I would have loved the outfits. And I kept saying that, but he was in there. But I would put Patrick Laine up high a lot because I appreciated the wrists and he didn't like that. So that's where the beef came from. But it was so funny. It was on Hockey Night in Canada and he was like, she's trash. Like, let's go. That's like part of my highlight reel that I send to people looking for jobs. I'm like, people hate me, but they're just kidding.
That is
bring out the personality.
So you connected with him obviously since he signed with Boston, yeah?
Not yet. I'm planning on it. What I like to do is, since I'm not like a beat reporter in Boston, I like to make my rounds in the most inconspicuous moment. And I'm a big show up to practice girl. And the Warrior Ice Arena in Boston is pretty awesome. So I like to take a trip there like a few times a month. And that's when I kind of get to ask my off the wall weird questions. So I will be grilling him about the mock turtlenecks and where to buy the best one in Boston.
That is very, very good. Now, are the Bruins your favorite team?
No, I
No?
don't know if my favorite team is Penn State hockey because I went to Penn
Yeah.
State. I'll say that after a few years of, well, I guess 10 years of writing about hockey and being a reporter in different senses of the term, I would be able to root for a team now because I don't report really necessarily, but I just root for people at this point.
Yeah.
Like I root for
Yeah.
DeBrusque. I root for like a Dougie Hamilton, like people that I've talked to and really like. But also, I mean, I follow the Bruins a lot. I follow the Canucks. I follow the Hurricanes because I used to cover
Yeah.
them. And then there are just like a few teams per year that I'll get hooked on and start really enjoying the games. And that's kind of like the con of not being around a team 24/7 is feeling kind of lost and like you don't know the lore and the specifics and like the advanced analytics. But the pro is that you can really find a lot of hidden gems around the league and pick a few teams to really keep your eye on each year.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. No, I knew you knew the Canucks. I didn't know that you had an interest in rooting for them. Well, that's awesome. I like you.
I
even more
love the
now.
fan base. There's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
something special about it all. There's something magical about Vancouver. Like every time I
Yeah.
go there, it's just I'm gonna go for Taylor Swift in 2 months and on my birthday. So I'm really excited to be there. It's just always one of my favorite cities in the world. And the connection with Botchford and the people, like
Yeah.
I have trouble identifying with Bruins fans. They're very like old and grumpy. I don't know. There's a new too positive. Like I like the young and grumpy Canucks fans. There's no young and grumpy Bruins fans. And like it's just no offense to any Bruins fans listening to this. It's just I've had trouble connecting. I'm like, we need
Right.
young old people, if that makes sense at all.
Yeah. But if you like young and grumpy, but if I'm older and more positive, then I got to figure out how I'm going to make this work then. No.
You're young as well, but like I
Oh,
like a weathered positivity too, okay? Because you've
okay.
seen it all.
No, I'll take weathered. I'm 50 years old. I'll take weathered positivity. I'll take that. So you're going to be here in December for the Taylor Swift concert.
Yes, I'm thrilled.
You couldn't find like a concert closer to you, or it's because it was in Vancouver?
Well, it worked out both ways. Like it's going to be my birthday, and
Yeah.
a lot of my friends that are not hockey people are coming, so I'm really excited to just kind of show them around the city and make them fall in love with it too. But it was kind of a double whammy there, where it's like I wasn't able to get the Gillette Stadium tickets, but the Vancouver one popped up, and we're like, oh god, we got to try to get tickets for this, and then it all worked out.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Well, I want to honor the 30 to 35 minutes I asked for. So for the last 5 minutes, I would love people in the chat. There are 60 of you in here on a bright and early on a Sunday morning, which is great. Ask Sarah whatever you want. It can be about the players that are coming from Boston, the players that are going there. It can be about Taylor Swift. It could be about her new project. But yeah, put a couple questions in the chat for sure. And then the first, that's nice to John, says Boston doesn't deserve Sara.
You know what? I'm going to kind of agree with that statement. Like,
that's awesome. That is awesome. Bern, all the way from Germany, says, Sara, for hockey fans everywhere, it's really funny at the moment when Brad Marchand gets angry like yesterday. I didn't see this. What happened?
He's the little rat. Wanna tell us the details of what happened in your own words? Because which one should I say? I feel like we hate them Bruins. Yeah. I wouldn't go that far. I enjoy the Bruins players, and I've always liked the Bruins way with Sara. Sara is one of my favorite people in the league. One of the first people I got to interview and was my like hero growing up as a defenseman. I'm 5'2", so that didn't necessarily work out for me, but it was so cool. The first time I interviewed him, he could tell I was nervous, and he turned to me and said, "Hey, I think we're going to be on TV." And I started laughing because the cameras were coming to us. So he was like, "Calm down."
That is really funny.
Shannon, come through to the Taylor Swift concert.
Yeah.
You're invited.
Here's a great question from Justin. Sara, what is the most rewarding aspect of what you do? What is the most challenging obstacle you face in your role? So yeah, give us a blessing and a challenge from from your work.
That's such a great question. The most rewarding is, I always joke, the friends we made along the way, but it really is being able to connect with people. And I think that's what I've loved so much about the new venture that I've been doing. It's called the civreport.substack.com. You can subscribe for free if you want, but it's been awesome to have a group chat with people again where they're fun and lighthearted, and also I can bring them content that I hope distracts them from whatever else is going on in their life, or gives them a chuckle, or makes them think about something, or makes them feel more connected to their favorite team. I don't know. It's even like last year with the Canucks run, my best friend is from Vancouver and moved to Boston. There's just so many connections here, but she lost her dad a few years ago, and like just what that meant to her watching the Canucks go that far, and every night was so magical, and being able to write about that experience. That's some of my favorite articles, and I love like fandom bringing people together. And I think the most challenging is just, I mean, Clay, you know this, just the obstacles and the hoops you have to jump through to do some of the most basic stuff sometimes, and to give the people what they actually want. Like there's a lot of no's that I'm hearing recently, which is why I decided to, you know, like the 5th no of the month, I was just like, you know, not from Bleacher Report, by the way, they've been awesome and they've been really great in my freelancing journey, but just from like trying new things at other places and trying to keep making a living, just hearing no has been like, all right, I'm gonna tell myself and the people that want to read my content yes, and you guys backing me a lot has meant the world to me and has reaffirmed that I should be here. So thanks. Long-winded answer.
No, that's a wonderful answer. And I want our city to adopt you. You should just move here permanently.
Please,
we'll take
please.
you.
I would take a job there. Just letting everybody know. I definitely. I'm open to it.
I'll my people talk to your people. Although I don't have any people, so
nor do I.
we'll figure that out.
Find people.
Okay, we'll find the people by December. One last question from me, Sarah. When you look at the NHL overall, give me, you don't have to give me the complete standings for all 4 divisions, but give me a couple teams that you think might come out of each side, each conference.
Yeah. Oh, the Devils are looking devilishly good, if I do say so myself. But I mean, are we overhyping them? That's my question. I think the answer can be yes and no at the same time. I think they're going to win the Atlantic, but I also think they're not going to win the Cup. I think the Oilers are looking bad, but we're not shocked. Like this just happens every year, and we're just going to allow it. And in the same way, I like that the Canucks have immediately regressed. You know what I mean? All right, figure it out, right? This is serious. The situation is serious. I'd rather this happen right now than in the beginning, and everyone's still going to be asking, when are they going to regress? Like people wouldn't be able to enjoy it. Like they barely, I mean, I enjoyed the hell out of it last season, but I know there was a point where it's like, how much can we enjoy this until it falls apart? And it didn't. So checkmate. But at the same time, now it's happening and it's like, all right, go get a goalie, I fear. But who else do I have my eye on? Utah Hockey Club. Come on.
Yeah. That's an exciting story for sure.
Gotta hand it to them.
Yeah.
I think them, the Rangers, and like, I think Shesterkin is playing for that 11+ million, and I think he's gonna earn it if anybody's gonna earn it. So
and you know what's sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, that's all I was gonna say. Keep going.
You know what's crazy, Sarah, is here in Vancouver, last year we're blown away. Obviously, all the expectations were exceeded. So after so many years of futility, we finally make the playoffs. And then boom, the very next season, they're already talking about the windows closing, right? Like it's so funny how that happens. But Miller's not going to get any younger, although he was great. Hughes is we got to take advantage of 2 more years at his amazing $7.8 million contract, as opposed to whatever he's going to make. So it's what's going to happen to Demko in 2 years. So it's crazy how we go from nothing, boom. The entire city is going crazy, and now boom, we better do something the next 2 years. It's funny how hockey works that way.
It's so funny because I covered the Carolina Hurricanes for 5 years when they were going from never having made the playoffs in a decade to making them every year, and it was so much slower. But in Canucks land, they don't allow that. It's like immediately no. Like it was like, oh, we're just here to enjoy this. I'm just happy to be here. But then after like 3 years, it started getting serious. Like we got to win the cup. But Canucks immediately, and that's another reason I love the passion. It's like, okay, where are we going from here? Because you guys get it, but I just think the goalie situation, it's just clear as day. And you saw the Devils deal with that. Then they went and got a world-class goalie. And at the same time, guys, it's only 2 games. So let's see where we're at in a month and calm down. But still, there's good takeaways to be had from these 2 games.
Sure.
One of them is like the suspicions about the goaltending. It's like something to figure out.
Yep. I'm with you. And the last question, I'll rephrase it for John. But so basically, did the Jeremy Swayman contract, did it end up how you thought it was going to end up, either in terms of how close the money was, or did you actually think that there could have been a rift there between him and Neely?
there's a rift for sure. No matter
Yeah.
what else is like going on, I think they're both happy they got it done, but
Yeah.
it was ugly in the pub. I was on the Bruins side for a bit because I thought he's only had 44 postseason games. He
Sure.
hasn't done that much, but what he has done has been incredible and like one of the best goaltending performances, but still he needed a little more proving in my eyes, but still the goaltending market is being set differently now. And you're seeing that with the cap rise. I know that agents are looking more for salary cap percentage.
Right.
Now that we're in like a no man's land where the cap is rising and continuing to rise and expected to rise even more, it's like they're looking for a piece of the pie in relation to the rest of the team, not what other goalies around the league are doing. So I wasn't surprised he got at least 8.25.
Right.
The publicity of it all was pretty embarrassing. And I think even as much as I agree with the Bruins that like they should lowball if Swayman's camp is going to highball, and I know the agent's really tough there. Like, yeah, you can go low, but to publicly get the amount wrong was super embarrassing. And that's when they had to fold. You can't do that and expect like a decent relationship going forward. And that rubs everybody, including the fan base, the wrong way. It's like the publicity of that, the tongue in cheek, and getting it wrong was wild.
Awesome. And this is going to be the absolute last one because it's a nice quick one. Who's one Vancouver Canuck player that you haven't met or interviewed yet that might be intriguing to you?
Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah, that's a good question, Carol.
I think JT Miller has had such a sordid career and perception. I'd love to sit down with him for a real chat and talk about his own journey, right? And his own experience. But I love Paterson's style and I think he's hilarious. There's a lot of good, like under the radar guys. I mean, Besser, I think what he's gone through and the person that he is incredible. But I think somebody like Mike Rousseau has already written that story better than I ever would in my entire life and has really gotten to know him. So I think JT Miller would be my target to kind of crack, you know?
Okay. We'll save JT for you.
Please,
Sarah,
thanks.
this is awesome. You're the perfect person to end off the stream with. I'm going to do one quick wrap up hour, but I'm gonna if you're a spare moment, I'm gonna find you when you're here in Vancouver in a couple months and just for a quick hello. I appreciate you coming on here today and sharing all of your wisdom with us. I'm so grateful. So thank you.
Absolutely. I loved it so much and keep crushing it. Wow. Congrats. You made it this far. Only 1 hour to go.
We'll see. And then I got to, you probably know it's Canadian Thanksgiving up here this weekend. So it's a good weekend to do this. I think my family didn't even know I was buried in my office for 24 hours. So we'll see. We'll see if they're around when I get out. Yeah,
for sure. Thanks so much for having me.
Awesome. We'll talk soon. Thanks, Sarah.
No problem.
Take care.
See ya.
Bye. All right. That was Sara Civian of the Civ Report. You can subscribe to it at the civreport.substack.com. I think it is. I'm going to look that up to make sure I get it right. And so happy to get Sara on here. She's a lot of fun. And she's been on the radio a couple of times with Halford and Bruff, and she obviously knows her stuff. And she's got a wonderful way of presenting her stuff. Yes, the Civ Report, CIV, the civreport.substack.com. Okay. Yeah, she is definitely a breath of fresh air for sure. I know I'm getting tired. I'm starting to, I will say, and who knows what's going to happen. I have not yawned once in 23 hours. Now that I've said that, I'll probably be yawning profusely through the last hour, but that's okay because I'm not talking to anyone else. But I got, let's do 6 minutes of answering your questions here. Then I will set up things up for the last hour of this stream. So 6 more minutes. How am I feeling? I'm feeling pretty good, actually. I'm feeling pretty good. I didn't like some of the technical issues I had. BC Beasley, I shared it earlier. Not sure if you heard. At the 3 a.m. hour after I had Doodle Hockey on, when I was going to do my jersey, my swag collection, a couple people mentioned that the audio and the video weren't very synced. And I said, okay, that makes sense. I've been streaming for 16, 17 hours. Everything's like burning hot. My dongles, that didn't sound right, but my connectors and everything. So I ended up stopping the stream, firing up a new one. That meant I had to give Andrew, Mark, Jeff, and Sara a new link, but they all managed fine. And then it worked. And I think everything is synced again, which is really, really good. However, when I was doing that, independent of that, I forgot that YouTube only allows 12-hour live stream uploads. So I had gone 17 hours. So that means I lost the last 5 hours, which included the epic tortilla slap that we did. But then I remembered I actually recorded the stream on a local copy on this on my laptop. So all to say, I won't have time before I go to church and go out for the day. But when I go to bed, before I go to bed tonight, Sunday night, and probably not get up for a while, I am going to download and then upload hours 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So basically, I'll have part 1 that's already up. It's already online, 12 hours. We'll have the next 5 hours, which I got to upload. And then we're going to have this recording here, which is another 6 or 7 hours. So hopefully that makes sense to you. And yeah, more Pepsi. No, I better not. I think I'm going to have to start going to the bathroom pretty soon. Can't wait for the 48-hour stream. Ha ha ha. Very funny. Why don't you join me? We won't see Clay for a week after this. Well, I'm not going to stream Sunday night because what am I going to talk about? I've already done 24 hours. And then just in case I get home early, actually we're at a party. So I might be falling asleep at the party, but at least I'm not rushing home to stream Sunday night. So this weekend, I've taken a break from the members Ask Me Anything because we had 24 hours of this. And then I'm not going to stream on Sunday night. BC also hates a hot dongle. Yes, it happens to the best of us. Home stretch. Well done, Clay. You handled even the technical issues with grace and dignity. Justin, that means a lot. Thank you. I think, I do get excited for what I do. I want to do a good job. I so desire to do a good job, but you could actually physically see it. When I stopped, when I just calmed down and closed my eyes and thought, what makes sense? Do I try and truck on with the stream, but have another 7 hours of video and audio unsynced versus, okay. And it's interesting. Remember when I was making that decision, going through all those, I guess, options in my head, I forgot that the whole thing about going 24 hours straight, it was moot because YouTube cuts it off at 12 hours. Remember, that was one of the things I was considering. Oh, I want to be able to say that I did a 24-hour live stream all in one take, but no, YouTube would have cut it off halfway anyways. Thank you, Shannon. I appreciate your congrats. The epic tortilla slap is being preserved for future generations. I sure hope so. I sure hope that the computer saved it, but I'll know once this stream is done. Thank you, Darren. Glad that you're here. When the Canucks win the cup, need at least 48 hours. Okay, I will do that if the Canucks win the cup. The tortilla clip may have passed the gritty now. Yes, and Adrian did send me a GIF of it, which is pretty funny. Is there even an arena in Tampa? Well, as far as I know, the Canucks are planning to fly down. Wonder why YouTube cuts it off after 12 hours? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just a way to control the size of files that are on there. That's a good question. I'm not sure. Okay, friends, I'm going to go for 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes here. Then I'm going to take a 10-minute break real quick. And then we will do our last hour, which is pretty crazy. I missed the slap. Yeah, I'll send it to you. It was pretty crazy. It's probably better if you watch that whole. Basically, Sean and Jake took over for the hour. I went upstairs to shower. Then I heard them say, if we raise $100, we will slap the heck out of each other with tortillas. the tortilla slap challenge. And then it suddenly got to, if we raise $200, we'll get my dad into it. This was unbeknownst to me. And then I hear Kayla, who's still up at 1:30 in the morning, saying, if we do $300, I'll do too. So the crew came through. They raised $300 in 45 minutes. Sean and Jake, they were hustling. And then for 10 minutes, we played the tortilla slap game, and it was ridiculous. I took a big, I got 2 on Kayla. We played rock, paper, scissors. I got 2 on Kayla, and I was very loving. I'm her dad. I'm not going to smoke her. And she just hammered me across the face with the tortilla. And I thought I might have not had ear damage, but I thought that I was going to have trouble hearing for a little bit, but I'm okay. Granted, I haven't talked to anyone. I'm just talking to myself and to my guests. So maybe it's going to be a little bit more sore a little bit later. Yes. And tell BC, for those of you that were there for the tortilla slap, tell him about it. Will I do another open house? Yeah, Darren, I think I will. That was a lot of fun. Oh man, it was crazy. Amazing job. Props to you. Just woke up after watching you slapped in the face with tortilla. At your age, if I was up for 24 hours straight, I'd be sleeping for the next week. That could still happen. Sarah's not a reporter. She's a freelancer. So she doesn't, she's a reporter, but not for the Bruins. Do they get $100 each, or is dad keeping it all? I will talk to them. I think they're fine with me keeping it for, and Sean even, I think, said on the stream, for all that we've done for him, raising him here. But I'm very proud of all three of my kids, obviously. Someone please clip them promising a 48-hour stream if we win a cup. Heck, I'll go 72 hours if we win a cup. Tortilla, El Salvador tortillas from there are thicker. Okay, good thing we did not get El Salvadorian tortillas. All right, friends. You're welcome, Carol. It was a good question. 10-minute warning, a 10-minute countdown. My last one of the stream. See you in 10. All right, friends. I was just getting ready with the spreadsheet, and I gotta just check a couple of things. So I'm going to we'll run the intro, and then we will figure out exactly how I'm going to do this. So let's run the intro. Final hour, 24-hour live stream starts now.
Hey everyone, it's Kirk McLean here, and you're watching Clay's Canucks commentary.
Well, friends, we made it. Hour number 24, the final hour of my 24-hour live stream. We have survived. I've survived a massive tortilla slap to the left side of my face. Probably the most memorable moment of the stream. I'm not sure if it's for the right reasons. Welcome, everyone. If you've made it all 24 hours, you are amazing. Is there anyone truly that's made it for all 24 hours? Or, I'll get to that in a second. I'm going to ask you later and just kind of 20, 22 hours. I would love to know. And and we kind of just go from there. And we're going to do the contest wrap up. We had a great hour with Sara. We had a great hour with all of my guests. And I'll do a formal thank you at the end, but I'm going to get straight into this contest in a couple of seconds. For your last hour, you can still subscribe. You can like the video. You can leave a donation. We haven't had a donation actually since this new stream, the last 5 or 6 hours. So you could be the one to get the donation train out of the station. I get that a lot of you spent your money for the tortilla slap challenge, and that's fine. You can gift a membership, buy your own membership, upgrade your own membership, use your monthly membership message, and if you're listening, no podcast for this. You can support me by buying some merch, Canuck Clay merch at canuckclay.threadless.com. For the last time today, let's hear from our channel sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts Real Estate. Thank you to my channel sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts Real Estate. At Van City Experts, their experience, knowledge, and expertise can serve you well in navigating through the real estate market and will help you to choose the best home or condo in the greater Vancouver area that best suits your and your family's needs. All right. Mr. Fuji made 21 and a half out of 23 so far. So if you're up for this last one, you has 20 and a half. Now, before I display this, the giveaway, and I'll explain everything in a second, I need to make a call here on something. And Mr. Fuji brought it to my attention that he entered his kid in there as well. Now, I'm trying to figure out if that is completely fair, because I think the intent wasn't for people to put in like family members as well. It was just people on the stream that you're part of the stream. So I think 12 entries, admittedly, Mr. Fuji, is too much. I think 6 is fair, and for the intent of this contest, I think that's the fairest. I really do, and I would do that for anyone if I notice that. And I'm looking at the entries right now, and I think that would be the fairest thing to do. So I'm going to put Mr. Fuji as the YouTube handle instead of these ones that you put in. So that's what I'm going to do. I think that is fair. And because the intent wasn't because all of us could have added family members, spouses. I wanted to make it as legit as possible. So, Mr. Fuji, I hope you understand. Unless your son was actually, I didn't type for. Oh no. I want this to be fair. So I want this to be on our system. So, Mr. Fuji, no, I haven't deleted yet. Did your son? So I didn't type for him, but okay, no problem. So you're saying that you did. Your son entered on his own because he entered himself. No, that's fair. Can I ask how old he is? Yeah, because I see a different phone number, so I presume that that's his cell number, and you have a cell number. So, Mr. Fuji, if you don't mind, no, sorry, Harry, I'm not adding any late entries. I was pretty explicit about the time, and I think I have to be honest. I have to be fair to everyone. Yeah, I don't want to. I want this to be fair. I want this is supposed to be fun. Yeah, because even the YouTube 15. Okay, so Mr. Fuji, yeah, I think it just because the field isn't that big, I think it's the fairest thing to do, and I hope you would understand. Okay, Mr. Fuji, thank you. Let me just make sure that I'm okay with this. As you guys know I like to talk things out on the stream. And I want to make it fair. And this isn't a witch hunt. I'm not trying to play favorites or not play favorites. He was here. He was only here for 4 hours, stopping in every 3 or so, but it's okay. We are here for it. No, Justin, I'm not going to charge her. It actually wasn't 18 plus by any chance. I should actually probably make that clear next time, but no, I can't add that now because I didn't. Okay, so Mr. Fuji, he was only here for 4 hours. Okay, so then how did he get all 5 bonus entries then? I'm not trying to play detective. I'm just trying to be fair. Like Mr. Fuji, I'm going to keep because you guys got it right, but I have no proof that you guys got it right. Because you told him what to type, which I wouldn't completely blame you. But the whole thought was that okay. So I think what I'm going to do is, because I want to get going on this. Okay. So Mr. Fuji, I hope you understand. I still have your main 6 in there, which is good. And then people are asking who. So Lisa L is in there 6 times. Clifford's in there once. John's in there once. Smiley Hello's in there 5 times. Zal's in there once. Shannon's in 6. Jean's in once. Jamie the Frog 6. Netchen twice. Carol 6. Unpaved 6. BC Beastly 5. So I guess you didn't get that random one right. By the way, it was Tockett, Hughes, Miller, Demko, Paterson, not Besser. Tockett, Hughes, Miller, Demko, Paterson. AMG's in there once. Just Incredible is in there 6 times. Mr. Fuji's in there 6 times. Rosario once. Koroya 4 times. Anjang once. Cajunese once. Stewart once. Maxwell Wong, voice actor once. Captain Vancouver once. And then Jay in 6 times. Mackie, I do not see yours. Okay, appreciate that, Mr. Fuji. That's good. Nux fan, it's your birthday today. Happy birthday. Let's give you some love in the chat for sure. So happy birthday to Nux fan. Bob Bluger, morning all. Happy to see looking fresh. Thank you. No problem. No, we don't have to go after Mr. Fuji and ask him a bunch of questions. He's good with us having him in 6 times. Yeah, you guys, I can't go back, and I can only go with what the Google sheet gave me. If you filled it out properly, then I got it, and that's really all I can do. I can't make exceptions. I can't go back. I was pretty explicit about the instructions, and as much as I want to be the nicest guy and get everyone in there, I have no proof to know. The only proof I have is black and white what was in the responses. Which I'm looking at one more time as a last check. I trust my son, Sean. He's pretty smart about these kind of things. But I'll do one last look before we go final. Okay, let's see. No, John, you didn't get Demko in the right spot. There were 5 bonus answers, and you had to put it in the right spot, John. And Gerald, I do not see your entry in here. So I don't know if you submitted it after, because if you didn't submit it, I mean, if the form wasn't open, then you couldn't submit it, unless, Gerald, you used a different name, which I don't see. Okay, we better get going. Gerald, when did you submit it? Because I have everything here. Yeah, I have everything from 7 o'clock to 7:48, actually. All right, I think we're good. This is supposed to be fun. This is a bonus anyways. It's not like you guys paid to be in it. I want to award a winner, and we should get going pretty quickly. So let's go. I'm going to put it on the screen. And for those of you who are wondering what's happening, this is a draw that we had, and we're going to go reverse order, and we're going to be done before 10 o'clock. So there are 4 prizes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reverse wheel all the way down to the final 4, the final 5, and then I'll reiterate the prizes. But there's a $25 van base to the 4th place winner, a $50 van place to the 2nd winner, 3rd place. And then there's the grand prize for the 1st place of the Canuck Clay Special is going to be 2nd place. And then, I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. You guys ready? Oh, Gerald, why'd you email me? Gerald, why'd you email me? I'm not losing it. I'm just trying to be as fair. I'm trying to be accommodating, but I got to stick to the rules too. I made it very clear how to enter, when to enter. So we better go. Yeah, I have been up 24 hours, so my judgment might not be the absolute best. But we're going to start this off with a bang. Okay? Everyone's in here, according to Sean's auditing, who I trust, because Sean is very, very smart. And what we are going to do, my friends, is we are going to... I'm going to award the first prize right now, and then we are going to play down to the other 2. So you guys ready? The Canuck Clay Special. So I'm going to shuffle this 5 times randomly like I always do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the Canuck Clay Special, we're going to spin this for 20 seconds, and it's actually going to be a winner. You guys ready for this? The winner of this spin, I'm bringing you to a Canucks game. That is the Canuck Clay special. And if you don't want it, that's fine. Or if you can't make it, that's fine. I will. If you can't make it, then I will. I'll go. We can go van base for the equivalent. But here we go. This part's not reverse elimination. Wherever it lands, I'm bringing you to a Canucks game with me. Okay. And if you don't want to come with me, I'll be hugely offended, but that's okay. Can the same person win more than one prize? No, I need 4 different winners. So that's a really good point, Justin. We may have to do some adjustment if there's multiple winners. And then that's why, that's a great point. So I'm going to probably have to track 4 or 5 winners just so we don't have an extra. And then you get to choose. But let's just see what happens. Okay, here we go. First spin, you are going to a Canucks game with me. Oh, I forgot to change the music. Guess what, Mr. Fuji? We are going to a game together. Me and Mr. Fuji. Me and Mr. Fuji going to a game. Mr. Fuji, do you accept that prize? But Mr. Fuji, I did remove one of your entries. Can his son come along? Suddenly, Mr. Fuji has gone quiet in the chat. The first time he's gone quiet all day. Mr. Fuji, do you accept that prize? That is my question to you. He says, I know you have 5% battery. I know it doesn't go away that quickly. 5% battery, and I'm almost 30 minutes away from home. Wait, was he saying, yeah, right? Mr. Fuji, are you accepting this prize? I need a yes or no. Yes. All right, let's do it. I will contact you. Okay, now we reverse all the way down to 3, actually technically to 4 people, because just in case we have a double. So, but we are going to eliminate people now very quickly, and it's all reverse. And we're going to auto remove winners as well. Okay. So don't get excited. These are all eliminations now. Koroya, one of entries out. Oh my gosh. That is bad luck. Koroya, a second entry out. Zhao is out. One of Smiley Hello is gone. Yeah, Croy, sorry you lost. It wasn't a win. Now I feel horrible. Smiley Hello is another one is out. They should take off the confetti. One of BC Beastly is out. I will take out the confetti. Maybe that's confusing people. Oh, I'm glad we take BC Beastly is out. Jamie the Frog. Well, so do you want me to remove you from here then? Are you complaining about how long it's going to take? It's going to go by fast. It's going to go way faster than you think. AMG. We're already down to 66. We started with 75. Some patience. We got an hour to kill. Everyone relax. One of Jay's is gone. One of Carol's gone. One Jamie the Frog. Hey Joshua, nice to see you. Stuart. Oh man. Another Croya. That's three. That's three. One Shannon. Another Shannon. Sorry, Shannon. PCBC. Mr. Fuji is going to bring a son and make Clay watch from outside the arena. Cajun. I like that name. Another J gone. Yes, Micro, I use this all the time. It's amazing. Just incredible. Oh, Rosie, his only entry. Joshua, I'm not even in the contest, but I won last night watching the entire emo family slap each other. And Joshua, I'll retweet it in a little bit. Joshua recreated his own on Twitter. Sorry, Shannon. I think that's three in the last little bit, right? Mr. Fuji's still alive and all the other ones too. He might have to defer. Sorry, Carol. See, we're already almost down to 50. Two more spins, we're down to 50. One Lisa. Another Jamie the Frog. So now we're down to 50. We've gone from 75 to 50 already. We're 1/3 done. Unpaved. Another Lisa. You try, Carol. Jay. Shoot, another Shannon. Another hello. There's a couple of people that have remained unscathed, which is pretty impressive. Mr. Fuji. Jay. Lisa. What do you say? Nakian? Just incredible. Carol. Sorry, Nakian. Fuji. Just incredible. Past the halfway point. Lisa. Oh, BC Beastly. Jay. Starting to see. Lisa. Oh no, BC Beastly. Oh no. Justin. Oh, John. Down to the top 30. Lisa. Oh, try Clifford. Helen. Oh, sorry, BC Beastly. Oh. Oh. Mr. Fuji. Shannon. Oh, good try, Gene. Oh, Justin. Unpaved has 3 of the 4 spots right here. Unpaved. Jamie the Frog. Top 20. It was my first yawn. Jay. I made it 23 and a half hours without yawning. And Jay. No problem, John. Thanks for being here as long as you were. Jamie the Frog. Just incredible. Oh no, Korea. Smiley, hello. 3 more and we were down to the top 10. Try Shannon. Carol. Wow. Unpaved has 4 of the final 10 spots. We are in the top 10. That means we got to change the music. You guys know what's coming. You guys know what is coming. It was hip hop and it was going all the way. 10 seconds worth. Here we go. Unpaved. 4 spots still. Good try, Carol. This is unbelievable. Unpaved has 4 of the 8 spots left. This is unbelievable. Jamie DeFrog. So yeah, this is wow. No, I got to go to the end because if Unpaved has the first 2 spots, we don't do best of 7 because you don't get penalized because you have more spots in there. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, here we go. We need to eliminate one more person. This is unbelievable. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. I think we keep going, but Unpaved, you can't. I said you can't win more than 1 prize. I said that right at the start, and I think that's fair. That makes sense because I want to bless more than 1 person. So, but Unpaved obviously has the best odds of winning the first prize. So that means, I don't know how you say it, Nekian and Captain Vancouver, you guys are still in this. So this is what we're doing. Mr. Fuji has won the game with me. That doesn't change now. What does change is the next person eliminated fully will win $25 to Van Base. And then the final 2 standing by pie, you'll see what I mean, by actual pie slice, will battle for the tickets, the Canucks tickets, or $50 to Van Base. But if the last 2 standing are unpaved, we don't do that. Unpaved wins the tickets and we don't do that best of 7. Make sense? Okay. Yeah, exactly. This is to find out the order. Here we go. This is pretty crazy. Yeah, Fangirl, I have to upload the final one, but we got to do this first. Okay, so now I think we go for 15 seconds to make it more exciting. And after the spin, we got to go applause now because we're doing winners, right? We're almost done, you guys. We're almost done. Where's applause? How come I can't? Where's applause? Subdued applause. No, I want applause, applause. Fireworks. Holy, am I blind? Where's applause? Loud applause. Here we go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I'm not going to make multiple. I'm not, you guys know, those of you that have been with me before, I'm not going to multiply the number of entries because we have an uneven number of people. You guys know what I mean? Yes. Okay. I think you know what I mean. And no stream tomorrow, RSA. Here we go. Well, it's weird. It's clapping, but it's technically an elimination. So 1 of Unpaved's 4 are gone. I don't know how to say it, but Nacian and Captain Vancouver, you're still alive. Only if it's Irwin Unpaved versus someone else. Congratulations, Captain Vancouver. You are the winner of a $50 gift cert to Van Base that I'll take care of for you first thing next week. Okay. Basically, this is going to be funny. Basically, Nasian has to survive 2 more spins. Oh, I think it's going to happen. That's 1. This is unbelievable. Nasian is bucking the odds. So all Nasian has to do is avoid this next spin, and we have a best of 7. Oh my. It's gonna happen, you guys. What? Wow. What a comeback. This is amazing, you guys. How fitting of a final. Oh, Nation. Sorry. I'm an idiot. Okay. So congrats. We're not going to remove now. We are not going to remove. We are displaying duplicates. And we are not removing the winner. Okay. We have a best of 7 between Nation. I'm on the edge of my seat. Not because it's tense, but because Mr. Fuji-san took the rest of it. Okay, here we go. Best of 7. Nation versus Unpaved. The winner of this best of 7 gets the tickets to Calgary, Vancouver. The second place gets $50 to Van Base. And Mr. Fuji may be the ultimate winner because he gets to go to a game with me. Nation, you're in the chat. Unpaved, are you still in the chat? Yes. Okay, here we go. Best of 7. You want to see your name get called here. Oh, wait. This doesn't count. This doesn't count. I forgot to... Oh, that was close. Controversy. Yes, I did not quad up. Now, Nation and Unpaved. I know Unpaved has been in my streams before. Nation, to make it more exciting, I make it 8 pies, not just half, because then I just think this is better. Okay, here we go. Funny thing, I was at the home opener, but hopefully we don't blow the lead. Now we go. Best of 7. Yes, I did, Erwin. Thank you. Nation wins game 1. That's closer to the middle is more dominant. That's not too dominant. So I'm going to go, that's a 4-2 victory for Nation. Nation is up 1-0. If Nation wins this, that will be the craziest bucking of the odds. Because didn't Unpaved have 4 final 8? I'm not cheering for anyone. I'm just making a point. Game 2. Nation wins again. Another score of 4-2. This is a 2-0 lead for Nation. Unpaved. Got to get on the board. Wow. This is unbelievable. That's even more dominant. That's like a 5-1 victory. Nation is up 3-1. This is probably the most improbable I've ever seen. 3-0. Unpaved needs to reverse sweep and run the table. Think we're safe. Unpaved's going to hold on for. Oh, no. Have we had a sweep, you guys? Nation sweeps this. I will contact you on Monday. I'm too tired today, Nation, but you have tickets to the November 12 Canucks game. Unpaved. I'm sorry, you had amazing odds, but you still walk away with a $50 gift certificate. This, I can't believe this. Nation came from a 1 in 8 odds of even making the final to sweeping the final. That is crazy. Wow. Unpaved. Look at this. How classy of you, Nation. How classy of you, Mr. Fuji. You're welcome. Okay, friends. I'm not gonna cheat. I'm gonna last for the last 20 minutes here, and we're gonna wrap up. I just want to see who these people are. Nation. I recognize your last name, but I don't know if you're related to Nation. Do I know any of your relatives? Because I definitely recognize your last name. Then we have Captain Vancouver, who only had one. Captain Vancouver only had one entry, and Captain Vancouver wins the $25 gift cert. Unpaved, as we know, had 6 entries, but still wins a $50 gift cert. Okay, I know Nation then. Wait, Carl is your older brother? Carl is your older brother? That was amazing. And then, of course, Mr. Fuji, who, mysterious as he is, I get to find out who this guy is. And see if he's in real life like the way he was in the stream. Okay, friends, that was pretty awesome. Winners, I will contact you, but not today. You guys know I have a busy day today. In a good way. Oh, I just closed my stream. How come am I still streaming? Am I still live, you guys? That was weird. So Nation is going to the Canucks Calgary game with both tickets. Mr. Fuji, I'm going to give you a couple of options of games, but I won't do that. We won't figure that out on the stream. I will send you an email with some options. Okay. This is the last 15 minutes. If you want to do a late donation, if you want to do a membership message, if you want to upgrade, now is the chance to do so. Many of you were extremely generous throughout, and I wish I could highlight everyone that donated, but it was on the old stream. So remember, I can kind of say this. There's basically 2 recordings out there now. There's on YouTube right now is hours 1 through 12, because remember, YouTube only allows 12 hours. Missing is hours 13 to 17, 13, 14, 15, 17, which I will hopefully download and find, and I upload tonight. And then this stream is hours 18 to 24, if that makes sense. So I'm going to do a thank you to my guests, and then I will do last 10 minutes of answering your questions. No, I'll do my thank you to guests in the last 5 minutes. Let's answer your questions right now. Mr. Fuji, I won't get drunk. Don't worry. Okay, I trust you. By the way, to everyone who is with me in the 3 a.m. hour, shout out to you, because you didn't see me at my worst. I wasn't in a bad mood, but I was trying to figure out things on the fly. And I'm glad that we all made a good collective decision to try and make, to do a new stream. So despite the extra work, to try and make it a more, yeah, I can already see. I can already see that it's starting to be disjointed a little bit. I think my voice is in front of the video for sure. Congrats on your live stream. Thank you, Kevin. Justin says, congrats on making it. Thank you. Thank you, Justin. Give me your top 3 moments of the last 24 hours. The boys were fun. The boys were fun for sure. And the way that they got excitement and the way that you guys donated. I feel if I name any guest, I don't want to do it at the expense of another. But all the guests were really, really good. Top 3 moments. Yeah, that's a tough one, Irvin. I will say that I really enjoyed talking to Sara. She was my last one, and I've never talked with her before, so that was really refreshing. But everyone is really good. Sorry, Irvin, that's a really, really horrible answer, but yeah, it's the honest truth. There are moments from almost every guest that I loved, and that I was very grateful for. You know, Jeff Paterson, I've never done live. Actually, a lot of those guys I haven't done live. Rick was funny in that he made me hold my arm. Yeah. So top 3, yeah, memorable. Maybe Rick Dollywall was funny because he was basically calling me 1 minute before he was supposed to come on, and then made me hold the phone up. Maybe Sara and the kids, but this whole 24 hours was great. Shout out to Byrne with the £5. Is that £5 donation? It translates to $7.50 Canadian. Thanks, Clay, for your very entertaining, informative 24-hour live stream and content. You're most welcome, Byrne. Thanks for tuning in from Germany. You guys, this is pretty crazy. I don't think I'm going to yawn in the next 13 minutes. That means I yawn once in 24 hours, which is crazy for me. Which tells me I'm going to fall asleep at church in the next hour. Swervin fell asleep at 5, so you made it all the way until then. Congrats on 23:30. Thank you, RSA. I'm surprised you didn't subtract every 10-minute and 5-minute break either. Really, I probably only did like 12 hours. No, Swervin, I haven't been able to watch anything yet. And because it's not live on YouTube anymore, I have to make sure that it got downloaded. But I can't wait. I could hear them though. I was showering. I had the stream on. No, Mr. Fuji, you can drink. You can have a lot of fun. I want you to be you. I'm not some prude who who doesn't want you guys to have fun, and I don't want you to change the way you are, because I mean, you're you, I'm me, and let's figure this out, Mr. Fuji. What was your experience this time around compared to your first 24-hour stream? Feels like these are getting better and better with the quality of guests. Okay, so my first 24-hour stream, Justin, it had the novelty of being my first one ever. And there's a lot of energy, and I didn't know how I was going to go. I did all that through Zoom, so it was so complicated. I would basically put them on Zoom. You guys know my setup now. I would put them on Zoom on this monitor and then share my screen inside of OBS. It was Streamlabs. That was tough. Although Streamlabs had a subscriber counter right on it, which is cool. And I don't think it had a donation tracker, but StreamYard is so much easier. It was so much smoother to get the guests in and out for sure. You know, one thing I wish I did something like a concert like I did with Marie in the last stream, but I thought the boys are better than ever. And I thought with all due respect to the guests I had last time, the quality of guests, this one, and the quality of conversation and the flow, it was a predictable but general flow. I think for all those reasons, I really like what we did here this weekend. Thank you, Justin. No problem, Coach Rob. You can watch some of it, and I got to get the rest of it online. You're all good. You're tired. Actually, perfect. For the next 5 minutes, I want you to tell me one of two things. How many hours out of the 24 were you here? I know Mr. Fuji. I kind of feel good that Mr. Fuji won, actually, in all seriousness, because he was here for 20 and a half hours, and maybe some of you were on for that long. But tell me for 5 minutes, and then I'll wrap up with 5 minutes thanking my guests. For 5 minutes, tell me how many hours you were here and what your 3 top moments were. Rome says his was the tortilla slap, Sara, and Nick. I love it. I love it. Can we expect to see a player or coach or Canucks alumni? I'm going to try my best, Justin. Not very easy. If it was Rev Trev, I'm going with, on the other hand, I might just have to get extra crazy just to put him through some shock. No, Mr. Fuji, I know that you're on his stream a lot. I know that you're very new to my stream. So hopefully, are you Japanese even? Because that would be cool if you were, but if not, that's fine too. You know, I like people of all ethnicities. PJ being late because he was watching Ghostbusters with his kids was so relatable. That was a beautiful moment, actually. Peter, I'm not tired. I'm filled with energy because I'm feel so blessed as to what we created here. But I'm going to be feeling it for the rest of the day for sure. I'm actually going to the Vancouver FC soccer match. If anyone's going to that one in Langley, I'll be there this afternoon. I'll be the guy sleeping in the corner. Yeah, Fangirl, I'm doing okay. Thank you. I'm going to be feeling it for sure. But I'm running on adrenaline right now. One of our newest members, Lena. Thank you. Let's give some love to Lena in the chat. I don't know what any of these foreign currencies are. That's $2.49 of something. Looks like it's about $4 Canadian. Thank you, Clay. It was a very fun stream to watch. Thank you, Lena. Appreciate you. Only 5 Pepsis. So I think who set the line at 7.5? Way under. If you bet the under, only 5 Pepsis. And I have, it's kind of embarrassing. I'll even show you. So I bought a 12 pack and I drank 5. So I have 7 of them in the fridge. Then I had this. And I have another one of this. So I bought 6 plus 6, 12. I had 24 Pepsis ready for this weekend. I don't know why. I was thinking I was going to go 1 an hour, but I only drank 5. Nope. Aaron, I'm showering. I'm going to church, going to a soccer match, then going to a dinner. So I'm not sleeping until tonight. So that's, I'll probably sleep for an hour in the car, half an hour car on the way to Langley. So that's why I'm not doing a stream tonight. No way, no how. Woke up 10 minutes ago. Awesome, Swerving Irvin. Nice to see you. Just tortilla slap, fatal 4-way. Oh, by the way, the open house was good too. Maybe the open house I love because I got to bring some of you guys on here. The tortilla slap, fatal 4-way, the CCC 12 a.m. Royal Rumble, the dealing Hawaiian shirt you wore. Yes. I can't believe I wore a Hawaiian shirt and Rick didn't even get to see it. Oh, awesome. Fangirl, glad you got some rest. Clay versus your brother. Battle for Bloodline Supremacy at WrestleMania Las Vegas. Let's book it, Peter. Let's do it. 30 beers it is. That's fine. Hey, Gerald. Thanks for being here. Sorry. I felt like a jerk that I didn't get you into the contest, but there are a few people that missed out for whatever reason, and I had to be fair. No, it was only 5, Rome. It was only 5. Hear the views from other media experts and content creators as well. By the way, thank you. And I would love, if you want to give me some formal feedback, send me an email, canuckclay@gmail.com. Again, give me some formal feedback at canuckclay@gmail.com. I'd love to take it. I ain't an animal. You need pauses. I am just ticked off about those 30 minutes. Why? Okay, so RSA, you had me into the last part. I appreciate that you showed some humanity, but why would you actually be ticked about those 30 minutes? Like, what did you want me to do? Honestly, I'm asking you man to man. What did you want me to do for those 30 minutes? Aside from figure all that out. Tell me. It was super informative and entertaining, perfect balance. Glad to hear that, Lena. Thank you. You were here for 4 to 5 hours. Awesome. 5 hours for Joshua, the tortilla slap, the Woodley interview. Yes, the Woodley interview was I can listen to that guy talk forever. And Joshua, you were a big part of that. You donated $100. So thank you. 11 to 5, 9:38 to present. Your immune system is begging for a nap. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate that. I like when Kim was on and the guy talking about the goalies. Yes, Kevin Woodley. Oh, I just like Mr. Fuji. I hold a high respect for his character. I like him too. 10 to 4:30, then from 6 to just after the open house in the final hour. Awesome. No, RSA, I told you, no stream tonight. Can you and Justin do the show tonight? No. Then it's not CCC. You can do your show, but just not on my channel. How's that? Then I got to set it all up and give you access. It's a lot of trouble. I think I can take a break. Yes. See you Monday, Simon. Couldn't wake up at 7. Well, good try. It's Euros. Thank you. Passive listening with 3 S's. So you know it was passive. Dollywall rambled a lot. Did you even know? Swervin Irvin, I love Rick, but I know that's what you do. I ask him one thing and he goes on for a good 5 to 7 minutes, truly, per answer. About $4. Canadian dollar is right now because the Canucks I want to buy. Hey, Lena, write me. I can hook you up with a good deal. canuckclay@gmail.com. Yeah, J-Dub, good point. I ate breakfast before, I had lunch, and I had dinner, but I haven't eaten anything substantial since about 6 p.m. Snoring in church? Probably. No, all good. A smorgasbord to gorge on. Vancouver FC pro soccer team. 23 hours. What, for you? You've been here 23 hours? Live stream Monday, yes. Live stream Sunday, no. 20 plus hours, amazing. To the bitter end. And then Lena, so glad to have you in this community. My friends, as we wrap up, I'm going to use this so I can thank all of my guests properly. So as I want to show everyone one more time, a thank you to every single guest that joined me. Everyone made it for their spot. I had to remind a couple of people, Patrick Johnson, but that's okay. It all worked out. So, and this might be a nice refresher and kind of jog your memory. So we started off with Hot Take Hockey, John Viveros. That was wonderful. Him and the 3 dogs in his house. Then Dan Murphy from Sportsnet, who ended up not going to practice. So that was wonderful to chat with Dan. Then Liz Hood from Sports Talk Winnipeg. That was good. And she was showing her love and knowledge of the Winnipeg Jets and beyond. Rob Williams and his sweet haircut, Daily Hive, and his dog. That was a lot of fun. Rick Dollywall, 55 minutes of me holding my phone to the microphone. Ian McIntyre, Sports. He was good. And he had the falling camera the whole time. Nick and Cortana, his dog. And that was good. You can tell Nick's pretty pumped about the Sharks. Parker, my partner in crime, always strong, always good. And the whole jokes around about switching sides. Kim, so much energy previewing the Metro Division and the Islanders. Tommy, this was great. I just love learning all about Tommy's creative exploits. Kevin Woodley, like I said, can listen to that guy talk forever. I just love how he's a goalie geek. It's amazing. Rev Trev, he brought the heat. He brought the passion. He helped me stay up because that was at the halfway point at the 12th hour, and he was awesome. Patrick, he was great once he actually came on, and he gave me so much more time, and I love talking to Patrick. Nuckhead, this guy is going places, and I think he's very articulate as well, as we know from his videos. The open house, it was 6 of you. I'm going to try and get this right. It was Gerald, Justin, Shannon, Pastor Dan, Alfred, and Tristan. I think I got that right. That was amazing. Sean and Jake, this is a gong show, and I knew it was going to be, but that maybe the most fun hour here on here. Doodle Hockey, he messaged me during the stream and said, I can come on and fill some time. I said, awesome. So Jake is a good man. Then the technical reset was loading up the new stream. The jersey and swag show and tell, it was pretty good. I wish I could have done a bit more there, but it's still nice to show you all the things I have. Andrew Berkshire, Game Over Network. Love what he's doing, how he's building network, taking a chance on himself and the content creators. Mark Pye, low-key, solid guy, knowledgeable, nice guy. You can just tell he's from Newfoundland. Super nice guy. Jeff Paterson, the consummate professional with his reporter voice. Sara Civian, loved having her on. Love her energy, love her scratchy voice, love everything she said about our Canucks. And then, of course, the last hour, which was a lot of fun as well. So that's a walk down memory lane, some of the sights and sounds of the past 24 hours. I will do the last little thing right here, and then I got to go. It's 10 o'clock. I got to go shower and get going to church. Truly impressed with the 24. I got to say the meticulous planning of guests and constant ongoing entertainment. Thank you, Mr. Fuji. I do a lot of event planning as part of my job when I work with the church. And I'm just going to say this. I don't care how show-offy or cocky this looks. That was easy for me to pull off. And I mean it very seriously. because the guests were so good. Sean and Jake, I just let them do their thing. All the guests were reliable, but this kind of stuff comes easy to me. I'm not perfect. I stutter a lot. I make mistakes, technical mistakes, but the actual, or I get a lot of energy around organizing these kind of things for you, for my community, who I'm grateful for all of your support always. I will check your fantasy team, but not right now, RSA. Funniest moment was you saying you were going to go on a 10-hour break for one of your 10-minute breaks. Very interesting ideas, very creative. Thank you, Simon. I was on with you at 3, all 24 hours. Huh? And not all 24 hours. No. Carol, regardless, I appreciate you being here. I don't know who else in this market could have pulled this off and pulled that lineup. No one else, Irvin. It sounds cocky. Well, no, you know who could have is actual media members, but then they would have to not swallow their pride, but be humble enough to ask other media members to come on their show. And I actually don't know if they would do that kind of thing. So I am very grateful that everyone that showed up trusts me, likes me enough to come on the show, not for me, but for all of you. But thank you, sir. And I am proud. I'll say it. I am proud of what I accomplished this weekend for sure. Thank you. Okay, Lena, this is very important to me for me to know that I should still upload things to Spotify. Go Canucks, go. Good night, RSA. Thank you, Ricky. You're immaculate. I hope my Ravens are as good as we'll see. Joshua, thank you as well. Shannon, thank you. Thank you, Rome. That was the best ever. And yeah, it says $11 donations here. There's another 400 from the other stream. So thank you. I'll put it to good use, taking care of my family. And and let's end with this. I was shaking, scared to win 4th prize. Turned out it's the best one. Wow. I can't say it anything better than that. And yes, Joshua, I know that you could pull it off as well. Was that too cocky of me? Joshua could pull something like this off. And I'm happy to end with that. Finally, Gail did not make an appearance. She's not feeling well. And but she knew that what was going on down here. Yeah, I want Sean and Jake on this channel more. It'll probably help me grow my audience. And I'll end with this because it's so nice. Clay's the GOAT. Thank you, J-Dub. Hey, you guys, on your way out. No, I'm not even going to say this anymore because we're done. We're done. I don't have to ask you to do all those things. I just want to say thank you. Thank you to all my guests. Thank you to Jason Lim and Vancity Experts. And thanks to all of you for an amazing 24 hours. I got to run upstairs and shower. I got to get ready for church. And then I'll update you as to how I do the rest of this day. Don't forget to write the bad joke on the way out. Yes, I didn't do 24 of them, but I have one ready for you. And as always, you guys are the best. So as I leave, thank you, thank you, thank you. Legendary Lucas Gates, legendary Andrew Chang, Hall of Fame franchise members, thank you. Thank you, Jason Lim and Vancity Experts Real Estate for being my channel sponsor. And thanks to all of you for watching, liking, and subscribing. God bless you all. I will see you guys not tonight, but sometime tomorrow night. Canucks After Dark at 10, my own show at 11:15. Stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves, and take care of each other. You know, with my age, I grew up with Steve Jobs, with Johnny Cash, and with Bob Hope. Now there are few Jobs, little cash, and only a bit of hope. Please don't let anything happen to Kevin Bacon. God bless, and go Canucks go.